Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my co-caster, Binks, and this is the finals, the end-all, be-all here for our Emergence Navy Valorant division, and it's Marian University versus Murray State Gold facing off to see who will take home the coveted trophy, their merch, as well as being guaranteed their national spot, though they're at this point, they probably have enough points anyways, but they'll get that big trophy, and that's the selling point for sure here, Binks.
Yeah, I would love to be able to just, if you look at my background, I have no trophies, and I wish I did. It would be really cool to actually have that in the background. So these players are actually finding some crazy things. And if they haven't gotten enough points for nationals, this will just guarantee them their spot. So it's always nice to have that safety aspect. If we look at both of our teams, Marianne is doing a phenomenal job so far. I believe that they are 8-0 if my stats are correct. So going undefeated even towards the finals is nothing short of impressive. And I believe they have dropped some maps, but if you're winning out all your games, it doesn't matter how many maps you're dropping. Ultimately, you're still winning everything.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming out. That's just the regular season scoreline, too. They still have to go undefeated in the playoffs, which they did to reach this point. They're an insanely impressive roster, and it's very interesting to see how they're going to play out tonight as well. We've got Ulan, Zesty Boy, Excalibur, Spicy, and Big Stink. And I think the best part about this roster as well, Binks, you look over on the right side, they're young. They're like fresh blood as well. 2 freshmen, 1 sophomore. That's 3 underclassmen, and their upperclassmen are 2 juniors, meaning they have at minimum probably around 2 semesters more to go, or possibly even more than that. I mean, those are likely choices to come through, but we have to actually see it. From the looks of things, both these 2 teams are still going to rock that Sova. The Recon Bolt is still extremely viable, and I would not be shocked to see actually bringing out that breach, which is what Pre-Rake is teasing over the top there for a little bit. There it is, locked in. So for the side of Murray State Gold, we've got the Chamber on DK. We've got Keith on that Sova. Meep's rocking the Omen. Meep is a very solid Omen player. We've got chicken over on another thing as well. I'm very excited for how this one's going to go down, and it's not a mirror composition, Binks, which I think is the best part about this. There's a KJ on the Marian side. They're switching things up. Instead of rocking that breach, they want to be a little bit more viable on site defensively with utility instead of trying to have that extra initiator.
As you mentioned, is actually a direct. I think the breach will more or less counter the Killjoy. The moment we see a lockdown, none of these other players besides Sova's Fury would be able, like Fury Storm would be able to actually take out the lockdown. With breach, you're just able to clear it out if you go and have a line of sight on the other wall. So any place, like especially on that A site, if you try to put it between the B and A connector, then there's no chance. Or even if it's in sewers, breach has so much viability, and they can shut everything down from the interconnectedness of Haven.
Haven's a map that a lot of people would argue maybe could be considered attacker favorited because they're saying, hey, there's 3 objectives. That means there's more places that the defense has to defend and more places for us to push. However, 6 seconds is what it takes to go from B to C or B to A, and 11 seconds to 12 seconds from A to C or vice versa as well. It is super fast for defenders to be able to rotate and pivot to another site. It's all about how quickly an attacking team can push onto the site. DK gets first blood with a headhunter. Great opening kill for the Murray State side. They'll start to enforce their way through the objective. They managed to gain control enough to get the spike down. Mostly default plant position. This will lock down C long. Pterodactylon finds another kill, but Excalibur there to refrag back. A 3-on-4. The 4 players of Murray State Gold still surviving and thriving, but Aaron University, he's still got to go for this post-plant situation. Excalibur tossing the Cloudburst. They'll swing out, almost finding Meep. They'll have to rely on Big Stink, though, for 2. Now down to the 2v2 recon bolt sit. Spicy needs to hunt down Keith. Keith managing to get away with this one. DK watching the long angle. Spicy gets the kill. They'll find Keith as well. The question remains, though, is there enough time? And Marion University seems to think there is, and I have to agree with it. Great round 1 for the retake.
Great job by Marion. I have to really acknowledge the good use of utility on the side of Murray State, but it just wasn't enough. We saw it being completely countered by Marianne just from their pure ability, and I think Big Stink's ability to just tap those heads with the Ghost was absolutely pivotal. I think that 3K can't go unnoticed.
When you look at the impact players that can make an impact in these rounds, that's where it's going to be important. In the collegiate scene, a lot of the time you'll notice individual players start to struggle when the pressure adds on. This is a final showcase for the NECC. The trophy is on the line, and you've got to deal with that pressure. And right now, Marion University managed to come out on top, and they find the first blood here. You don't need a headshot kill with the Marshal. You can tap the chest of someone with no armor with the Marshal in round 2 and get an easy kill one tap because of that. It acts like an operator in a lot of ways. And because they get that first blood, now Murray State Gold have to question where they want to push to.
Yeah, I've been a huge fan of just different attacker rotations, but on the side of Murray State, it seems like they are going to be going for the B rush, but this has been beautifully read by Mary, as they already have the Q cross angle. Stink does have the rifle advantage, and all they can do is just spray out. Spray through Zesty Boy to collect 2-3, make it 4. What just happened?
The headhunter just happened. They find 2 fairly quickly. The other 2 line up. There's a reason why B is an objective of choice that is almost not of choice for any team. The only reason you ever push the B site is if you've gained control over the C, you push through Garage, and you took control of Link, then the B site's fairly open. B site must be your #1 go-to choice of an objective for that round if you plan to push it. All they did was bait towards A, isolate 2 players. They managed to have one of them escape, aka Pterodactylon was the one who managed to escape from Murray State Gold, and they rotated to B. That put the players on C site who were initially defending it. They rotated through B, which put, guess what, Murray State directly in their line of sight, and they allowed for the cut angle to be held, and it was an easy cleanup for them.
Midway through this 3rd round, it seems Murray State switching it up, going for more of a split push. Sova even being able to spot out the 2 players, creating a distraction on A. Meanwhile, you're going to have Chamber, the lonesome defender, on the side of C site. It's making it a really interesting dynamic of how the players of Murray State are rotating around, and a great job of Marianne being very, very calm. But the problem is there's no clear directive, clear mode of Murray currently, as it seems they're very disjointed. There's no clear narrative.
This feels like the pressure is on for Murray State. This is the round that you would argue would be guaranteed for them, but Marshals have already rung true once before in Marion University. Definitely a force to be contested with. Landslide is sent out. It tags Zesty Boy. They are stunned and concussed. They now need to use that Judge to cut down the entry forward, but DK finds Big Sneak, now Zesty, and keep combos for 1 more. 3 players dropped in 2 seconds for Marion University. And you'll see Murray State get an easy plant now onto site. The shock dart goes to the sky. It's not in a good position, but Spicy still finds 1 kill, but is not good for 2, as Pterodactylon finds the refract. It's just Ulan left standing. They'll bait away with a Shrouded Step. So far, that's all they really have for themselves. Dark cover sent to the back of C. The same thing can be said now for Murray State as they shrouded cover the defensive spawn, forcing Ulan to swing out of it. Pterodactylon on the opposing end of the Spectre. Quick swing around. They'll swing through tons, and Keith is good for another. Great round for Murray State Gold. They drop 2 weapons, and that's it.
That's exactly what you want to see if you're a Murray State fan. They were able to use their eco to their advantage, keep their rifles, not to mention the fact that throughout all of that round, it seemed like there wasn't a narrative, but they clearly corrected me just by the fact that they were able to rotate later on to the C site, and the way they pushed on, they were mildly aware of Zesty Boy, and they didn't clear out in a way that they played too close to a barrier. They had a good sight. They're aware of the angles, and a beautiful use of Meep's dark covers to just isolate every single angle and give them every bit of advantage they need pushing on.
Keep in mind, for Marion University, they have a chamber, right? And Murray State knows that. They're aware of that long-distance potential, so they're going to assume that they're going to lock down C site initially. Once they've gathered the intel that no one's actually defending long-range sightlines on C, the only place they can go is that cubby hold on C site, which means Murray State just need to send the landslide and combo off of it to find kills. They did more than that. They found Stinky and they found Big Stink on the back. It was an amazing round for them, and they've already found first frag here as well. Why are you contesting in back of Plat? Platform's best advantage, the thing it gives you, is control over the majority of C site. You don't need to contest C long to be able to vie for that potential. Now it's up to Marion University to find a consolation kill, and Big Sting does it through garage doors to take out DK.
Great push so far with 45 seconds to go. It's going to be Pterodactyl to be able to take out Big Stink. This opens up a lot of different opportunities for the attackers if they do choose to go towards C. But I gotta highlight that Marianne is doing a great job. They only have one defender on each of their sites, which does give the possibility for Murray State to flood right on. And with the Sova Recon Dart doing a great job of showing how clear the site is, especially with Marianne rotating all their players towards C, there's so many different possibilities, and it does look like B site will be reattempted once again.
Rush on over, B side under control. I mentioned this before. You've got to want to go to B initially to take B, and we're seeing Marion start to pick apart the Murray State push. They get the spike down, but Zesty Boy and Ulan decimate the rest of Murray State Gold. It's just free rank left standing. They'll send out the landslide. Now looking to go ahead and use their last flash, and that's also the last piece of utility for the next 23 seconds. Ulan sticks the plant, but Freewig's Classic finds the kill. Zesty must force, and he finds the shot anyways. I don't know how that one was not considered a wall bang, but the tour de force comes up successful, and Marion University survived this round after a somewhat rough start, losing first blood and struggling to realize where Murray State were pushing, but a great recovery because B site just is not the site to take.
It really isn't. You mentioned it earlier. There's so many ways for the defenders to get back on, even when it's just starting to be held by the attackers. And it's been demonstrated not once, but twice now from Marianne. They've done a phenomenal job. And Zesty Boy, the 2-4, 6-2. I think there's no taking away from how great this chamber play is, but I have to highlight DK on the attack as well. Chamber is a lot more difficult to command and use utility effectively while attacking. You can't really get any sort of rendezvous into a pivotal position. But we saw the True Force on the side of the defenders. Now we get to see it on the side of the attackers and see how the different metas have changed.
Optimums pop the Blade Storm, keep in mind as well another ultimate's on the board and use the tour de force of Murray State Gold. They're trying to, how should I phrase this, force their way through this round despite it being an obvious thrifty for their squad. They also have the potential to have two more ultimates in the latter half of it, the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury. But I think Murray State Gold may be overexpending in a round where they don't really have the leeway to do so. Take this round as a loss. Save the other two ultimates for another round. If you pop this here, guess what Marion University is just going to do in another round? They're just going to shut you down with their ultimates when they come on lock. Murray State will once again find that first kill. Zesty Boy caught off guard by the tour de force, and you see DK now hot for yet another. Big Stink's ready to swing from the back of Jin. Swing around the objective, but DK gets the first shot instead. A wall bang kill. But there's a player lying within the smoke now on tubes. Excalibur looking for the opportunity. They're in the middle of Murray State Gold's attack. And they'll even find themselves, unfortunately, in the middle of Meep's spray. That'll be an easy kill collected. Murray State Gold did have to use two ultimates, but success is a success. I cannot discount that whatsoever.
Timed aggression was the name of the game in that scenario, where we saw that a lot of the players on the side of Murray State chose to sit back, relax for a little bit longer, make sure that they had the information, the utility ready to go for when they sprung the trap right onto site. all the players on Marietta were not able to rotate the way that they needed to in order to sufficiently stop the defense. Not to mention the fact that Tour de Force and Bladestorm, as you previously mentioned, the ultimates did their job and they collected onto the frags that were very much needed.
Bladestorm now popped for Marion University. Spicy gets aggressive, and wow, the shorty finds two succinct headshots. Able to finish the job there to tear down the monk. Bladestorm in hand for Excalibur. They'll take the head off Freeway. Shock Dart does go around. It doesn't do much damage. Now they'll find a second kill and a key opportunity to DK, but DK is good for two. We're now tied on the 2-on-2. Spicy ready to swing again. Meep will barely manage to get the job done. 4 HP, a sneeze would take Meep off the board. But DK still full HP, but Zesty Boy's on the flank, and there's a ton of rifles on the ground. But that trademark now goes out. The audio cue readily apparent for the side of Murray State, and they'll realize where they're coming from. The communication must be there. Meep's going to go ahead and rotate over towards center link. Maybe predicting that Zesty Boy could step through mid and apply pressure through link side, but I think Zesty may just go for the opportunity on short or long. A direct presence and direct pressure to the site. Reach that boiling point a little bit quicker, but Zesty Boy will run out of time. They're not yet fast enough. The first duel will go from Heaven's side. DK has the advantage of sight lines. They're actually lying below in Hell. The objective itself blocking the site. They'll find the kill. Zesty Boy good. Remember, Meep is one shot, one kill, an almost instantaneous one at that. They'll go ahead and put down the trademark. They can go ahead and tag this one here. If that does go off, Zesty Boy's just going to stick this. He can totally do so. He goes for the wall bang, but Meep finds the kill because of it. And they'll manage to win the round just barely off the back of it.
Beautiful use of understanding your position and the health that you have. Meep was stuck on 4 health for the majority of that push, meaning that he had to leave DK to take a lot of the early engagements. But that doesn't mean that they play back and sacrifice either their teammate or themselves. No, they played it in a way that they had a consistent cross angle. They're playing a safe angle, safe objective where they had the freedom to go for these wall bangs, to have the ability to play super far back, use utility if you need to, because that's something that Omen has. The dark cover constantly recharges, which means you get smokes throughout the round. Using that to great effect allowed them to play 2 men, and even after they lost the first, they were great. Hunter's Fury will come out extremely early. DK getting aggressive, trying to find the Sova, lighting them up just enough, down to 70 health. They'll find the opening pick, and this means that Murray State has the full ability to clear onto A extremely early in the round.
That takes a lot of confidence to push the player with the Hunter's Fury, realizing the position you're in. Keith will follow suit with one of their own. It does not find anyone on the opposing side of Marion University, so they're all still fine and dandy for now, but you see the shock darts now being sent up to the Heaven side, trying to keep the Omen and meet that bay, but Caliber gets the first pick here in this next duel. Meep managed to get the refrag back, trading even on even. Not a good spot for Marion University, but this is the site of retakes. Ulan stepped over towards Long. They're going to play the cut angle here for the use of the lockdown. They can force Murray State into the worst possible position, and Big Stink's now cutting them down. 3 players detained on site, and they can go for this defuse because of that. They just need to watch down short. Meep's going to be the first person to apply pressure. They'll have to spray through this. They're going to go for it initially. The Rolling Thunder is popped. They'll be forced off of the defuse. Nowhere to go. The long play is there. Ulan's been blinded, but they can't get the shot off, and Big Stink finds the kill, and they've already gotten it to half. Marion University will take the round off of a great play comboed for the last 2 players at Big Stink and Ulan.
I'm having trouble to understand that round. The breach of pre-wake was staring right where the lockdown should have been. I don't know if it wasn't pinged on the map properly, but you should be able to use either the aftershock. You should be able to clear out every single ability, unless there's been a change in Valorant that I'm unaware of. But it seemed like the 3 players that got stuck in that lockdown were expecting the breach to completely counter it, but the counter wasn't there. I'm willing to say that was Murray State's round, but it was just completely thrown away.
It feels like the aftershock should have been used through short, but I don't think they got there fast enough. I think that's what it comes down to, Binks. And because of that, they're cut short. Big Stink's in a really rough spot, playing around the Radiant crate. Their life is cut short because of it, but they did find one trade beforehand. Zesty with the judge. They'll take DK. They'll take Keith. Hunting for more. The headhunter is out, and they'll find the head of Freeway. Now they find another. The second 4K for Zesty Boy in this game alone. And Marion University climbed to 5, keeping 3 players surviving and thriving, and they'll find themselves yet closer to breaking even at this halftime switch. And Murray State, they're looking hurt after a 2-round deficit, but they'll be able to buy out for this round.
That is I'm not gonna lie, that's absolutely
That's a good spot.
great show of force from the defenders. And I have to be completely blunt with you, Scott. It seems like there is a big change in morality. It seems like the confidence is constantly going
You want to
towards
play?
the way
Let's play.
And they're showing it. That they're confident in the way they're holding. They have a phenomenal use of rotation of each and every single one of their players. You mentioned an advantage towards the attacking side, but it seems like the defenders have a great understanding of how they need to rotate around the map.
Feels like their understanding of the map is very much so
Deploying
clear.
drone.
Heath is popping an owl drone. Yeah, that's an easy cleanup there for Excalibur, but Pre-Wake not far behind. Does get the kill back in return, but they lose their Sova. A rough way to take the beginning of this round. That's information off the board, but they'll trade out theirs for theirs. A quick and easy return, but
Spike
Zesty
down
Boy,
A.
Phantom's down 2 more. They've got to deal with Phantom. They've got to deal with Zesty, and they just can't get the job done. Zesty may be low, but Big Stink is there to assist and maybe facilitate an easier defensive presence. Meep's going to go for an early swing. They just can't tag Pterodactyl Mum, though. And because of that, Ulan loses their life. Big Stink now can maybe re-swing that. Pterodactyl Mum obviously jumped up. You can hear the updraft from that range. But notice how slow and hesitant Murray State are playing. And notice what Marion University have done. Despite the fact that the spike was down, they've retreated.
30
They do
seconds
not
left.
need to play this objective in a proactive way. Play it retroactively. It's the easiest objective in all of Valorant to retake, and they're
player
aware of
standing.
that. They'll have Big Stink hold tons zone.
One
They'll
enemy
cut down
remaining.
Pre-Wake. Pterodactyl Mum will swing out for one. Turret's been used. Big Stink now aware of their position. Pterodactyl Mum must force for this plant, and Big Stink can just play this one smart. They'll sit it down. Do they get the kill? No! Big Stink finds the last 42 HP off the top of Pterodactyl Mum and win the round to go 6. Now, at least guaranteeing an even half.
Patience is an absolute virtue. Big Stink knows that for an absolute fact. Zesty Boy knows that for an absolute fact. You mentioned how they played back, and I believe that is the type of position that allowed them to win that round. You mentioned easiest site to retake. Let's look at a different hypothetical. How, if they took an active stance, had direct eyes on that spike, what could they have done? And even if you look at the patterns from the past, do we think that the players on the side of Murray State would have actually rotated to go to a different site? Would they have gone to B, which was also, once again, brilliantly played by the defenders?
Shot opportunity for Zesty, and the tour de force finds one. Excalibur in a semi-rough spot, but you have Meep with the spike rush out for the kill. Because of that, the rest of Murray State have to step through door. They'll lose one more off the top, though they do get one refrag back, but what control did you gain off that? Absolutely none. Zesty Boy over-aggressive and over-aggressive. Pre-Wake punishes him for it. Flash goes and Spicy is blinded, but sprays
down
straight
B.
through to find Pre-Wake, and it's just Pterodactyl Mum left standing. And great job here by Big Stink to deny them control to gain a rifle. They have to step deeper into this garage side to find anything, and they will be disallowed to do so. 7. Guaranteeing not just an even half, but a positive one for Marion University. The defense for their team has been absolute. And to make matters worse, this is now the second round in a row we've seen Marion University have this lockdown. They popped it 4 or 5 rounds ago. That means that Big Stink has been charging this ult more than the duelist has been of Excalibur, and that's an insanely impressive statistic.
Placing swarm grenade.
I think when you look at different characters' abilities, especially Killjoy, if you have the ability to frag out on Killjoy, those lockdowns are so very potent. We saw 3 players shut down. I am scared. I am extremely scared for Murray State to see what happens the next time one of those lockdowns gets placed, which could easily be this next upcoming round. Killjoy is situated on the C site, which doesn't have too many viable places, but if it is placed in a way that will lock every single players of Murray State, either force them to get aggressive, it has so many different characteristics. But a split push once again for Murray State as DK over aggressive with the op. This is really concerning to me. I don't know if I like the push they're going for. He does have the rendezvous to get out of there with a speedy exit, but it's so debatable. Who's going to swing first, and are they expecting the problem?
Operator in hand, DK blocking the opportunity of escape there for Excalibur, but Pterodactyl Mum. They'll manage to get away, but the same cannot be said for DK as they'll bite the bullet of Zesty. Now you've got a man advantage for Marion University, and from the looks of things, Murray State Gold say we do not trust the somewhat unknown objective of C now, because we do not fight. Fights we know we cannot win. So they'll go ahead and rotate over. Aggressive towards
left.
mid is Spicy, and though Meep does find a kill on Zesty to finish the job earlier, that's really all that is to it. And Excalibur has a great spot to maybe try a nice kill. They'll even find Meep's head, but they can't get the shot off. Instead, Spicy on that long flank, managing to find one. They see the flank there of Pterodactylon, but they have not yet taken that shot. A 3-on-3. Keith's going to play the left cubby. They somehow managed to get over there without finding a kill. Meep does cut down the flanking player of Spicy. The turret will go down. Keith's going to swing to try to destroy it. Big Stink only using it as a way to gain space so they can go for the reload. Keith gets the kill, and Keith finds the last as well. An amazing round for Murray State. 7-4. No chance for the 9-3 curse to come into play because they've at least guaranteed they've gotten 4 rounds, but they'll be able to buy out, and the same thing can be said for Marion University for this last round of the half.
Final round, all the ultimates need to be used there. I want to really highlight Murray State ability to hold a crossing. I think Excalibur was not expecting. They were up inside of heaven when they met their untimely demise, but it was all at the hand of Murray State, having 3 players expecting there to be someone heaven, and the other ones cautious, setting up a dark cover. That was the omen of Meep. They had a very good understanding of the site, where the enemy players were, and shut it down by getting into key positions, including where we saw the Sovas of Keith maneuver themselves. So great positioning. If they are able to recreate that on this A site, then I do see them achieving a 7-5 split.
Now, you're looking at this last round, you're looking at the ultimates as well. There's 3 for Murray State. There's 2 for Marion University. The Bladestorm was popped because the Jet does not have enough to afford a rifle. Same thing can be said for Ulan, but you do still have the lockdown, and if they head to the A site, this is an easy spot to do so. They pop the Hunter's Fury too early. They have no way to counter the lockdown coming quickly after in the Rolling Thunder as well. How do you deal with this lockdown now? You can't. You are now forced to fall victim to it once again. Shocked out of the top. It's received its nerf. It's not going to do enough damage, but now they're forced to defend this position, and here comes the quick use of that utility destruction. They're playing properly. This is how you do it, Binks. We mentioned it before. Play in short, and you have a much better opportunity. TK with 1, Meep with a second. Meep just can't connect for another one, though, and Excalibur punishes them for that. And he's now trapped over in long. Nice shot to finish Excalibur. Big Stink falls short, and it leaves just Ulan left standing. They'll make quick work of 1, but there's still 2 more they must cut through instead. A player through short, playing slow as Keith. DK on the long side. Ulan is forced now to tap this and stick it to half, and it's just not going to happen. Okay, DK, that's really unfortunate to see, but Keith does collect the final kill.
Oh, did him dirty
Switching
there, but
sides.
great half from Marianne and Murray State. They connected. I'm not gonna lie. I was really concerned when I saw that Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury. Those are not the right times to use the ultimate. It guaranteed the site was clear, but I felt that did a job that an Owl Drone could have easily done and left the Hunter's Fury for a post plant, or either guaranteeing that you get that lockdown. But lo and behold, Pre-Wake did a phenomenal job using every piece of their utility to great effect that round, and I think it was clearly demonstrated in a 7-5 split. Definitely tells the story of this match, where Marianne has done a phenomenal job of rotating around, and Murray State, they adapted. By the very end, they've been on a constant acceleration, and they are definitely giving Marianne a run for their money.
Now, the second half, we decide where we see Murray State switch over to the arguably favored defensive side here of the map of Haven. For the looks of things, Marion University are looking to gather the intel first, which leads me to believe they're going to be a lot more of a strategic team, a bit more tactical than Murray State was, and I think that was one of the problems for Murray State, the reason why we did not see them at least break even in that half. They weren't solid about gathering information. Getting frags and getting to a site was easy for them, but they would get cut down in the process, and they would have to lose a player to step to another site. If they had all 5 heading to an objective like we've seen in those last few rounds, they win those, and they definitely did. Now for Marion University, they need to replicate that. Unfortunately, Excalibur gets maybe a little bit pressured by Pterodactylon. They'll lose the fight, but Zesty's quick with the refrag back. He sends out the Paranoia. 2 players caught within it. The short-sided nature doesn't seem to matter because they'll bide their time. And Zesty Boy finds their second frag of the round. Pre-Wake's going to go ahead and send out the quick blast. They'll manage to damage Spicy just a little bit, but they can't do much more, and DK finds themselves a nice kill to finish off Spicy, who's already damaged 3 before there. Zesty finds their third nasty shot opportunity. They'll even tag down DK, but Keith's going to swing out and deny Zesty of anything more. Keith with another opportunity. Ghost in hand, takes down Big Stink. Ulan's the last player left standing, now in the 1v1. DK's 1 HP, sneeze in his direction for the classic right-click kill, and you'll find Murray State surviving round 1 of the second half and actually winning it out.
Trades back and forth, it really demonstrates the capabilities of the A site, and it was a massive show of force that on the side of Murray State, they weren't afraid to extend in the A side. They did lose a lot of their players by the bottom of heaven, but they had the capability. They swung out and they used their guns extremely effectively in order to, one, rotate to play their site, and two, enable themselves to retake it by taking out every single sleeping player. I call them sleeping players because they aren't taking that proactive stance that I believe you need to when attacking the A site.
Marion University back on the attack. They'll have the weaker weapons, which means Murray State can just play their own way. It's just a matter of stopping the bleeding of these SMGs. Every SMG you lose in this round is one that Marion University does not have to face off against in the next. And you can force. You can buy a rifle for that third round, but every time you do that, if Marion University win that round, that's an extra round you must save because you won't have the eco. A dangerous idea. Too much strategy to say. You'll quickly see that a fault line is tossed out here for the defense, but doesn't really seem to find much targets for the opposing side. You're just trying to play smart here at this point, Bix.
It's no secret they're taking a slow approach. They don't have the rifles to be able to go for an aggressive push. And Scott, I'm gonna be quite frank. It doesn't seem like they have a whole lot of information of how Marion wants to push the site. They'll spring onto the B site. Zesty Boy and Meep both to find kills. They made that into a 1v1 as the chamber will continue to rotate away. It's gonna be DK to win out that encounter. Meep's still alive. He has a Spectre in hand, and we're seeing the same thing for Marion fall victim, but they rotated towards the A site. It was all a great distraction. Meep will connect onto Spicy, and Scott, they distracted me. I can't even imagine what happened to the defending side.
Cover's still viable though. Marion University down to just 2, and the SMGs are still in their hands. They've gotten the credit boost from getting this spike down, but really and truly that's all they have. Turduckamo gets a sideline, a big stink. They'll even find Ulan though. Now trapped with the Bulldog rings out. They'll tag DK's head, but DK still comes out the victor with the SMG and the Spectre in the pockets. They drop 2 weapons, and they get the spike down. I count that as a moral victory for Marion University, and I'm sure they do too. The scoreboard may not reflect that, but at the very least, they're managing to equalize things out, and they should be guaranteed for this third. The question is, what do Murray State Gold do? Well, the looks of things, they're just going to buy soft armor and pray that the pistols can get the job done.
Again, you can't blame them here. If they play a little bit farther back, we have Zesty Boy, which hasn't pulled out the tour de force yet, but I wouldn't put it past them. There it is. It seems like the third round with these chambers, it's no secret that it works extremely efficiently. So 7-7, they have the long angles, and this tour de force gives them a massive gun advantage, spraying right out. Marion have every single capability they need, but they're getting stunned. They don't have the smokes to cover, but here comes the cloudburst as everything begins to erupt.
We use the paranoia. Keith is now short-sighted. Notice what we've seen from Marion University. They're taking a step back. They do not trust that push, and for good reason. The aftershock goes through. That puts them in a rough spot. They'll go ahead and retreat for just a little bit, but they're really just watching the flank. Excalibur is going to go ahead and defend the attacker's spawn in case Murray State Gold decide to vie for map control. A player trapped on the opposing side of Platin. Player on the close right side, opposing side of Default. Very interesting positions for Murray State Gold, but notice how we have not seen a rotate come from their B player nor their A. They're expecting Marion University to retreat away and maybe head to another site, but that's not going to be the case here. They're just biding their time. They have the long-range advantage here with the rifles, as well as having the tour de force. They just need to force the side of Murray State into their sight lines, but they're not giving anything. Take an inch, receive a mile. That's what Murray State are currently looking to do. Keith overextends. They lose their life. Headhunter for DK. They tag Ulan through. Excuse me. But they will not manage to find another just yet. Forced to use the rendezvous to retreat back towards Link. And now you got a man advantage of Marion University coming here to the post play.
Tour de force on the side of Murray State is going to be popped out. Zesty Boy to collect onto his counterpart. That tour de force is going to have any effect. All down to the lonesome ominous Spicy connection. Pterodactyl Meep for the Spectre won't be able to protect any. 3 for Excalibur that round. And the Sabres demonstrating a great show of patience and understanding of utility and rifles within that round.
Great round to recover from. Now the rifles will stay in their hands, and Murray State can buy some of their own as well. But notice what we're seeing. Freewank has not had a solid half. Has been unfortunately forced to buy a ton of utility and is down to 0 credits. DK is now forcing with the operator. If they had saved the tour de force for that last round and not actually expended it and instantaneously died, they would have had it here. They wouldn't have needed to buy the operator to contend long range in this round. So now Marion University, I think, honestly, they know that an operator's in play. There's no other excuse. They know the tour de force is popped. They hear the audio cue. They just need to play smart. There's a Twitter clip running around for someone from 100 Thieves. Hey, we know you have the operator. This is what we're seeing. And it's just a dude jumping around a corner really quickly. That's what we should be seeing right now from the Marion University side. Jiggle peeking, contesting these corners, forcing out the first shot to guarantee it, and then going to the different objective of where the operator actually is.
It gives them a lot of capabilities to isolate angles, but pressure is completely mounting on this ace side as it is going to break. Pterodactyl to find the first pick. Gonna activate her dash, getting ready to go. Getting right on out of there. Spicy with the refrag onto the jet, onto Meep. And there's no question asked. 50 seconds to go. And it looks like the Sabres are ready to go. They're spraying out. But here comes the utility. They don't like pushing in through this, and they take their time, which has worked out for them in the past. It's very thorough with their ability to clear A.
Opportunity available. Pterodactyl's ready to swing onto Zesty. Zesty's in a rough spot. DK finds a nice kill to Spire. The operator very solid for them, but Zesty has one of their own. They'll take one. They paid out the shot from DK. Heaven now viable to contest, but you've got Ulan in a very rough spot. They need to send the dark cover, and it finally does land. It does give DK an opportunity to re-swing out, but they want this. They're going to be able to contest that next fight. Pre-wake on side, finding two. Cuts down the short play. This is now jumped up to Ulan. He needs to find all the kills and the plant, but can't get either. Keith gets the kill instead, and Mary State tie things back up at 8.
Phenomenal use of utility, phenomenal use of positioning on both ends. We saw them attempt to get onto site, but at the end of the day, Murray State had a great round. They knew that they had the ability to keep pushing forward.
That works.
And we gotta highlight pre-wake's kills. You gotta check and spray that corner, because that third angle that you weren't ready for completely chopped down any hope that the Sabres had of breaching in towards the A site.
And Marion University, with things being equalized, the question is, how do they want to play this? They do not have a tour de force, nor do they have the Blade Storm. They could put Excalibur towards C, vie for contention with the Ultor in C long. Maybe get the Blade Storm up to toss the rifle over towards the player who doesn't currently have one, being Zesty Boy. But they already lose a rifle on the ground as they overextend to C long with no real weapon to contend against it. This is a huge problem for them, and Ulan, it's obvious. Keithers had the same Odin last round. They'd be playing this once again. You see, it's an owl drone coming at you. What happens last round must not be forgotten here. Know your history or be doomed to repeat it, and that's what we're seeing right now from Marion University.
It's quite pivotal, to say the least, to understand what's going on with your utility, but furthermore, understand how your players and the other team have been playing around separate sites. The A site being reattempted once again. If they don't check this corner, then once again, it could be the Omen this time, as well as Pterodactyl to get their kills, but they haven't completely understood. 3 huge kills on the side. Going down on Murray State. Big State to find one. Shotgun being cooked out, almost finding the killjoy, but with 3 players remaining on the attacking side, it's all left to the post plant.
Opportunity has come a-knocking beside of Marion University. They have a man advantage, but that's equalized out by DK in Heaven. They really got to find a way to counteract DK. This has been such a problem for them, and it's doomed to continue. I'm expecting DK to drop down here to swing with Keith in a double. They'll send the recall ball. That's where they find it, and there goes the swing.
One enemy remaining.
Perfect play. But that also isolates DK. Puts Keith now by their lonesome with Zesty Boy there. They'll tag the shoulder. Zesty Boy needs to be swung onto, and the pre-fire finds the kill first. Keith falls short. 9 rounds from Marion University. They're going to quickly run over to grab the operator. They'll grab it just before it manages to be lost forever. But you're talking about a Zesty Boy at this point, Binks, who's 25 and 12. The next 2 players on their squad barely equal, going 1 above the total kills. And the fact of the matter is, Murray State's only 1 round behind, keeping this one close. That's an insane margin of error for them. Something's got to change for Marion University. They can't just rely on Zesty.
It's a little bit scary. You eliminate the chamber, and it seems like a lot of things begin to fall apart. But that's not to say that they're not using their utility. They are able to set up their players in the right way, the right format, and they're learning from their mistakes. We saw them begin to check certain corners. but it's the different aspects. You can't just expect positioning. You have to expect certain weapons, as we saw from the Sova on the side of Murray State Gold, taking that Odin. I would not put it past them to take it once again. We have to expect for a lot of different adaptations, constant adaptations. If you're playing a game without learning, then you're not really playing the game.
It's true. Constantly adjusting on the mistakes that you have been making. Maryland University very much so stacked in long. So the aftershock sent thereafter. Now you're in a really rough spot if you're Maryland University. An eco round for Murray State, and they are picking you apart. You're down to 3. They'll send down another piece of utility from Remake. They have been absolute on this breach. The aftershock does manage to flush them out of Cubby. But notice the flanks there. Pterodactyl cuts down 2. Hunting for more. Spicy now all by themselves, and they've got to face 4. Flash goes out. They can't find anything. What a disgusting round for Murray State. They slaughtered Mary University in C-Long.
Every single we talked about learning and reading. What's the best way to learn? A lot of people would argue you can learn from books. That is the older audience. I think we can learn a lot more from videos, but regardless, I think that Marianne was just read like a book by Murray State. Every aspect of that attack was understood. All 5 of those players played slow, and we talked about learning about your defenders. You have to learn about your attackers, or all 5 players consistently in previous rounds were all stacked up along C-Long, and every single bit of that knowledge came into a big boiling climactic point where every aspect of it was just completely shut down in a glorious fashion.
Talk about as well,
you want to play,
previously that Murray State was an eco in that round. Marion University didn't know that it was an eco for them in that round. If they did, they would have just pushed through to the C site. Their shortcomings, their hesitancy, their lack of knowledge and game sense for that scenario ultimately cost them that round, when they could have just put Murray State completely on the back burner, as they have been doing in a very continuous fashion. Now you're looking at Marion University stuck into the eco. They'll even find first frag, taking off Pre-Wake, the single best utility player in this map so far. He gets the refrag back to Zesty, the top fragger of this map as well. Marion University will be at least guaranteed this plant. But they're going to play long range defensively with pistols, and that is it. Meat from Big Window in mid, managing to take out Ulan, the Omen and Omen, favoring the side of Murray State. Pterodactyl gets caught off guard there by the turret. Does not seem to make a big deal so far. They have to play into their own objective. There's a flank coming from every direction. They have the crossfire, but they're going to do a quick use of this round instead. Big Stink finds one, Spicy with another, but they lose Big Stink. Spicy has not been flushed out. They manage to get the return. Excalibur, you got to hit those shots, and this round goes to Murray State because of it.
Pivotal shots. The pressure is down in every single one of these rounds. Murray State taking the lead. All they need is 3. And this map, which is not even their pick, I need to remind everyone, the Sabres are the side that chose Haven. They are expected to win this map, and in a best of 5, of course you're playing multiple maps, but the very first map pick, you want to set the pace. You want to have that momentum going into the second map, which is going to be Bind, if I am correct. A map with the teleporters, the rotations, where a lot of these teams are going to have to use the same skills, the same learning mechanics that we've seen so far on Haven, reapplied in a whole new context.
To reach double digits, Murray State Gold, they're at 10. Defensively, they have looked absolute against Marion University, only scraping a couple rounds the opposing direction. Marion University are struggling, and that is by far the best definition you can give for it. Excalibur finds the first blood. They'll find a second onto Keith. Control of Garage is lost. Disgusting play from Excalibur to make up for the small mistakes they had at the end of that last round, but they'll lose Spicy pretty early as well to DK's Operator. They know not to re-swing that objective. Honestly, B is the objective of choice here. They just need to keep all 4 players alive for this next fight, and they'll do a good job of that by cutting down Meat first and foremost. Zesty with the opportunity. Big Stink's gonna go for the plant. They need to watch towards mid-window. That turret is shot down. That gives Zesty the inclination. Pterodactyl should have just left it standing. They could have just played for it. It's slightly slower for the intel to be given, but it maybe would have bought them enough time to get 1 kill before the trade. But now Murray State are left with just 1 player. It's DK, and what is DK gonna do? Well, let's sit and spawn. Let's save the Operator towards long. They re-grabbed a rifle. You just see gets dropped earlier. That's all they really need to do is keep the Operator alive. But with DK re-swinging, thinks that is the wrong idea. They may actually go for this kill just for the sake of it. And I think DK could get lucky enough to get away with this round.
Not if they swing like that. Excalibur's going to collect onto 3. DK, what are you doing? The kill is not worth the credits. You gotta save, especially in a pivotal round like that. What's their eco looking like? They're force buying it off. 950 credits to your name. You're putting all your eggs in one basket. And if I'm being honest, that's like investing in electric motors right now. They're just constantly going down.
That works.
Making a stocks pan, like, are you making a stocks pun right now?
Yeah, yes. Do you see how many business majors there were? They're gonna look back and say, I get that. I get that.
I'll get that. Yeah, I don't think there was very many business majors. There was accounting majors. I remember that on here for these teams, but who knows? Maybe there is. We'll see. We'll see. To the moon. That's all. That's the only thing. We're now equalized at 10. And for the side of Marion University, they've had these 3 ultimates, the Hunter's Fury, the From the Shadows, and the Lockdown for 4 or 5 rounds now. They have not been utilizing them. And in that time, Murray State had used 1, and they've now recharged 3. It just feels like they're not expending the utility they have. Big Stink's going to get aggressive. What is the placement there of that Lockdown? They're nowhere near, though, to actually remove it. They'll have to rotate pre-rake around through Link, and because of that, the spot from their one player, Pterodactylon, they'll remove it quickly. You gotta be smarter than that Big Stink for that placement, but Marion University still coming out on top. They'll find 2 kills, leaving pre-wake, leaving Meat, and leaving their player here of Keith, who unfortunately have to fight back literally everyone at once in a 5-on-3. Keith coming from the flank. Spotted, though. Notice that Spicy is looking that direction. And I'm not shocked to see this. Murray State are going to opt to save the majority of their weapons and play a cut angle here with Keith. They can bleed away Keith's rifle. Not the worst case scenario, but if they lose the other 2 rifles, you're not really going to have a good time.
2 ultimate. I'm quite curious by Murray State's choice to save here, assuming how easy it is for them to clear out onto the A site. They also have the utility, but who am I to judge? They did have to worry about the utility, and I don't believe the Chamber's operator inside of Heaven was recovered, so this means that Murray State is going to be in a heavy save round upcoming. Whether or not this breach catches any of them off guard will be yet to be seen. They'll have to save. That is how you do it pre-wake. You just wait it out. And this is quite a dire situation for Murray State. They're now at a disadvantage. 2 rounds needed for the Sabres to win their map pick, and their eco is not looking good.
DK has the Tour de Force. Right, not the worst case scenario. It's a fine weapon to have, plus you have the Headhunter in the pocket. You're good. You don't need a weapon. I honestly think that was a smart decision by Murray State purely because they were thinking ahead. So many teams don't think ahead, and while there's a lot of ways to argue that it's not the right decision, the fact that you're thinking ahead just makes me excited to see what Murray State can pull off. And the first thing they're trying to pull off is having Zesty Boy cut down quickly by DK with that Tour de Force. But it can go the opposing direction as well. Headshot, though. DK barely getting that kill off, but that Zesty Boy off the board. You can hear that rendezvous go off in the distance as well. I know Excalibur knows that they're over on the A site, but notice the cut angle being held by Keith. That's Hay completely locked down. But now notice that Excalibur is going to go through window instead. They're going to vie for control through mid. Courtyard. Keith has no idea, but Ulan finds the next kill onto site. Keith is going to rotate through attacker spawn. They have lockdown on C because Ulan can now watch C long, and they have control over the garage. This is Valorant timing at its finest. They're inches away from each other at a point in time, but it does not matter. Excalibur's not dealt with, and they'll find pre-wake because of it. Now they don't have a Rolling Thunder. They only have a From the Shadows, which is honestly one of the more useless ultimates to play defensively. But Ulan's going to get aggressive and pay the price because of it. Keith wasn't dealt with either, and now just Big Stink is left standing in the 1v3. They'll swing over to 2s, but Meep is holding strong, tying us 11-11, and those rifles they saved pay off here for that round.
Great plays. I am a huge fan. If you look at their ability to retake that site, they had a clear narrative. You can look and pause the screen and ask the players to look at the map and say, what are you doing and why? All 5 players on the side of Murray State, what are you doing and why? And they would be able to tell you, I'm pushing here to close off this angle and accompany this player. I'm closing off this angle to stop them from rotating out and having us from this angle. You can look at every single place, and once again, the Sabres are being read like a book. That C push is so well retaken by Murray State, all off their ability to understand what positions are going to be played and what utility is already gone and off the board.
The Shadows available for Murray State Gold, and they still have the Rolling Thunder. Only a Hunter's Fury up for Marion University, and they're going to play for it on the post plant. I can only assume so, but that would be the right idea. Notice where pre-rake is lying. They're assuming that there's a possibility that the lockdown is back up, considering how quickly they were charging it in the first half, in the beginning of this half as well. You see them lying over towards Link from B to A. But Ulan's coming through short, and DK's in corner. They don't have an information gatherer here to help Ulan. They have nobody, which means Ulan's going to have to blind swing that corner, and Meep has another angle to be held. Ulan ready to swing for their own, but now they're looking left. If DK swings this could be bad. Shoulder spotted, and DK comes out victorious. An interesting position to work from, but the shots missed from Zesty Boy. The assistance not there. Spike is down, and DK has control of it.
I love the crossing set up. Even though there is a nano drone, they'll have to rotate out. But I have to applaud the side of Marianne. They did a phenomenal job of clearing out the cross. They have recovered the spike, and they have the ability to rotate. 30 seconds. It doesn't seem like
30
a lot,
seconds left.
but if they do begin to sprint towards the other side, they should be able to make it. But look at this. 4 players on the side of Murray State. They've all positioned themselves. Keeley, they're ready for B. They're ready for the retake towards A. But just possibly one too many players as the Jet will have to force their way back. It's all going to come down to DK's ability to swing and try to find one. Zesty Boy will come out on top. Blinded, plans to win out. Will it get to it in time?
No!
Denied. 4 seconds. There's no
Spike
time.
down A.
The round secured by Murray State. A phenomenal use of the Aftershock and Rolling Thunder.
Match point.
One single ultimate. I said it earlier, Pre-Wake is the single best utility player we have seen in this entire game, and that does not change. Big Stink had the right idea. They send the Nano Swarm to the corner to flush out DK, but DK, unfortunately, didn't have the rendezvous close enough, had to step through it just a little bit, but it's a chamber. They're going to rendezvous out. At best, you're just opening that space up, but you still have to deal with them. You still got to go through those steps. Go for the gunfight instead and double swing. They didn't have an information gatherer there. Why was Spicy not helping? Why was Spicy on C at that time? There needs to be more from Marian University, and they've realized that. Excalibur buys the operator, swings early to A long, and actually cuts down DK. That's no longer the chamber being allowed to be such a thorn in their side, and they have to survive this round to guarantee OT, which is infinite, might I add as well. And this is only map 1, folks, as the game must continue onwards. And Marian University, the first seed, undefeated roster, looking like they could possibly be defeated here, at least for map 1.
Bot coming back.
Really interesting, a weird dynamic to think about. That David is actually going to be coming out on top. It's supposed to be a comeback story, but no comeback if they've already been able to win it out. Excalibur having both the op and Blaze Blade ready to go. Dashing right off the site, trying to find their counterpart. All shots will miss. Operator now in hand, looking for it. That will connect. Zesty Boy with the Vandal to find a spike. Planted all 5. Down to 2 remaining players on the side of Murray State. There's relatively little they can do. Spraying out from the side of Garage will be deep on the Omen. Not one anyway, trying to get rid of all this utility. Hunter's Fury also finding the players of Pre-Wake. There is nothing to be done. It's time ticks down. One to be found. That's 2, 3. What is going on? Spicy has to come back with a 2K, but way too close for comfort as Marianne bring us towards overtime.
Meep lines them up and cuts them down, Vince. You're looking at that scenario, and I'm like, well, why is everyone lining up for them? Ulan drops off of default to go for it, and they catch the player on plat as well. If you're going to double swing, if you're going to push for 2, don't stand in a line. You can't shoot through your teammate or see through your teammate to contest, and that is right there. Scenario number 1, example number 1, example A of why you do not do that. Thankfully, Spicy was there to add a little spice to the situation themselves and capsize the chances of Murray State from denying OT. We're heading now to OT. Murray State will start things off on the attack. Reminder, it is infinite OT. You must win an attacking round and a defensive round back-to-back to have, well, OT end. So, with Murray State starting off on the attacking side, and considering how defensive favored this map has looked, Marian University are looking to start things off strong. They're sprinting down C-Long. They'll find... How did Excalibur turn to that? How did Excalibur turn to that? But they find the next kill. 4 players of Murray State dead. Make that 5. And Marian University have said, we're done playing around. This is our half. We'll beat you on attack like we have been.
Switching sides.
I thought that they were supposed to be the defenders, not the attackers, Scott.
You know,
what?
Things change up. You know, maybe Marian University is saying, we've been playing a lot of defense recently. We've also been playing a ton of attack. That was the second half for us. Let's just keep playing attack, you know? It'll be fine.
I mean, we saw them get stuck on C-Long. I think they're just pushing it the wrong way. I think that was the honest part of it. And C-Long looking like it's going to be, once again, the initial point or the initial intersection of a gunfight is all the players on Marianne, the Sabres are ready to go onto the C site.
Rush, opportune moment for Marion University, but Pterodactymum shuts it down. Glass cannon. That's what it takes to be an operator user in an OT round. Going to manage to attack Pterodactymum, force them off the high ground, and now there is no updraft to do so because they had to use it initially. You only can buy one when you buy the operator as well. It's a hefty price to pay to get that operator defensively, but Shock Dart sent over the top. Notice what Marion University have done. They're still wanting to really go towards C. They're still playing slow and methodical, but ultimately it comes down to the whims of Murray State. If they overextend themselves in one direction, that's where you push. You get that kill and you vie for that map control.
You break the line, you have a hole, you continue to push that hole. When you have a hole, it forces all these players either to take the gunfight at a disadvantage or force back and live to see another day. Playing for the retake is not a bad thing for the defenders to do, but when they give up too much of their ground, it makes it impossible for them to push through these key points. And a great rotation seen here by the rotate towards
30
A, but
seconds
this
left.
has also once again been read by Murray State. They have two players waiting on A. Dark cover will even stall out this push, giving the chamber the advantage, and this is just breaching a boiling point. Who will win the first gunfight?
It is the smart play by Meat. They send the paranoia, but they weren't able to find anything, and now Excalibur gets a little bit damage tagged instead. Meat's in a rough spot. Can't survive. Excalibur finds the kill. DK gets the refrag back, but short-lived was spicy, and Excalibur finds Freeway. That's the most important frag we've seen this entire time. Now you got yourself in a 2-on-3. Marion University with the go-ahead. A man advantage, but this is the objective of retakes. Pterodactymum, no chance to charge this ult. They need to find two. Maybe have the opportunity. Spicy looking like they're going to be on the one end. Now one ult orb away. They find the player on site. There may be a chance, but you got another player directly below you as well, and Big Stink finds a kill. Make it two! And Marion University off the back of Big Stink with a double kill, send themselves on out of map one in a very hasty way after starting OT.
Absolutely phenomenal show of force on the side of the Sabres. It came close, a very, very close for comfort on this opening map. But at the end of those days, those two overtime rounds were nothing short of convincing. I have no problem saying, yeah, Haven was their map. It was a close one, but they won it out. No doubt in my mind.
It was an extremely close map. All things considering, it's the #1 seed. Marion University coming into playoffs was the #3 seed. I think when you technically beat somebody, you like take their seed, but this is the top 1 and 2 seed at this point because they made it to the playoffs. But I mean, you're talking about Murray State who came into this as the 3rd seed. They had 2 losses. One of these 2 Marion, and yet those were pretty bad losses. One was a 13-10, one was a 13-6. And while the 13-10 was close, the 13-6 is more than double their scoreline, right? Coming into this, going to OT on a map like Haven, which is a very standardized map in Valorant, that spells really well for the side here of Murray State. And Marion University had a lot of things. They need to iron out a lot of problems. And the same thing can be said for Murray State, which is why it even got to that point when they could have closed it out a round or 2 before. But we're going to head to a quick break between map 1 and map 2. Make sure to stay tuned. This game's not done. We got at minimum 2 more maps to go. Can they close it out? Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. It's map 2, ready to go underway. We're going to the map of Bind, but first, I'll reintroduce everybody. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Mick, who's back into the booth here. Biggs was self-shooting for one map, but we're ready. We're absolutely excited for this one. In Dallas, it was an OT situation, but Marion University ultimately came out on top on the map of Haven.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we're expecting here for Grand Finals, right? We're expecting teams to really want what they need, and we're expecting to go ahead and all the way to the brink every single time to get themselves that you mentioned. So I'm going to get ourselves to a little bit of a rewind to talk about these maps and what we're going to be going to. We already closed out the last one. Now we're going to be going on to the next, and obviously it's going to be the likes of Haven for that map 2, and we're going to see what we're going to be dealing with in the meantime, and knowing that, wait, map 2, 3, 3.
No, you're good. It's 3.
Decider. Whoa.
Map 2 is Bind. We had to change up the map screen a little bit for the best of 5 series because Valorant's kind of weird. We only have like 7 maps, so it's like ban, and then just the rest are just left through, which is why we're seeing it the way it is. But
yeah, I just want to make sure I get it. The one cardinal rule of casters is not doing math. So I looked at the numbers and I said, "Oh God, I've already messed this one up." But I mean, it is what it is. At least a fun little lineup, at least of meta apps. And then I saw Breeze as a decider. I don't know if that one didn't have numbers in it, so that one should be correct so long as I'm concerned. And I'm kind of a little annoyed about that, knowing that Breeze would be the last one. But you know, it's up to these teams. They would do what they got to do, and honestly, we're still looking forward to the next.
I know you're a Breeze stan. I know you do, right? You absolutely adore Breeze, but with the way Marion University have been playing, they may let us go to Breeze because that map on Haven was extremely close. It's much too close for comfort, if you ask me, if you're a Marion University fan, but maybe Bind could be a little bit different. I'm expecting us to see a raise. Now, one thing we noticed yesterday when we were doing some VCT stuff and watching along, Sentinels did not opt for a raise the first time they picked up Bind. I don't expect that to be the case here. I expect to see raises. That's your go-to strategy when it comes to this map, but I'm really excited to see what comes down through it. Obviously, we know Sova's taken a little bit of a back seat in a lot of maps because of the slight nerfs that tagged them, but some teams still feel it to be a necessity. I do not doubt that whatsoever, and I expect Chamber to still be a necessity considering that Zesty Boy and DK were pretty much top fragging for both of their teams. Zesty Boy going above and beyond, but I mean, they were the common denominator of force for both teams, so I expect that Chamber to be locked in pretty quickly by Zesty.
Yeah, and Chamber's going to be a necessity really anywhere on the map. I was even playing some bugs last night. I mean, had some new players in the game, and a couple buddies of mine, they're saying, "Oh, who's this Chamber guy? Is he good for this map?" I said, "Listen, he's good for literally every map."
Well, the nerfs are coming.
Yeah, sure. Well, even then they said they were potential. As much as we would love to see Chamber be nerfed a little bit, honestly, only give the guy like 2 headhunter bullets. I feel like that's fair as well. You know, the Torty Force, just make sure it has like the range of a classic. Do whatever you got to do there. But nonetheless, we already see the lineups being locked in, and honestly, I like the defending side. Let's just go ahead and open things up. I like the Omen on this map a little bit more so than the likes of a Brimstone. Yeah. Sure, you know you have yourself the stems, and honestly, you only have one now, but we don't see a lot of Brimstones actually locking those in and making the most of those stems to really warrant the reason, oh, I need to choose Brim over Omen, because you get your reposition, you get your lurking roll. Just Omen feels the shoes of a controller much more efficiently. But honestly, I mean, so long as I can be convinced, I mean, Meep, be more than prepared to really prove me wrong here, because I mean, looking at the likes of these two teams, you said they're going to be even, so I want to see a little bit more than even. I want to see just dead lock set on each other.
Now, you mentioned before, you alluded in your little sentence there that Brimstone doesn't really use the stem as much as they should be, especially with the change to only have one.
Yep.
I think that a lot of players are selfish with the stem as well. They don't use it as a team. They use it individually, and it's such a mistake to do so when it buffs everyone, and you should be using it in the right times. And that's why I think Brimstone is a much weaker choice all around, especially considering that Omen could be an initiator as well with that paranoia, right? I just feel like the Omen does fill that role. But knows me. They use the stem. It's working together. Only 2 players actually there, but a third joining them not far behind. Keith looking to come up and assist, but there's only been 1 kill gathered. It was towards B, and they'll find another refrag here. Though Pterodactylum does find one. Excalibur cuts down 2. Paint Shell sits a little bit further down, but Meep gets the right-click kill. Now it's just Meep left standing, though. And though the spike is down, what more can you predict that Meep can do? They'll swing over to Ulan. They're not being assisted fast enough, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal, because Zesty Boy's Headhunter still has more than 2 bullets, Dallas. I'm sorry to break that one to you, but they'll get that last kill. Have you seen what the changes they've expected to do for one more that are in the PBE? Limiting the trademark counts, has a louder
Down to
audio cue.
one.
Yeah, down to 1 has a louder audio cue.
It has an increased price as well.
Increased price. Yeah, that's a pretty big nerf in all honesty.
I'd be looking forward to it because,
Yeah.
I mean, everybody was
That's a
saying
big
once
spot.
Jet had her little change, people were saying, yes, you know, Jet, she need to be nerfed for the longest time. These were the chamber stands saying that. And they're just like, yeah, get rid of her. Just absolutely take her down. And then, honestly, whatever Riot said, no. We're knocking all of you down. It's not only Jet. You chamber stands now. I mean, everybody's been moving to chamber because nobody wants to play Jet anymore. But it looks like nobody really wants to be an A main right now with the Caliber pushing up, able to manage one right there with the Judge. And this is one of the race plays we like to see. I like to see teams utilizing the Judge to the fullest extent because I say to the bigger teams all the time when I sit there and have discussions with them and talk about, you know, maybe roster change or whatever need be. Saying that you need somebody with a Judge. You need somebody who can make these aggressive plays, who can really make the most of a cheap weapon and save the rest of your team so much stress and hassle. Honestly, we already see Caliber able to fill those shoes. But in the meantime, we see a Flawless coming out for the side of... Sorry. We see, yeah, I don't know what happened. I had a little stroke. But we see a little teammates coming out from Marion University, and that's to be expected on round 2. So we can't really get too far ahead of ourselves. We can't really expect the world of Murray State to get bounce back and rob a lot of these weapons out, but that's at least what their job is for round 2 there. They want to make sure the job is that much more difficult, because look at that lineup for us. We have a Spectre, 2 Judges, and Big Stink and Spicy could also buy as well. They can invest whatever they really want to here. They just weren't punished by any means in that last one, but the retaliation round comes out. Murray State has a bye here. They have to step up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a must for Murray State. The great thing about playing defensively is you can play smart. You can force the attack to come to you. And these corners, Octagon, a lot of what people call Garden. I love Octagon. It's shaped like an octagon. It's a boxing ring. That's where this first duel is going to go down. They have caught Big Stink off. The trademark does go down. They're forced for the swing and the kill. But guess what? Zesty's there as well. Unfortunately, they lose both Zesty and Big Stink. Big Stink, I'm not sure why re-swung, but they'll lose 2 because of it. Now, Murray State have a pretty good way to jump onto the B site. They'll use the stim as a way to speed themselves up to quickly go through hookah. But now defensively, the side of Marion University can play smart and push towards the site. They'll send Ulan over towards Elbow. They only need about 2 or 3 kills in this round to really break even for it. It's an expected loss anyways, but to be honest here, this is still a really solid chance they could take this, all things considered. Tempting for the wall, pick up the recon bolt, does not matter. Excalibur misses their initial opportunity. Spicy finds a nice kill, now their last one standing. They'll cut down 2. That's 3 weapons dropped out of Murray State Gold's hands. That is a victory in Marion University's book.
It most definitely is. I mean, getting themselves a couple on the round, getting a lot of players off the board, knowing that only Pre-Wake and Meek have those rifles still available. The biggest thing to me, though, is the trade around. What kind of trade-off do you have in that last round? Well, you have an orbital strike to work with now if you're Murray State. That's going to be your equalizer coming into this round. Because, sure, you see Zesty Boy, he has the Torty Force, and that's going to be expected to come out, knowing that he's not really purchasing just yet. And here he is coming into his hands right now. But honestly, if you can get that spike down, if you can just play for time, that's all these teams have to do is work for the objective. Stop trying to play for kills. Make sure that if they don't die, if you don't really mess them up too much, you're not going to be concerned with the lineup at the end of the day. So you have to make sure to see if you can feel out the map, see where this util may come through, get the Trailblazer out, or do whatever you can to scout, and then make sure that you don't run into this guy, because that's going to be your biggest roadblock set in front of you.
So, bit of an issue. We may have to have a rehost here. I think they called for a timeout. It maybe wasn't noticed in time. And so the round started and engaged, but there's a crashed player. Maybe they're back? I'm not too sure. I'm not sure who necessarily crashed. They crashed over towards Spices. I think it was DK who actually hit that crash, but could be wrong about that. A rehost may be necessitated. We don't know for sure just now, but from the looks of things, Murray State are going for something. They're still playing. They've got the stim available for them for Tuka as well if they wanted to rotate over for need to play that, but they send out the Lear, and Vic Stink is short-lived for this wolf. Keith finds the kill instead. Shock Dart goes out. It finds literally no damage. That thing tickles now. Pteranoctomum is somewhat hurt in the initial engagement. Long fire shots available. Spicy will find one, but it's a trade. Murray State come out victorious. They have 4 effective players coming into this site push, and now they have a man advantage even with that. They're tied technically 3-on-3 on site, but this is an easy round for them to go on to this one. We'll in fact have a tech pause after this as well.
I think, honestly, if Murray State pull this one out,
No,
they may take their
lad,
word
hold
back
on.
and just say, you know what, keep on running. If that's the case, just wait for a player to come through. But even in the meantime, we see Keith whipping out the Hunter's Fury, able to manage another kill onto the board. It is now a 3v2 effectively as the trades come out. Zesty Boy is the last man standing. We were expecting somewhat of a crazy round, and here it most definitely comes as it sits now in the 1v1. But it all comes down to Keith. He's trying to clutch things out, and it all comes down to whether or not he can have the read. He can have that recon dart, give him the intel, and he's just waiting for the defuse sound. He's waiting to see whether or not it's going to be a fake. He's got to play the time, make the swing and the kill, and a man down, and Murray State pulls things out for another one to tie things up. Crazy enough for themselves. Pat on the back for them.
Yeah, that is a tech pause where you say, well, we wanted a timeout, but we'll take the dub,
we
right?
take those.
Like, those are the victories of victory. Don't take that away from us. They'll get that player right back in it. We'll be back with that as well. But talk about the impact we've seen from that Brimstone throughout this. They're not playing that stim selfishly.
Nope.
Honestly, if they had 2 stims, there's a reason why Brimstone was nerfed after the buff, right? They needed to be toned down a little. Imagine what Meep could be doing with 2 of those suckers. Be able to play that side even more effectively. And right when you need a player to come alive for Murray State Gold, they do. Keith steps up big, a 4K in that round. The aggression initially with the Spectre, the pushes towards sights, the Hunter's Fury. I mean, you're talking about everything adding up to this penultimate collusion of them taking the round in strides. That's what you need for Murray State Gold. That's what you need to beat a team like Marion University, who was undefeated up to this point.
Yeah, and honestly, Murray State, they did a great job of that last round. We saw on such a constant occasion, we saw this over having the impact of the round. Able to go ahead and push up with that Spectre, manage the first kill. You say, all right, that's all we needed. We just needed that first blood. That's the crucial thing. Otherwise, I completely believe that round went into a different direction. But when you saw that Silva was able to push up, play the duelist role, which is a little bit interesting enough for me, but Initiator can still be a little bit flex. Sova's the one that's a little bit more questionable, though, considering that they had themselves a lackluster player, or a player not in the game at all in that one. You had to make sure that you were trying to play a little bit more smart. And honestly, I think that's exactly what Marion University was expecting to say. They're probably going to play more slow here, that if they do have a player down, that all that chatter inside the chat to say we needed the pause or whatever need be, they have that intel, and they're going to say, all right, they're going to play slow. They're going to have the respect for us. They know they're going to be a guy down, so they don't want to really play it as fast as expected. That's where Murray State says, no. We're going to just straight push that W key. We're going to find ourselves the first blood. And past that point, you're not expecting what you need from us. And they even won the 50-50 is another huge factor. They didn't run into the Torty Force right off the get-go. That was stationed towards A site. There was no rendezvous set up right there in the middle of the map to make sure you can have that easy exchange from B to A. So, I mean, it's a huge problem for Marion when you see that they can't make that exchange quickly. They can't be relevant in the fight for the full time. They have to make these adjustments, and even by the time they even get on the site, they've already lost too many players. So, a huge play there for Murray State. A great round for them to go into the board, and even probably a good learning lesson going forward for them.
I felt like there was a lot of shortcomings of Marion University there. And I felt like what we saw from Murray State was perfectly counterintuitive to what Marion University were wanting to do. They were expecting a bit of a slower push by Murray State. They were expecting them to be on an eco round after that loss and be like, okay, well, you know, we'll play for it. We lost 3 weapons. Are we re-engaging? Yes, they decided they wanted it, right? They took a moral loss by dropping 3 weapons, but they still were plenty fine with 2 of them. Oh, all right. I'm not actually sure if that was on purpose, but at some point or another, Marion University just fell apart at the seams. And I think what really did it was that rendezvous that was placed in a different direction. They're not playing rendezvous from lamp to cubby on B. They're playing rendezvous from short on A to back of defensive spawn towards heaven. They're giving themselves an early peek towards short so they can retreat to heaven side and play a little bit more of a long range angle. And despite that, what are we seeing? We're seeing them not be prepped for the A push, and that's where Spike currently lies.
Yeah, every single time we're just seeing Marion University looking for the setup towards A side, make sure to double down on it. And honestly, I don't blame them for a game plan like that, but I mean, Murray State, they've read. They do not want to push this A side. It's really hindering you when you say that, okay, they are not pushing towards this A side whatsoever. They don't like this site. They don't want to be on it. So they're not going to come to it. So don't put so much utility over there that's not going to really stall anything. It's more of a backup plan. It's more of a rotation ordeal. It's more of a second get-go if things really come down to it. But in the meantime, you can see Pterodactyl looking for a couple kills or looking for at least any players in the meantime. But we're getting that spike down, and here it is. The 3v5 retake with almost and actually no rifles at all for the side of Marion. So they're going to make sure to really pull something together, at least pick up a gun in the meantime, as they did pick off the chamber.
Managed to find 1 kill, but much more can they do? Murray State have a lot to their name. Zesty with the judge, though. Does take out Pterodactyl Mom. The pre-wake and showers also manages to clean up for one more. They'll use the Seeker. Zesty realizes where one lies. They'll push off of it. They now need to clear the recon bolt, and the Seeker also tags. Not a good spot for Zesty Boy to be. And a Big Stink's going to get rushed down too, but they spray and find it. Orbital Strike goes down. Is it fast enough? Do they have time? Marion University forced to stick this. Zesty has to hold close. He gets the kill, but did he get to half? It didn't. The question of time is imminent. I think there may be just enough.
Clutch.
No.
That was 0.17 seconds. I can't read that fast.
An extremely close round for Marion University.
Yep.
All of that saved by Meep finding the player defusing and not the player defending.
Yeah, and honestly, it just once again shows a testament to these slow retakes. And sure, it was only 0.17. You're gonna be like, how do you expect me to speed up milliseconds, man? Like, you usually round those up or down. Well, I mean, even then, you look at it, and it was a very, very good effort from the side of Murray State. I think it was a little bit of a too early call for the orbital strike when you saw that pre-wake was still alive and well watching that site. If the guy doesn't die yet, you don't want to make sure it syncs up with his death. You want to make sure it comes down after the death, after the fact, and when you hear the defuse sound going off, to make sure you can deny not only the entire defuse, but at least a half plant to make sure it reaches that checkpoint. So we didn't see too much of that instead, but we see once again a huge push coming onto this B side, because every single time we know that Murray State feels comfortable here, but they're met with a lot of opposition in the meantime, like Zesty Boy moving up into their spawn.
Opportunity is available, and Zesty Boy makes quick work of Murray State goal. However, Meep survives that engagement, uses the regrowth of their teammates to bring themselves back to full fighting shape. Now, Hunter's 3 by Marion University barely misses the opportunity for a big tag there. It does drop things down to a 3-on-2, now 3-on-1, because Spicy doesn't need the ultimate to find a kill. They'll do it with the Vandal. Cut down both coming from short. Great round for Marion University. Another recovery round. They'll tie it out 3-on-3. And that could be the big swing round that they need, because Murray State have been losing so many weapons, barely surviving the rounds they've been winning. They had dropped 3 rifles previously. They had dropped down to 1 player, technically 2, because 1 was AFK. And then they lost, well, they won that last round with only 0 players surviving. They're not looking good on Eco, and they have to save this round.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge problem for him. But even it's kind of be expected. This is the stage of the game where we see the back and forth,
You
which
want
will
to
mean we're
play?
expecting these two teams to really answer to each other. The Econ's never going to be really settled down. No teams that are going to look really good for money, because there's going to be no real streak put onto the board. But there is a first kill already from Zesty Boy. Find the rotation and the TPU onto the site. So, I mean, a really good connection there, a really good round to really start off from. But honestly, I mean, DK has to go off with this 44. That's the only real resource, the only real gun they have to work with. It's one of the best in the game. So they got to make sure it really has its impact. Otherwise, you shouldn't be pressing the button.
Force a spot for DK. They find kills. Not seemingly the case. Marion University have cut down all but 2. And they'll even use the From the Shadows to go over towards... No way. Ulan's going to get away with this. DK1 with almost finding a third, but Ulan sneaky play there. Managing to find them some success. Now it's just Meep left standing, and Zesty will deal with that, but... Talus, you said might as well not even popped it. That was impact found. They need to bleed weapons out of Marion's hands, and they get the plant down. So that's credits. That's value for Murray State. And that was a thrifty round for them, of all things.
Yeah, I mean, the Tour de Force was the only thing that had impact in that round, which is kind of the sad thing for the side of Murray State. They needed a little bit more. They only routed 2 of those guns out, and those 2 players can once again buy up, considering that Ulan has so much money to work with. Even then, Big Stink has a pretty good amount as well. So, I mean, you got to do a little bit more there. You have to overwhelm your opposition. I mean, you have to work with the one thing you know you have on the attacking side. Numbers advantage when you're pushing a side, and we just didn't see them manipulate that fact. And I see a lot of teams kind of being a little bit slow to realizing that, knowing that you find yourself in a split. Teams are going to go for so much on one side, so much on the other. They're going to split themselves up, and you're going to have a guaranteed 5 wherever you push. But you're going to have a only 4 now on the site, or at least to defend these sites. It's maybe go ahead and pops that orbital strike so quickly, so fast to find at least 1 kill into the board. And that's not a gun ripped out, because they're not really going to have to pick it up in the meantime. Instead, you're just going to be playing for the retake and playing for the post plant, because honestly, that spikes down almost as quickly as the orbital strike did.
He's playing from having the Sky Smoke, cutting them off for now. But look at the flank coming from Marion University from Spice's side. They'll send out the Lear. He's going to be forced to look that direction. Assistance from DK, but they're just far enough that the Lear does not affect them, and so they lose Big Stink. Pre-Wake and Showers, they've got a great crossfire set up on site. Zesty Boy's able to find one, able to find two, using close corner. They have to swing for this one, finding three. A possibility of fourth as Pre-Wake is forced to go ahead and rotate back the other direction. They're coming from the flank, and Zesty Boy could be caught unaware. The guiding light goes through. Zesty turns for it, but can't find the kill. Pterodactyl frags them instead. It's just Pre-Wake left standing. They'll swing for it. Excalibur with a flick and a kill. They managed to find it, but there is no time once again. Thankfully for Marion University, they realize that, and they'll make the great escape and save that rifle.
Another big round there from the likes of Murray State, and this is exactly what they need. Back and forth, man. This is what we like to see, and once again, as you kind of mentioned from that last map, they're definitely going to keep this even. Considering the way that these rounds, they're not even really close ones, I feel like a lot of them are. They're kind of usually dominant forces. They either get a really fast plant down, and you're expecting this retake, they're going to take a pretty long time. They're going to get bit in the rear for it because they're not going to know what the time's looking like. They're not listening to that clock. They're not listening to the ticks on the spike. They're just thinking we just play for a retake. We're not really stressed for time. That's never going to be the case. You're always going to be stressed for time. You always have to work as fast and efficient as possible. But speaking of efficient, we have a free operator on the field once again as the 24 comes out, and it's going to be set up towards the long. As surprisingly enough, every single time Murray State wins this 50-50, chooses to decide it's not on and find the trade.
Opportunity is there, but it does not seem to rain for Marion University just yet. Spicy, the only player to find a kill in that duel, and they lose their life pretty instantly afterwards. Marion University's key defensive players must come from defender's spawn, and that's intel off those Seekers to guarantee that they're coming from there. Zesty's looking the wrong way. Big Stink has to swing, and they'll pay the price for it. Now Zesty can play for maybe the exit frag. I mean, they have the Tour de Force in hand. You have already used it. Just go for the potential. They'll be forced to look away because the guiding light is sent, but Zesty's still in a great spot to go for the kill. Finds one. I think that's intact. They look for it, but they barely miss, and Pre-Wake finds the kill instead. Murray State continue their climb onward, but it's still an extremely close game. 5-4 Dallas.
Yeah, it is. And even then, I mean, looking at these post-plant setups, honestly, Murray State, I'm not going to say it looked weak, but, I mean, they were all checking the same exact angle. I think, honestly, if they didn't get that flash towards the back, I mean, we saw the Seekers, so you're dealing with the Chambers, so you don't know where the guy can TP from. That they were really checking too much, because you and I have been watching VCT the past couple of days, and I'm not going to say that, oh my god, these players should be professional grade by now, but they should at least know how these post plants, they should all cover a different area. They should make sure that their vision cones line up, have even ready exchanges just in case something falls through. But speaking of falling through, instead we see the Hunter's Fury once again coming out with little to no intel to work off of as Keith realized that he didn't even find a tag off of it, making sure that he's going to wait at least a couple more rounds if he wants to pop it again.
He's going to be the first person to have to face off against the duel. The Owl Drone, though, dissipates before it can go. And I think the Hunter's Fury being popped by Spicy, they don't have information behind it, in all honesty, but it's not the wrong idea, because Big Stink gave them a ton of intel off the audio cue. You just don't have the visual essence of that engagement. DK finds first blood, though. Stinky is dead. Zesty gets a frag back. The rotate made through the TP of B Long. And now Murray State have control over the shower side to push towards A, but there's the rendezvous being actually used across sites.
Yeah, and that's huge. You make sure that you are once again in the fray almost instantly, and that's what it comes down to, is making sure to have that relevancy in fight, and even then capitalizing on it as you find yourself 2 more kills to the more from Marion University. Murray State's down to the 1. It's a 1v3, and with the paint can coming out looking for a kill, looking for some damage, you're just not going to find it, and even then you find yourself a little bit dinked in the meantime. So Marion University answering back once more. A 1-for-1 is what we found thus far. I'm just curious to see whether or not that's really going to change up once we see the side split, because we're sitting at 5-5. We only have 2 rounds left in the half, and we've seen some strands of rounds put together on such an even occasion, but I want to see whether or not these teams are just comfortable on both these sides, and whether or not one team's going to be a little bit more diverse in their picks, a little bit more versatile across the field, or whether or not we're going to see one just completely crumble under because they just can't be prepared for it, or they're a little bit overwhelmed by the side of Marion being on the attacking side. So I want to see what this can do. I want to see whether or not Murray State can really make themselves a statement here, because they got to hit that 6-6 once again, because I mean, with the Sheriffs in hand, they can work a miracle here, but I highly doubt they're going to find themselves 7.
Yeah, it's hard pressed to think this game's going to go any more than just 1-1 like it has been, right? And I was very curious when your rap album was going to come out with the beat you were dropping when you stated it before. Soon? All right, soon TM. But one of the things we've now seen, they've popped their tailwind early. They have to queue it first. That's the new change to the Jets. Seeming like they want to go for it. They'll dive in on to Zesty Boy, but the Judge in hand comes out victorious. Now Marion University have a go-ahead for the man count. Pre-Wake with the Spectre in hand. Gonna swing towards Lamplight. Ulan has the rifle advantage, but they'll need to swing out and actually find a kill, and they could lose their life to the SMG, and that's what will occur. You miss those shots up close, and the SMG will punish you because of it. But now you're looking at a man advantage for Murray State, and they have the worst weapon. Zesty with the judge. Wow, touchdown move. Looks for Prewake, but denied it. Now Prewake has been steadfast in this position, continuously denying all outlook from Marion University. And while DK's on bench, Prewake's going to chase after that Seeker, working in tandem alongside it, but this ultimate does not work. Big Stick finds the kill instead. Tour de Force and DK on bench, but they'll use the rendezvous, and now Spicy has that go-ahead. They've heard the audio cue. They can top on the defuse. They'll go for the shot, but DK gets the 3K. The name rhymes, and that's my own rap album coming out as well. 6-5 our score. Murray State guarantee an equal half. Can they make the go-ahead for the positive?
Yeah, and that's all it really comes down to. We sit there and now know that they have themselves that round, and I didn't say they needed a miracle, but a 24 isn't really a miracle. It's just some relevance in the fight, and it's a darn good weapon, to say the least. So, I mean, looking at what they did, also switching up Marion University's econ, completely robbing it from them. This is their one shot. This is their point, because Marion University's setups, their halts on site, they haven't had the biggest holds. They've been playing for majority retake. We haven't seen too many upfront frags really giving them the round or looking outstanding for them thus far. They've been just playing the game pretty slow, pretty passively, and that's going to really hurt them if they don't switch things around for the attacking side. But thus far, they're going to make sure they have a hold right now. They're going to find some big kills under the board. They're going to make sure to at least get a couple of these players off, and I think it could all start with that Excalibur. Now sitting with that judge, not reading the player on the edge, and can't find that on the pre-wake, but thankfully Big Stink somewhere else on the map able to get an exchange.
Opportunity comes a knocking. Marion University have equalized things in the 4-on-4. This is a good odds for them, all things considered that they're not well equipped for it. Now notice Big Stink is still holding the aggressive angle. Rifle will ring out and doesn't tap. And Meep gets the kill instead. Shortcoming position for Marion University. Stim goes down in the molly. Quick to follow suit. You're going to drop the orbital strike. That's just going to clear outside the hole. There's no one there, though. And that will be a wasted opportunity. Could have been used in the post plant. They have nothing for the post plant down. Absolutely nothing. They put down that spike. Maybe they're expecting Marion University to just fall short initially and fail in the first place, but they have players. They have a Stinger in Ulan's hands, and Zesty as a judge. They combo each to assist for the one kill. There's still plenty of opportunities. A flanking player from elbow, though, could be a problem. They work their way over towards the defender spawn door. Zesty has control over a window of hookah. They can deny towards Octagon, but Zesty finds a kill. Now make it two. They'll hunt for a third, and they find it! 10 HP in a dream! Quick flicks and kills! And you find Marion University equalizing us out 6-6 at halftime off of out of nowhere.
It's one of those situations, man, where they're saying, if we just shot the guy one more time, we would have found that round. There was so much more to it, though, honestly. It was the fact that you had the guns to work with. You had that range to excel from, but you decided to play close. That was a free kill on the board for the side of Marion. They found that kill on the Spicy, and they said, okay, well, we're good now. And honestly, you got to do a little bit more. Excuse me, it was Keith, and he was playing close for absolutely no reason, and no warranted reason, at least, to know that, okay, well, they're going to have none but probably Stingers, Sheriffs, a Judge, whatever need be, even though you already saw a Judge be put onto the kill feed, so you're more than aware of what you're dealing against. And honestly, I just don't know about the setup there. You saw them try to play for somewhat of a flank play. You saw them playing towards a little bit of a double cross towards Arch in the back. And I mean, I understand the two in the back, but I'm not going to say they threw the round, but they just didn't really have the best game plan going into it. And even then, they already fought the orbital strike off. And that could have been the one thing to really set things apart, knowing that you had the advantage in gunfire once again to get onto his site. So a little confusing maneuver, but nonetheless, it's already done and dusted, and you find yourself with a 6-6 half. And this is looking really good for both sides, man. It's still a toss-up. Both teams on themselves are thrifty. They're showing they can be versatile. Whenever things really get hectic, they can still make sure to answer back.
I want to point out, Murray State Gold, the fact they brought the Brimstone on the attack was a really good idea. However, Marion University have Arena on the attack, so still positives for both sides. I would argue that both of these teams should be well equipped for the attack, more so than their defensive structure. With the fact that Marion break out even at halftime, that could be disastrous for Murray State Gold. Ulan finds two. Keith did the same, but Keith loses their life, and Ulan's still alive. But look at the HP of Marion University Dallas. No one. Combined equals 100. Not a single person. They barely have 20 HP to their name at a time, and Pre-Wake has a frenzy. Any shot of that will kill, and it does just that against Ulan. Pteranoctomon ready to swing from elbow side. Player in Tuba Big Stink.
One
An
enemy
opportunity
remaining.
if you're Zesty Boy now, but you're all alone because Pre-Wake has their frenzy once again to come up with a kill. Pterodactylon ready to
Last
swing around the
player
side. Pre-Wake is
standing.
spotted. Zesty Boy gets the kill. Now just needs to play around this. They just need to play smart. They can't overextend, but they do!
Oh.
And Pre-Wake gets the 3K, and there is plenty of time for this defuse, and Murray State will win the pistol round.
And these are these biggest rounds. These are going to be the biggest tide turners when you look at these two squads and what they have to provide. I mean, sure, on a thrifty round, you can manage a round with some judges, with a stinger, what we saw earlier with the marshal in your hands. But when you got nothing but classics, this is going to be the one round definitively that you can find, at least on the defender side or at least on the attacking side, no matter where it may be, because getting these Spectres to work with is going to be absolutely massive. But how many Spectres do you need? I think you need at least a couple more than 3, and there comes the 4th onto the board as Pre-Wake's kind of bouncing back and forth from different ideas. But this could be the one thing to where you can say we can make sure to have a definitive 2-round lead. If we change back to back to back to back, we still have that 1-round lead all the way to the end that we can carry on and find ourselves a dub with. And that's the biggest thing. You have to make sure that you win these pistol rounds and make sure to get the follow-up. And with Marion playing pretty slow there towards the end, not playing Ring Around the Rosie, knowing the spike was down, but not playing off the ticks and sound that's with it, it makes it very problematic. And another problem, getting DK. Shooting the headhunter like it's an area, but nonetheless, you find the kill eventually. You know your teammates are there for the backup, and it all comes down to 1v4.
Look at the spot where Marion University's in now. How do you come back from this? Well, not likely a scenario. 1 HP and a dream, and this one is very much so a nightmare. But Excalibur's trapped, Recon bolted. I mean, what are you to do in that scenario? Their life was ultimately doomed from the start. It is inevitable, balanced as all things should be. However many quotes you want me to say. That's now 8-6 for Murray State Gold. And like you mentioned, taking the pistol rounds are probably the most important ones here, considering how close this game has been. These pistols will determine who gets that go-ahead. And notice what we've been seeing.
That works.
Zesty Boy, again, being the monster on the court when it comes to Marion University. I'm not doing the math. Casters don't do math, but honestly, it seems like everyone else added up on Marion University barely equalizes Zesty Boy.
Yep, that's a big problem, considering that you really got to make sure everybody is taking attendance today. Everybody's showing up to class. Everybody's showing up to work. Everybody's doing their job. But, I mean, it seems like we see Zesty Boy, I mean, doing his job, obviously finding the kills, because he's a chamber. That's all you can do is really find your kills. Sure, you can slow people, but, I mean, how much is that really going to do, especially now on the attacking side? But the rest of the squad of Marion, they're not really showing up. They're not doing what they need to do. Now having the rifles, you got to find these crosses. You got to make sure to really do what you need to do. And I think, honestly, Excalibur should be with the rest of the squad. Make sure to be the entry for the bigger majority of players and capitalize on that fact and let Zesty Boy do what he does best. He finds the kills. He can hold his own down in the meantime, but there it is. Able to find the first kill. You got to make sure this entry comes to the site. You got blast packs to do it, so let's see him be thrown in.
Valor finds another opening kill. The rifle being quite successful. Oh, Freeway kills them, though. The boost packs do not matter. Freeway cuts them down with a Spectre. Zesty Boy.
Player standing.
Unexpected result from that engagement, that duel right there. They'll lose the fight, but their teammate gets a quick refrag and quick trade in return. It's 3-on-1 with DK, the Chamber of Murray State, left all by their lonesome. Doomed to fight in this next engagement. Ulan will be the player to fight first, and they'll come out victorious with that Phantom. Marion University find their expected round result win. The Murray State did force them to drop 2 rifles, but you don't really need a rifle in hand for everyone for this round if Zesty Boy can do everything and everything all at once with just the Headhunter.
Yeah, and that's all it comes down to is whether or not you can find those rounds and really say, okay, look, we can do whatever we need to do with the Headhunter. But I mean, in a round like that, you keep a couple rounds in the meantime, or a couple rifles, excuse me, and that's exactly what you're looking for. You want to make sure to have some kind of consistency here, and even then, if it comes down to surviving a round, even if you didn't do much, knowing you bring your rifle onto the next thing, and life starts to feel a little bit more simple instead of a little bit more hectic. What we're seeing from these two squads, having to buy every other round, knowing that you're trying to scrap something together, or make sure you can get a thrifty on the board, and the thrifties never come together until the last 2 rounds where these teams are saying, oh my god, we have to answer, make it a 6-6. But a lot of open air to deal with right now, and a lot of considerations, especially for the side of Marion University, and more importantly Murray State, who's saying, all right, now we're down a player, we've lost our Sova. Guy was playing aggressive, he was playing like a Sentinel, like a duelist on the defending side, but really nothing to come from it. So you have to make sure to get this push to the side, make sure you find these necessary kills, and there it is. DK falling almost instantaneously. Marion University is looking very good for them.
Opportunities there. They're going to spray down defender's spawn to keep Murray State at bay. Honestly, would not be shocked if they save this one, Dallas. keep the eco up. You forced in this round. You bought as expected, but you also need to make sure you can continue to buy. Move on to the next fight. Somehow comes out the victor, despite Freewake having the advantage in the close range affair. And Big Stink takes out Meep towards C Long. You're left with just Pterodactylmon. Just one. Single player all by their lonesome. And by their lonesome they will indeed be for the rest of this. They may join their teammates thereafter, but again, would not be shocked to see the save come through, because a rifle in the next round is better than not having a rifle in the next round. But if they save this at the same time, Dallas, the rest of the team may feel like they need to force around it.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be under a little bit of consideration here. I mean, that wasn't the best round for the side of Murray State, and I think they're well aware of that, knowing that none of these players got picked off for Marion. That was the most dominant round we've seen over the course of this entire game. Sure, we saw teammates come out earlier, but it was almost off a whim, and it wasn't really an established plan. Just by straight up frags. It was there for the retake. Everything was hectic, and you can really make do of the chaos if you're one of those squads that can really manipulate that. But I don't think either one of these squads are really one of those kinds of teams. Instead, they're the ones to make sure they can think things out a little bit and make sure to go for setups. And they're not the most flawless teams in the world. They're a collegiate squad, so we're expecting them to have some mess ups. We're expecting them to have some plans that are a little bit lackluster and questionable. But it comes down to whether or not they can bounce back even harder, whether they have that element of resilience. And DK most definitely doesn't, as he's the first one to get picked off right here. You're going to make sure that an even exchange comes out, or Freewick can make sure to really work off this. But with nothing but a frenzy in hand, it's going to be a very difficult venture.
Holding close. Showers. Kind of the main point of entry for Marion University, but I feel like it's very one-dimensional. I feel like they need to push through short as well. And while there is a smoke obfuscating the main point of view, you can just wait it out, which you're already doing in showers. Yeah. Marion University are relying on the boost pack to raise, and Excalibur's ready for it. Boost pack in hand. They're ready to send out. They're diving once the guiding light is expended. They'll even send a pink kill to flush out Freeway. Easy cleanup kill. Now they're ready to dive outwards as Murray State struggle again. 3 players left. Meet the ramp. They have a sheriff. They'll tag one, but can't do much more as Excalibur finds the kill instead. They're quickly left with still 5, and that dominant performance of Marion University looks like it's continuing. And Pterodactyl, who saved the rifle the last time, may be the only chance for Murray State goal. They'll find one, but the cued tailwind used at the wrong time, leaving just Keith with a shorty. And nobody's holding close enough to showers for that to actually matter, I think. They're just going to play the cut for an exit frac.
Yeah, I'm still concerned about what could have happened if we saw these players that were all pushing through showers. Imagine if there was a judge there. That round would have been completely different. Everybody funneling through one spot, even in one of the most narrow doors and entries in the game, or at least on this map thus far. You need to make sure to manage whatever you can, and you can't really manage a kill with that Bucky from, or Shorty from such a long range. But all things considered, another huge round on the side of Marion. This round, these last 2 rounds alone could really be the thing that put the nail in the coffin, that really set the thing up and found themselves a second map in the series. And that's going to be the biggest problem for Murray State. They got to bounce back with a vengeance. They got to find equally dominant rounds. They have to make sure that, because looking at the score, looking at the money to deal with for the side of Marion University, they don't have to fight this team with 4 rifles once now. They have to face him with it at least 3 times. Knowing that Spicy's going to be accumulating money over time, he'll probably manage a buy here for Excalibur, making sure that everybody feels equal at the end of the day. They have safety nets on safety nets to work with. You have to cut every single one of those down to where they fall nothing but onto a hard concrete floor. But that's going to be a very, very difficult job, because that means you have to rob their win out from under their own nose. You have to literally swipe it out from under their feet. And that's going to be very difficult, because you have to almost mirror what they've done in the last 2, but on a completely different side of the map. And Keith makes a great start here with that kill on the Phantom, making sure that the hookah stall is kind of brought out, and even then you get the smoke down. You make sure these players can't push up. But where's the rotations? Where's the lurk? Well, it's in the back. Sky is lapping all the way around, and if you can just buy that time, this is going to be huge.
Just vying for that map control. Great job for Murray State, and they have 4 ults.
Out of charges.
4 ultimates they can use in this round.
Ahead.
This is the round to use at least 1 or 2. No Blade Storm. They do have the Seekers, but the Empress now popped from Marion University, and a Twitter Force could be joining it, but Big Stink's got a great eye line. He'll swing to one, he'll find a kill. Big Stink has no way to devour or dismiss, so they fall victim to Keith's Hunter's Fury. Paranoia is sent. Keith now forced to take a step back. That gives space for Marion University to cascade onto the site. Zesty in the next engagement. Ulan saves their life and gets the kill instead. But now you'll have the orbital strike be dropped. Plenty of time. Plenty of time still. 20 seconds for the plant. That's popped quite early, but Meat still has a
Spike
great
down,
angle.
B.
Zesty denies DK's flank. There's still a flank from Pre-Wig. They have not started to put this spike down just yet. Honestly, they don't feel comfortable enough to do
10
it. There's a player in
seconds
defender spawn. Where's the next? They're an octagon. Guiding lights
Last
in.
player
That's
standing.
information. Spicy saves the day. Defender spawn. They've got to go for this kill at the same time as defending Zesty, but Zesty gets the spike down. Post-plant situation. Zesty will play for the retreat. They know they can hold the long angle, and Spicy has the bow drawn. They'll try to take a step back
One
elbow.
enemy
Their head is
remaining.
spotted, and Meat cuts them down. It's just one player versus the best player of this matchup, Zesty Boy, now hanging out in hookah. Their head spotted, and Zesty finds the kill. Quickest flick of the West. The draw is there, and Marin University come out victorious to reach double digits first at 10 versus the 8 of Murray State Golds.
They have absolutely no money to work with either on the side of Murray State. This can be very, very problematic, man. I mean, you can see them buying armor, but having nothing but pistols to back it up. They are desperate for whatever they can reach for. And it's sad to watch, honestly. I mean, you can see them trying to manage whatever they can together, knowing this game is probably out of their grasp by now. Knowing that we've seen Marion University
So dead.
string 4 rounds together on
want to
stage.
play?
This is
Let's
a big
play.
problem. We saw the setup. I liked what Murray State did. They had a huge start there. They were stalling for time almost perfectly, but it all came into that one flank. I said the lurk has to come out. The plays have to be there. The flank has to be one of a lifetime, and instead it just had no impact whatsoever because you didn't stall. You were too scared of that trademark, and you had to make sure that when it's put onto the field that you can make sure to get the most out. So there it is. Darren acting on a really bad spot. Eventually gets gunned down. Blades start having no effect as well. And Zesty Boy with that 24 making sure that, hey, let's have one more kill to the plate. Let's just have ourselves a little bit of bonanza, find ourselves a plan as well, and let's get this 11th round on the board.
The showstopper doesn't do anything, but it is zone. That's one of the bigger factors about the showstopper. It doesn't need to get kills to be effective.
player
Just stall
standing.
out the competition.
Spike planted.
Quick peek there by me. They fanned the hammer, but it did not work. He doesn't need eyes either to get the kill. They'll wall bang out the last remaining player pre-wake, and Marin University reach 11 rounds, 1 round away from match points. And Murray State, once again, they can buy here, but I mean, Meat's at 0 credits. They could be worse for wear, but that loser's bonus is adding up. They should be fine by the end of this, but they have to find a win, man. They are in a really bad spot, and I bet you anything, if they lose 4 and manage to get a W still with that last remaining player, their eco is going to be bad despite them having that win.
Yep. Should we just, instead of Marion University, should we just say Zesty Boy and Crew? This guy's dropping a 30 bomb on a grand finals like it's just puffs, like he's smurfing. This doesn't feel right. But
It is
nonetheless,
disgusting.
he still manages
Last
2 in
player
the round. And Excalibur can do exactly that as well. And maybe someone of a bloody ace thrown to the board. As we can
Spike
see,
down
Freeway
A.
get themselves 2 onto the board, making sure that there's an even exchange now, but still being only 1 player alive. You get desperate for rounds. You get desperate for intel. You have to work whatever you can. You have control of the spike, which is perfect, and you know the split's coming out. I think, honestly, you play aggressive to one side or the other. You make sure to cut off these guys. You make sure to really put the pressure onto them. And honestly, if you push towards A short, that was the move. You can make sure to get the lockdown on the player. You play for the spike thing. You still have the lineup on it, and you wait for the last one to find some kind of an angle on him. But instead, Pre-Wake looking to play a little bit more passive, hoping he can get somewhat of an element of surprise onto the field. But with Zesty alive and well, that is not going to be the case. You get dinked up. You're sitting now with 20 health. Things are going to be very, very difficult for you to bounce back from, knowing you have to run it all the way across the map, and they're going to have a roadblock set up, I can guarantee it.
Yeah, Marin University possibly doomed to reach 12, but there is only 2 players, only 2 for Pre-Wake to cut down. And at one point or another, this was a 4v1. Like, let's keep that in mind. This was a 4-on-1. Pre-Wake has had a miraculous climb to even get to this chance. But with 20 HP, the damage was done in those engagements, and it only takes a single bullet from Big Stink at that range from back of hookah to finish the job. Great round by Marin University. 1 ultimate on the board total throughout this match right now, and it is in favor of Marin University, who are at match point here for the second map here in this best of 5, which would put them at map points for the series as well, a probable 3-0 if they also show up just the way they have. Or actually, I'll rephrase that, Dallas. If Zesty shows up just the way they have been for that 3rd map as well.
I was looking forward to seeing Spicy actually keep that operator there for a second, because we've seen a couple occasions here. I mean, not only on DCT or Collision or whatever it may be, but where an operator can come out And if you have a team win around purely because an operator is playing more passive on that attacking side, they're trying to BM or whatever it is, they pick up that operator and it's a complete turnaround for either side. And that's kind of an interesting thing when, as we talk about operators, that it hasn't shown up this game. We haven't seen an operator on the defensive side. We've seen nothing but Torty forces thus far, and we've seen a lot of impact in those rounds and those players when they have the Torty force to work with. So why not transfer that money onto a bigger weapon that can guarantee yourself some kills off the get-go, at least if you're a Chamber and if you're Zesty Boy. Right now on the attacking side, he has a Vandal, and he's going to make sure the impact is definitely known onto the field. A free push on the B side, free control of it. Just get the spike down and play for post plant and call this one a dumb deal.
One only needs one kill though. Or the
One
plant.
enemy
They can from the
remaining.
shadows back. I mean,
Spike planted.
this sets them up well. They can use from the shadows, step towards defender spawn, and apply pressure in a more lateral direction. I would not be shocked to see that occur. Well, the problem is, where's your secondary player? They're both on site for Marion University. If Murray State do a great job to spray down through tube, this could be a rough spot to come back from. You can hear the Odin spraying off in the distance. They'll have to swing both, but Ulan has the better
Attackers
angle, and Freeway
win.
can't decide who to shoot at. A victory, a W, a win, and a congratulatory game here for Marion University. They take the second map in this best-of-5 series, and I think they're hunting for that third. They're hounding for it off the back of one player, man, who picked up, what, 33 by the end of that or something like that? Some ridiculous number. That's insanity.
Yeah, knowing the stance of that game, looking at what we saw out of Marion University, that's going to be a big problem, man. I mean, we sit there and consider a best of 5. We were expecting these to go to distances, especially after that first one, as you mentioned, going into overtime. This one, for the longest time on that defensive side, being round for one round, answer. I mean, we got to see some kind of a huge swing eventually. And I mentioned it. I was expecting it to come out. I was expecting one of these squads to step up. And I highly doubt Zesty Boy was going to be the one to say, you know what, I'm going to fall asleep at the wheel. I didn't really expect him to be the one doing that. I think it was definitely going to be Murray State. But, I mean, they had to have a stronger hold. They had to have something to deal with. And when they lost those pistol rounds, when we saw them work whatever they could, and we saw them not really have too much of an answer, we expected that third round to come out to their favor. But after that, it was just steamroll, man. Even then, I mean, before that round, we saw them have a flawless, first 5 rounds strung together for that round if need be. So, I mean, it's just a problem, man. That buying defense was not looking good for Murray State. We need to see more out of them. And, I mean, as we do go into the next map here coming up soon, they're going to have to wake up because it's going to be reverse sweep time. That's all they have. That's the only answer available to them because all this work they put in before now has literally no effect on this matchup. You're sitting on series point for the opposing side. They don't care about what happened behind them either. Zesty Boy is just saying, I don't know what happened. I'm on such a gun high right now that I'm just going off, killing people that I'm forgetting about rounds. I'm forgetting about the game. I'm forgetting about the stakes right now. This is looking easy for me, and you have to shut that guy down.
I got a couple things to mention before we head on over to a quick break. Zesty Boy playing so good, upgrade the name. Zesty Man. That you are the man in this scenario as well, right? Just upgrade the name, take the addition. But Valorant is a game of attrition. I mentioned that so many times. One player can't do everything for the entire game.
That's fair.
It's even more odd to see it in a best of 3. It would be over by this point anyways. But in a best of 5, that's even more the scenario. Maximum amount of potential for one player to start to, unfortunately, fall back a little bit. And Zesty's got to be reaching that point. There's no way Zesty will be able to hold out for a full 5 maps at this level. There's no way Zesty would do it. The problem here is we're not seeing Murray State get a chance to take it to more than 3 maps. Right? They have to survive this map. They have to survive the map after that for a chance of the reverse sweep. They've got to cripple, essentially. Cut the Achilles tendon as Zesty Boy. And we've seen no inclination of that occurring. Can they get the job done? Will they? We'll know after a quick little break. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Marion University are looking to finish things off strong. It's our third map choice. Murray State must make the full return, the full comeback, a full reverse sweep. The David and Goliath situation looking a lot like the Goliath will put their foot down, but maybe, just maybe, there's a chance to return. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my good friend Dallas, aka Mick. Mick, what are your predictions here for map 3?
Don't do that to me, man. See, I want to say Marion, honestly, because, I mean, looking at how they played thus far, they make sure that whenever the games get tough, whenever they swap sides, when things are looking still like somewhat of a wild card, they can still make the adjustments quicker, they can make the adjustments faster, and they can just get themselves on the board more dominantly. And that's what we've seen out of that last map. I mean, I got to see Murray State step up here in a huge fashion. We get to see them have a domination effect when it comes around to this map. Otherwise, this series will not matter because we've seen it on so many different occasions that Murray State, they had a relevancy here on so many different occasions, but they always just lose it there whenever it matters the most. And sometimes it's in overtime, sometimes at the start of a half where you just let the team run away. You let them shut you down in the third round and you're saying, oh my God, well, this kind of done and dusted, right? We can't really bounce back. We can find maybe 2 rounds onto the board, but that's not going to do enough for you to really get yourself a dub.
Now, the logos have switched, just FYI. If you hadn't already seen Zesty Boy with the Murray State logo on it, though I'm sure Murray State would love to have a player like Zesty Boy.
Yeah.
No, that's Marion University's. No poaching here at this point. Notice the change as well. We mentioned the battle of attrition. We mentioned keeping your players kind of cool and collected, making sure they're not over complicating things, making sure they're not struggling in the later stages. They've subbed out Big Spicy, the key KJ on first map. They did amazing on that first map with the lockdowns. Eventually got countered really hard by Pre-Wake, who I still think is probably the best utility player we've seen in this matchup, because those SD Boys are the best fragger by far. They're not really utility based. That's an expected result. Claus is subbing in for them on Marion University. It was interesting to see the player that popped off on map 1 come out here, but maybe it's just trying to keep fresh legs. That's an important factor. And to make matters worse, Murray State Gold start out defensively here with Pre-Wake on that KJ, a near mirror composition, but notes that we're seeing Keith play the KO, and we're actually seeing a breach being played by Zesty Boy, of all people, here on this map.
Yeah, that's the one thing I had my eyes on. I was a little bit confused, but honestly, I'm a little bit more happy, honestly, because I was expecting Zesty Boy to play Chamber every single map, to just absolutely run the gauntlet and be like, okay, we're going to do what we got to do. But even then, running a wild card like Breach, sure, Breach has had a lot more influence as the game has kind of come along. The guys look better and better. There was a little bit of time there for the first year where he really just kind of got snuffed out and couldn't really do too much. But speaking of doing too much, we don't see too much silence being done right now. We see a lot of action starting off the get-go, a lot of plays towards middle, towards panels, and we see a huge little stalemate right there. But I mean, as the transfer comes onto the B side, we're going to see all these players getting knocked up by a nano swarm grenade or 2, for that matter of fact. That's going to be spiked down, and a huge start here for Murray State.
Got themselves the chance to do it. Mead finds the final kill to Zesty Boy, and Marion University did not seem like they came to play for that first round. No, it's only the first round. We're not going to jump to too many conclusions, but that means that pretty much doomed to find the second thereafter. Murray State should be guaranteed forward, but I want to point out, if there's any map we've seen here tonight already between Haven and Bind, the map that is most similar to Ascent, not that it matters because both were won by Marion University, but the map that's most similar to Ascent would be Bind in a lot of ways because of the tight alleyways into these objectives, the corners, the multiple direction approaches that come down to taking advantage in a very contested area like mid to hookah, like mid to market here for the B sites. Marion University had the best showing of the night on Bind by far, because OT had to be played for the first map of Haven. So I would also favor Marion University for this, but maybe Murray State can bury the hatchet early, make up for the faults they had previously, and just start to stray ahead. They've already found first blood here, but it's off the back of a Spectre rush, and Spice is getting good damage in return.
Yeah, this is going to be a good start for both sides. I mean, even then, it's a pretty even exchange across the board, but now Marion University is really starting to feel the impact of this round, start to weigh down on them. I mean, not too much to work with. We know that Murray State, they have themselves a bias. You can't really be too beat up by this, but you want to rob a couple of these guns out. Even then, you want to make sure to rob some of the good guns out. Make sure to get a Spectre, throw it towards the back of the map, play a little bit more passive, but Marion at least getting that spike down. They're just waiting for the full force of Murray State to make this exchange, come on the side, and really come in with the force. So, NDK, did he get himself a 4K? Because as it sits right now, he's looking good, but Pterodactyl gets shut down. You see some exchanges coming. You see some blood being shed, but it's just not going to be enough knowing Excalibur is there in hell. Just absolutely dread. But I mean, still, a round on the board for the side of Murray State, a little bit close, but 4 weapons still in their hands. They know they had a dominant effect, and it all comes down to whether or not they can double down once again, rob these guns out in the third round, because they got plenty to work with, but can they actually make work of it? Can they make sure to capitalize on the situation handed to them? Because this could be probably the best case scenario, but it's not the flawless, but you had a Marshall to work with out of Pterodactyl, so you're not really going ahead and saying, okay, well, this is a really good stance. We needed that Marshall. You didn't really need it. You just need to make sure to be ready for the push when it comes around, and the Spectre's a much better option for that.
Now, I pointed out early on Bind that both teams are favored on the attack, right? And it just seemed a little bit like Marion University were a little bit more favored on the attack because of the lineup and what they were bringing to the table. The Reyna being a little bit more impactful than a Jet, at least I would argue, because you can kind of be a utility player as the Reyna. And we had talked about having that double duelist with Big Spicy playing that previously. We had a little bit of conversation in that break, but for this map, I want to say that defensively, Murray State are definitely the favorite team. They have a KO for information. They have the KJ. They have the Omen. They've got a lot of information gathering. And Sova is good on this map, but not the end-all be-all. Truly, to be honest, I would dare say that because Sova is the only information gatherer that Marion University truly have, they're not looking good defensively. But attacking-wise, they should have a good, favorable position. But we have to start to see them come alive here as they reach their bonuses.
Yeah, that's the scary thing right now. Knowing that that breach has to have a huge impact, and knowing Zesty Boy's the one who's on that agent specifically, it's a little bit scary to say the least. But honestly, Marion University, they've shown to be absolutely dominant when it comes around to having these rifles in hand. So I want to see what they can do in this round. I want to see whether or not they find themselves at least 4 players on the rear end. And if they can do that, I gotta say they're probably gonna be guaranteed for another one. Knowing how good they look and knowing that they're stationary and looking how kind of patient they are for this attacking side, waiting for the right moment to strike. Problem is, in this round specifically, they waited a little bit too long because we're now sitting at 20 seconds on the board. They're still playing in mid. They haven't really chosen a site completely yet. And they're having to push through smokes, which could have been a massive setup for them, but they just really find too much of an effect yet. But A site completely clear in the meantime. Zesty Boy opening things up, saying, all right, I gotta come to life eventually. Here it may be.
Rush attempted. Keith has a great angle to maybe catch a player off in tree. Zesty Boy gets the upper hand. Alarm bot placed up on rafters. That'll give a lot of intel over to Marion University. That's someone who's trying to compete with them in terms of that rafters play. But the disparity of, I guess, placement for Murray State Gold's defense is very much so present. Ulan gets greedy up in rafters, cuts down the only rafters player. It leaves just Pre-Wake and their teammate just kind of lackluster and behind over towards tree. They try to swing out door, and Pre-Wake only finds 1 kill, and it's the only kill for them as well. You drop a rifle. Some success, but just not nearly enough. Marion University took that round, and yeah, they're facing SMGs, but they looked good in that round, to be fair.
Yep, and that's the biggest problem I mentioned for the side of Murray State, that Marion University, they are rifle players. They are so good when it comes around to having these rifles in hand, and that's going to be a huge problem, whether or not they can make sure to do this round once more and really run it back, because Pre-Wake doesn't have a buy, Keith doesn't have a full rifle buy, Pterodactyl's running an operator, so I mean, if you go ahead and already breach your way into sight, if you can make sure to squeeze through that with brute force, break through that wall, get behind them, make them play for the retake, the operator's going to have literally no effect. You see Pterodactyl in the middle, if you just move around this guy and you force him into a retake, he doesn't have a blade storm, he doesn't have an alternate avenue. He's got to pick up another gun, he's got to do something, but he's already done something by finding a kill into Spicy, who was kind of getting a little overzealous there towards the middle of the map, I gotta say, and he's definitely being punished accordingly.
Frag for both sides, though. Equalizing things out, and it's both Sovas as well, Dallas, to make things more interesting. Quick use of the dark cover to place over towards the Arch's side. Zesty Boy lets Meat break down door quickly and punishes them for it, because Meat was not anticipating they'd be staring right back at them. You break down the wall, expect someone to be on the other side. And now you got a man advantage from Marion University. Flashpoint sent out. Great use of the Shrouded Step, and Ulan absolutely dances on Keith's lap. And now it's just 2 players left standing. Pterodactyl Mom and Pre-Wake. Pterodactyl Mom going to swing from main rafter side. Pre-Wake up in window. They'll find 1, make it 2. And now it's just Zesty on the opposing side working alongside Excalibur. And Excalibur gets greedy for it. Pre-Wake does find 3 though, and yeah, smart idea. Go ahead and rotate away. There's no way you're going to fight back against Zesty Boy. Not because it's Zesty Boy, but there's no time to fight the 1v1 and get the defuse. Great idea. Great execution by Marion University and a great retake by Murray State, but just slightly too short.
Yeah, honestly, I like the idea there. I'm not sure really how I feel about Excalibur saying, you know what, let's get aggressive for this. Let's find ourselves a kill. Let's see if we can get some dinks onto the board. But that's exactly what he did. Couldn't really manage the round there. But nonetheless, you find the round for the team. And that's the bigger impact in the game right now. You are getting this win streak together. Everybody bought, but look at the amount of money they still had to work with. Zesty Boy and Ulan have plenty to work with. You see the rest of the team, they're not too far behind because they have this win streak on their hands. And Murray State has to completely rely on nothing but an operator, a judge, and a marshal right now. I mean, sure, DK has a sheriff, so I mean, but we're expecting sheriffs on rounds that are budget buys anyways. The switch around, we got to see them really come off onto this B site because they don't have a KO. That's a problem because they can't suppress pre-wake here. They can't make sure those Nano Swarms have no use whatsoever. That's why we see KOs being such a common agent pick on this map because you know how close quarters these sites are. You can really just throw a knife into the middle of it and get your effect off, or at least get the idea of what you need. But pre-wake opening up with a classic. What? Get yourself a couple more.
As he goes in now, able to find one. Takes Pre-Wake, who I would argue is probably one of the best players there on Murray State Gold, without a doubt. I mentioned them so many times, it's only doomed to continue. Now they've lost them, and there's no lockdown available. However, same cannot be said for Marion University. They have lockdown, they have Shrouded Step, they have the Blade Storm, and while they do lose one, kind of initially, you put down the lockdown, and now you've got Murray State who cannot contest this. You are going to get absolutely stunned off here. They'll kill DK before the chance of the detain. Pterodactylum's going to get swung by Ulan. What a shot by Pterodactylum. They'll take Ulan to the wayside. Now down to the 1v3. Blade Storm is ready. No need to pop it. 30 HP in a dream. You're not really going to contend at this at any point. Classic in hand. They'll swing. Do they find the kill? They do! Excalibur cannot save Claws. But you still find Marion University with the win.
This is where things start to become a problem, especially considering that you've now had 3 rounds thrown together, especially on the side where you saw the rifle round get shut down for the side of Murray State, that they are just not having the effects that they want. And that's the whole thing, man. They have to do this eventually. They have to find this rifle round. They have to find the impact they want. But there is just too much stacked up against them right now. They have to make sure they can get these kills, to make sure they can have themselves a dominant round put onto the board, and every single time, they are costing themselves way too much doing that. Pre-Wake can't even find a full buy in this round. Even though we found, what, like 2 in that last one, you're expecting to at least get the creds enough, because you can get creds from kills. You find creds off kills. That's why some players can force them round 2 and some can't at all. But knowing that you got that and still can't even afford full armor, this damage to the econ has really been done. And sure, you get the lockdown, you buy that time for a little bit longer, you make sure you can get your effect and show, okay, well, they're not going to push here. Where are they going to lap around to? Mid, where you have almost no player setup. Instead, the rotation has come out, but thankfully, Keith has found a kill.
Take a look at this as well. I mean, you're looking at a situation where you put down the lockdown. Marion University still has 60 seconds easily to push to the B site. Feels like a preemptive lockdown. Thankfully, DK is there. They make massive waves in towards B lobby.
One enemy remaining.
Claws claps back, finding now 2, make it 3. But they have to get an ace in this round if they want to contend. There is no chance for the lockdown. They can maybe pick up 1 kill, 2 off the top and get close, but it's just not going to happen to get to that ultimate. Unless they put the spike down at the same time and get kills, but by that point, why would you even want it? They're going to go for the slow rotate through mid. That courtyard section, look where Murray State have actually rotated over towards. They're defending that B site. One in market, one in defender spawn. The quick sprint over to the A site, and Claus can, in fact, get this spike down quite easily. And there will be time for Murray State to make the rotate for the 2v1.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta really step up here. They gotta make sure that they can really have the answer. But Claws being alive with that Nano Swarm, having the full setup, putting the alarm bot towards arches is a little questionable none the least, but still, you gotta make sure to have your effect somewhere, and you gotta put your utility down. Otherwise, it's just gonna go to complete waste in the meantime. So, looking for the aggression. That's Claws now with the 4K. Looking for the 5th one on Ethan. There it is, baby! The ace, the round, and now a double round lead on the likes of Murray State, making sure their job is going to be that much more difficult now going forwards.
Did Big Spicy pull off an ace on the first 2 maps? Did Big Spicy pull off an ace? No, Claus does. The substitute coming in. I actually think we think Big Spicy was the sub anyways. Maybe they couldn't make the first time or something, but that is Claus. That's why you bring in Claus. That's what I'm assuming the ringer for the side of Marion University. As an ace here gives them the go-ahead once again. Not a ring, it's not actually. I don't actually say that, but still, a very impressive ordeal. They're now at 4 ultimates on the board, and they're nearing the 5th as well. They need to start using them, and Claus will put down theirs. They get it by the end of it because of what they were able to pull off in that last round. They'll put down the fragment as well thereafter to maybe buy some time, but they're still going to be forced off that site, and they may not be able to escape. They get the detain as well onto the KO.
Yeah, that's going to be big. That is if you actually find a kill off it. But instead, nobody really looking to peek towards middle, and I don't really blame them, knowing that that's going to be the most dangerous spot on the map because you have no control of it. Instead, you have control of the A site and you get a spike down as well. That's honestly a much better trade-off. You say, okay, now you can play on the side. You can make sure to play it for the retake. You can make sure to have this post plant set up. And with Keith still alive and well, look at that last round, what he did with the KJ. You can make sure to have this huge effect. As Meep does find a kill there with the Sheriff, you know this, all these players are most likely coming from heaven. You got to look at the lurk from middle, though, because Ulan is trying to get set up for it. You got a lot of players on site still. The Rolling Thunder comes out. This is going to be a very huge task to pick up, but he can at least find two, has to find third, and honestly, it may be a little bit of trialing task, but nonetheless, he's going to try for it anyway. Knows a pterodactyl somewhere on site, can't find the kill, whips up the classic. That's finally a round that Murray State needed. Better yet, it was necessary for them to get themselves not only this half, but at least to get another game on the board because, or excuse me, their first game on the board because their maps have not been looking good for them thus far. And thankfully, Pterodactyl is here to show up today.
I mean, notice what we've seen right now from Valorant University. Guess who's been semi-silenced? I would say Zesty Boy is only 5-4 by this point. Last map, it felt like they were already 26-3, right? Like, that's just how insane they have been throughout the nights. I mean, not doing us hot, but you don't really need Zesty Boy to do everything. I mentioned that before. Marion University is a solid roster. They've got Ulan popping off. They've got their substantive claws coming in and absolutely popping off as well, getting that ace previously to save that round. It's just up to Marion University to step ahead and give themselves a really good chance. The Rolling Thunders pop from over towards B lobby, or sorry, A lobby. An interesting decision. Just keep them at bay for a little bit, but just flaring back aside, and Zesty finds that kill. Scalper finds one of their own to DK. They're already deep within Garden. They can catch the players towards defender spawn off guard, and they're going to even get aggressive up towards Raptors. Freewake's going to avoid that recon bolt / shock dart pretty quickly. They're going to try and drop, but I mean, look at where you're seeing Excalibur play quickly. They're going to swing. They have intel, but Prewake's got a great covering fire alongside their teammate Pterodactyl. Door has not been broken, and now they're being concussed and sprayed down. They have to break down the door. Time is running out. You've got assistance, but there's just no time, and there's no safety to push out of this one. Honestly, another save round, in my opinion, but now it's just Pterodactyl. An exit frag? Praying for another kill?
Yeah.
How do you play this? Zesty knows where you are. Can he get the kill? No, he cannot. Pterodactyl will guarantee at least one and try to make that escape. And I think they'll manage to do so. Yes, they will, just fine.
I'll say, man, that could have been another huge dominant round inside of Pterodactyl. Why are we swinging post round? But, I mean, still, going back to the effect, talking about that round, look at what we were doing. I mean, honestly, Murray State, they can't really find themselves very efficient retakes. That last round almost looked like a miracle considering the rest of the rounds that have been provided to us thus far. They haven't looked all that good. They haven't really shown up in the right avenues that they need, and we haven't really seen the huge effect that, Murray State has needed. We haven't seen the X Factor come in just yet. That's the biggest thing. We need the X Factor. We need not only a player to step up, we got to have some utility uses that just makes me question whether or not everybody else is playing the game of Valorant correctly. And honestly, Keith with the first pick right there. That was a way the other round started out. Was Keith grabbing an easy kill towards the middle of the map, and you can find the exchange. You know that suppression is now off the board, but Pterodactyl's alive as well, right around the left panels, and when you shut that down, you look much more set up for the rest of the round, I gotta say. In a 3v3 situation, you got the guns, you got this positioning, you got plenty of utility to work with in the meantime. Just make sure to play for somewhat of an off angle, and middle may be the move.
Notice as well, they do have the From the Shadows. They can quickly transition over to an opposing objective. A is the obvious expected one, at least in my opinion. They know KJ is alive, so they don't really want to push the site that they're expected to be on, which is B. So ignore that avenue for now. But you can also see the side of Murray State kind of realize that, and they're going to go ahead and pivot as well to the A side to defend it a bit more effectively. DK and Pumpy, 3 players, going to go towards A main. Of all places to go through the Arches side, they could be easily cut down by Meep, who's currently hiding inside tree. There's 2 players to assist. It could be a double swing for Murray State, and that is something very difficult for Marion University to deny, but a dark cover sent to door could entirely shut down that potential to be a blind spray. Does they pull it out? They will, in fact, and they have the tailwind queued and ready to go. They're going to get an easy shot, though. Meep lines up Zesty and cuts them down. Hunter's Fury goes out. don't know where the last player is lying, and they don't send it to hell properly, and DK misses the opportunity, though gets a little bit of damage off the Excalibur. Recon bolts into the back of sight. Will it find any intel? It will. Ulan swings out too early. That is nasty bad, and Excalibur will find themselves a refrag back, but it was already guaranteed that Ulan was going to die. Faking the tailwind up, or sorry, the updraft, and Freewake knows exactly what they need to do. They'll get the kill, and Murray State will climb to 4, just 1 round behind where Marion University currently lie.
Yeah, that round a little questionable for the side of Marion University, but nonetheless, we see Murray State able to pull it out with 2 players still alive and well towards the rear end, and they find themselves the guns to work with for the next. We're going to see them play these sides a lot more efficiently. They're playing for retakes, and honestly, it's looking good for them now. They're trying to really iron things out, trying to find somewhat of a system that works for them, but they can't be doing it in the middle of the map. They have to do it on site. They have to have these holes because we're seeing all the huge impact come in the round before they're even on site, and then a couple clutches come out after the round is over and after the spike's down, after the retake has to come through. We're not seeing a massive hole. We're not seeing players play this defense effectively. We're not seeing these players just create and stall for time, make sure to capitalize off the utility that's being provided, and even then work off the stalls that are being put at hand with like lurks or any kind of counter pressure or somewhat of a punishment in the back. I want to see that. And we just haven't seen it just yet. And maybe, just maybe, Murray State could kind of maybe figure it out eventually, but with Pterodactyl playing so aggressively towards middle, this is their game plan. The exact game plan I just laid out, the exact roadmap I just talked about, is their whole entire game plan. And it's such a large gamble that it's worked for a couple. But whenever Marion really starts to scout things out, figure out what you're doing here, it's not going to have too much of an effect. With Pterodactyl number 2, looking to get out with that tailwind and making sure that you get out scot-free. So going for 3rd even, trying to find the aggression. But when you know that everybody has pistols, you're not really too worried about the punishment at this stage of the game.
The most important frag for Marion University was pre-wake. Without a doubt. That's all of that KJ utility on the B site that would have denied you entry. Gone. So the fact that Excalibur picked up that frag is very important for them. But you still do have a man disadvantage, and Keith is now stopping you from being able to use your util here with the no command. You're going to step up towards walk. They'll send the fragment to the back of sight, forcing Zesty off that initial sight line. He's the one who picked up the Vandal of pre-wake. Shots from Excalibur trying to connect in a rough spot. Being wallbanged as well. Ulan in a rough spot as well. They'll find one before dying, but he's in a really good spot there with the judge. Quick swing in the peak. Flash attempting to go out. He's going to get rushed down by both. What seemed like a good chance. Honestly, Zesty misplays that. No need to pull out the utility. Guns ablaze. Go for the kill. Because you're whipping out the util, your teammate dies, and by then you're stuck in the 1v2. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, there's going to be something here. I mean, honestly, Murray State stepping up and pretty big, and knowing that round for them was going to be they're going up against pistols. So they're not too concerned about whether or not they lose a lot of players in the meantime. They picked up a good amount of players in the meantime, I got to say. That was the impressive part for me, to know that they were only running pistols, knowing they were on a budget buy, and they still managed whatever they did. They're making sure to put a damper inside of this economy, and that's kind of the biggest thing for them. Whether they can still have this effect on rounds where they're not looking too good, and they can still have this, I mean, I don't want to say relevancy again, but I want to say just some kind of an effect. That's the bigger thing, the cause and the effect. You know why they're there, you know why they have the guns they're doing, but can they find that exchange? Can they still make sure to really start hitting hard, make sure that no matter what, the intimidation factor of Marion University and how good they've looked thus far, make sure it doesn't go away anywhere. Make sure the pressure is constantly being put on, whether or not you have pistols, whether or not you have knives, for gosh sakes. No matter what, you need to find a couple kills in the meantime, really start to hurt these guys. So a huge TP to come out and they're fun the shadows, and it may be a big detain, but even then, no players detained in the meantime. Keeping that first kill once again. This guy is the one consistent factor for these 1 rounds when he finds the first blood. I don't know what the conversion rate looks like, but it's looking pretty darn good thus far, especially when you know that 2 players in the back are going to make the call to say they're coming from B main.
Not gonna have to deal with me. Brass player up close and personal. That means they know that there's 2 at least back of sight, probably in boathouse. Zesty's ready to send out the flash. A paranoia is sent as well by Ulan. No initial swing made. Ulan's going to peek to the right side, and Zesty will peek to the left. Wombo combo, double kill, and you look at Marion University now reach 6. They're at least breaking even at the halftime. Does the money guarantee success for Murray State? Well, maybe not so much. They're looking a little soft-handed, so to say. They have 2 ultimates, the Lockdown and the From the Shadows, but with no Blade Storm, there's not a chamber for a Tour de Force. The lack of weaponry here is very much so a huge problem for this round.
This is going to be a huge swing around right here. I mean, obviously, every single time we get to a halftime situation is saying, where is the 2-round difference going to come out? Is it going to come from either winning this one out, or is it going to come from the other team making us lose it? Whatever it comes down to. But, I mean, the Blade Storm could be a big effect here. This effect can actually use it. meantime right now, but he can look at that once more and find the effect, but with almost little to no health to work with in the meantime. It all comes into whether or not he can find at least one kill, and honestly, don't blame him. You just find an easy little right click, work off that, and keep on moving in the meantime. And keep setting it with a bookie. We don't see too much weaponry on the side of Murray State. That's going to be the biggest problem here, because Marion University is looking to roll over these guys. You can already see the effect coming out. Keith can find at least be good for one, but I mean, there's almost no players remaining. This could be a free site for the taking, but we're seeing no effect, no influence towards the map whatsoever. No real war of attrition, as you mentioned earlier before going into that break, that Valorant creates on such a consistent occasion. There's Freeway. When you play for the map, when you play for spawn for so long, you're giving up space, you're giving up control, and Freeway will most definitely take that.
That is a round off the back of one man. Freeway, the Spectre. Lets Marion University crawl into their line of sight, and Marion University fall victim to the biggest problem in collegiate: not checking your corners. Corners exist. Check every angle. You're not safe until you know for a fact you're safe. It's too trusting of that direction. You spawn from there. They wouldn't be there. That's fine. No. Murray State are vying for map control. They did a great job in that half, and it equalizes out. Despite Marion University having a good spree of 4 rounds in a row interconnected between each other, and then sprinkling 2 more for the next 5 after. Still, Murray State now can handle this second half on the attack. They're a fairly well-equipped team for the attack, but KO not as solid attacking-wise as I think what Marion University were bringing to the table. But the same thing can be said for Marion University. Defensively, they're not as well composition agent selection-wise as Murray State was. It's hard to give the nod to either team this early here for this half. Well, actually, Marion University may make it easy.
I mean, it's a pistol round. We're not really freaking out. It feels like one of these rounds that are 50-50s, but we got to see Marion University win these early rounds, because as you mentioned earlier, they were very set up for attack. That's what they were, but they ended up going even on that. So they got to make sure they're really stepping things up in this half, show that they're really made to play both sides of the field. And they proved that in the last 2 maps. They at least have a relevancy or having dominance, whatever it may be, no matter what they have that effect. They have that to them. They have that extra effective influence, but honestly, there may be kills to come out. Zesty Boy playing for the retake. This is going to be the key to success. Not for the next round, because they have the guns to work with, but every round afterwards. Play for the retake. If they don't come onto the site with KJ, then you go ahead and play for the retake. That's all you do. Say, who cares? KJ doesn't really have the utility. It's really just there for a stall to do the damage. If they lose that 50-50, we can make sure to punish them for it. But in the meantime, we got to make sure that all this utility, they're going to be locked down on one side. We have to breach from every single point. No pun intended. I mean, you have to make sure to overwhelm these players, really show that you were there to play, and make sure to have that domination effect that you take the site back in 2 seconds, you make sure they feel punished for it, and they really can't just play the game. So it all comes into whether or not we can see that come out. But for this round, we're not going to see too much. Instead, we can really just set up what we're going to possibly see for the rest of this half, because this is going to be very influential. This could be a serious point right here, right now. We can see ourselves going home.
Excalibur is playing with Tailwind ready to go. They're going to go ahead and use their active bomb. Assistance by Zesty will allow for them to escape successfully, and Excalibur will even drop the spike by finding Keith with the Marshall. Ready to find another opportunity. Judge in hand. Zesty's close as well to assist. The flash being used is a great way to entry forward, and Excalibur takes down DK. Freeway trying to step up too, though. Classic down Excalibur, but it's done and dusted. 4 players survive, and Marion University used an aggressive stance of 2 players to find everyone. What a round for them as well. An expected result. We can't get too excited about it. Let's be fair. It's Murray State on a bonus. Not really having anything to do. They're just going to save their money and play for third, where they can buy out their rifles. But I will point out, we've seen how aggressive Marion University can play now. They know the weaknesses, they know the strengths of their team. Their quick rush to A to find 2 instantaneously in the first round of the second half, as well as the quick kills there and aggression by Excalibur inside of Puppy and from Tree. That combo of aggression in both round 1 and 2 of the second half, rounds 13 and 14, was everything to Marion University to give them this go-ahead. And that's where we're going to see the difference maker. Defensively, they're not as strong a team to play tactically and strategically around their utility. They need to be aggressive because their team composition necessitates it.
And Excalibur was the one player who bought a rifle in this round. That was kind of expected to be the X factor for this team, you know, for this region to be coming through. But we already do see Murray State kind of losing that 50-50 coming into the KJ. But, I mean, it's only going to stall for time. They're not really taking too much damage off this. They're not getting overzealous at all, considering whether or not they take any damage off. But Freeway has no exception and no expectation of a player being there. And Claus finds that kill almost for free. Sitting at 3v3. This is a huge stance for Claus. The guy is holding out a sight, and that's what you need.
I mean, you pick up a Phantom almost instantly after you get that Bucky kill, and you find 2 kills afterward. What a major misplay by Murray State Gold. Thankfully, DK is still there. They'll find the kill back to Claws, but Spike's still not collected. Could still be a dangerous spot to work with, but there is only a judge right now in the hands of one of these players. Zesty Boy can aim at players, but not at recon bolts. They'll eventually get it, though. They have collected the Vandal that we saw being bought earlier by Excalibur, but you're using the utility at the wrong time. That was a big problem for Zesty Boy in the first half as well, and we see it rear its ugly head here again in the second. That allows for Pterodactyl home to find a 4K. An expected round result, but still an insanely close conclusion, all because individual players from the side of Marion University stepped up, but the rest could not. Claws with a sick and nasty 3K. But Murray State, Pterodactyl with a 4. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, they ripped a lot of guns out. So, I mean, you can go ahead and give them the credit that they deserve for that last round, making things look good. But, I mean, once again, you got to play for retake. Sure, you get spike control, but if it's a 2v2, one of your players has a ghost and one of your players has a vandal, you just go ahead and give that up. Don't play for it. Don't try to do this influence on the map because you see an entire body, sure, but both of you only see head. Zesty Boy's going to make sure to bounce back with a Fury. Already finding 2 effectively in this round, holding down this B site, and it's going to make Murray State second guess whether or not they want to push this or not.
Notice the B-hop away as well, quickly transitioning to safety, and Zesty Boy still applying pressure early. They'll stay for the fight onto DK. This is a nasty showcase from one man. They'll find their third. B. Spicy dying in 8. Spicy gonna go ahead and go for another swing. They're gonna go with Claws. The Claws is the first one there, and it's a flawless, like you just mentioned. This is Marion University feeling confident, and I mentioned it so many times already, it cannot be understated. The composition of their agents necessitates aggression. Just by far, it has to. They got the initiator in play. They need to be aggressive, and they're bringing the hurt early to Murray State, which attacking-wise is the weaker lineup because their attacking lineup is information-based instead of ego swinging-based like we're seeing Marion University do.
You know how on that last map we had that one huge swing round where you saw the rifles coming out? You saw almost a near flawless or a huge dominant round coming out of Marion University, and we didn't see Murray State get any afterwards? I'm starting to get a little bit of, I would say, what's the word? Deja vu? Is that the word I'm looking for?
I'd say that's accurate.
It's pretty accurate. So I want to see whether or not we can actually see Murray State do what they got to do. They got to show up. They got to play right here, right now. They got to show that they are not going to repeat history once more. This huge play from that Pterodactyl. This player's alive and well. Spicy comes up, finds 2, and Zesty Boy's there for the follow-up. So what could have looked like a very dire situation, Marion says, no, we're still here to play.
An aggressive peek there as well out of market. Zesty misses the opportunity to deny the Nano Swarm, but still, with only 2 players left, where do you go? You don't have the eco, you don't have the weapons, you weren't able to collect the rifles that were dropped in mid. Look how Marion University are not overexpending their welcome as well in mid. They're playing smart, and they're just ensuring that Murray State cannot find those rifles that were dropped. Zesty gets spotted. The recall what was sent just before death, but it means nothing. 3K to their name. And not only do Marion University find another round win, it's a double-digit round win. They go up to 10, and they denied any potential for Murray State to grab a rifle and escape with it for a later round. Another great way for them to control the pace and control the economy as a whole of Murray State.
Yep, another full buy coming out, and you know that Econ's going to be all over the place. Considering utility and how it all costs different, I mean, we know that KO's utility is not cheap, and that's going to really start to have its effect on Keith. He just sold a couple of it for that rifle specifically. That's going to be a problem, knowing that you only have 200 creds. Another round like this where we see Miriam able to buy all the utilities, still have the guns in to work with, and knowing they still have that safety net that we mentioned on some different occasions, it makes things very problematic. You see him already pushing into spawn. I'm not too sure about the vulnerable jet pushing up, but nonetheless, you find Zesty Boy getting 2, and it makes it once again a 4v2 situation with a lot of aggression coming out. Keith able to manage one to still 3v2. He could do none of those numbers. Problem is, he's got to do it fast because he has no spike control whatsoever. He's all the way towards A, and he's not playing off his team. And Ulan may be ready for this, and he most definitely is. That's spike down. That's a 3v1. Keith better have a clutch and a half.
I mean, what can I say, Dallas? I don't think I've ever been more right in Valorant. I prophesized things before. This is the biggest prophecy I've ever foretold. Marion University have to be aggressive defensively. It's what they want. Their agent selection necessitated it, and they're playing it to a T. They're bum rushing down B main. They're pushing Octopus. I get it. Pterodactyl got stunned. The Rolling Thunder combo was great. They send 3 to B main, leave 2 on A, and they defend it as they should. If Murray State goes for a split, either Marion University come out victorious and gain control over Spike, or they come out victorious because they used an ult for it, and then they don't have Spike, but they know where Spike is going. The split side to A. There's just a guarantee that cannot be passed up, and Marion University are eating up because of it. You can see Spicy popping their own Hunter's Fury, comboed back by DK. Neither side's finding any success off of it, though.
I'm sorry, DK, dude. That hurts. That hurts. When you try to pop the counter Hunter's Fury, if it's a little bit too late of a call for you to really trace where that beam's coming from. But, I mean, you mentioned, obviously, the aggression. Sure, that's going to be an effect. That's what you have to do. I mean, some players have to hold back. They have to play their role correctly, and that's exactly what we're seeing Marion University do. You have your controller, and you're sitting on playing back. Your Sova setting things up for the breach and a jet to push into spawn, if that's the case. But it's still going to be healthy blends. Sometimes you play for retakes. Sometimes you play for the aggression off the get-go. But, honestly, I think just playing the aggression now when you're winning in such a dominant factor that Murray State feel like as if they're just kind of useless. Like they can't play the game the way it's intended to be played, and it's making jobs very, very difficult for them. I mean, if you, it's more of a 50-50, that's where you play for retakes because you're concerned. You're making sure to respect your opponent and let them take the space that they feel like they deserve, and then you come back and bite them in the rear, and you make sure to run away with the round. But
30
I mean, when you're
seconds
winning
left.
like this, it's just disrespectful. You're just pushing to their spot. You're saying you can't play the game. Every single round, we've seen the Spike carrier die. And we've just seen Marion University just hold it down. That's all it comes down to. And if Zesty is alive, your job is going to be near impossible.
Match point, series point, almost likely.
10 seconds left.
Pterodactylum's not done just yet. 5 HP, has popped the dash, needs to dive into the site for the kill, but Ulan, who found that initial kill to the opposing Omen that dropped the Spike in the first place, finds the last one as well.
Match point.
Match points, series point for a grand final showcase here for the Emergence Navy. Grand finals here for the NECC. What more can you ask for if you're a fan of Marion University? They have brought everything on the table. They have left it here, and they're looking like they're about to leave Murray State here as well, saying good luck, second place, just fine.
And
Marion
silver's
University.
okay. Maybe not for
Yeah.
ranks, but I mean for
Yeah.
maybe for, you know, something that's been going on all semester long, then you're not really too worried about it. But speaking of aggression on the defense, you mentioned earlier that we need to see, we're seeing it from both sides of the field. Zesty grabs one, we see Caliber grab one. It's already a 4v3, and that's a huge problem on the side of Murray State. We're going to see all bars really just thrown out the window right now. They have to make sure to pop whatever they can. We're going to see these desperation moves, and honestly, I think all these ultimates being popped for absolutely no reason. They're kind of just admitting defeat.
Neeb's gonna dive to the back of side of A, go for the quick plants. There is one player close, and they will pop the Rolling Thunder. Spike actually manages to go down, but that will be it. Victory will fall to Marion University. It is 13-7. They are your grand final victors at this stage for the Emergence Navy NECC division. Not only do they win this, you get a trophy, Dallas. They get shirts, if I remember correctly, which are probably pretty darn cool. I have no idea. I have an NECC polo. I love polos. And they also get a guaranteed entry into the national section. I think they already had that anyways. They go uncontested into the playoffs, undefeated the entire season. They probably had the points anyways, but I'm sure that's just icing on the cake for them. Really great set of 3 matches for them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, look at the way that we saw the diversity of the agent builds for them. We saw them trading out rosters. We saw them just having an effect on so many different occasions and making sure they could find their relevancy. And it was done in different ways every single time. It wasn't just one-dimensional. They had layers to the plans that they were setting up. But sometimes a little layers were weaker than others. It's almost like one of those 5-layer beam dips that you have. And you're like, I'm not sure about this one, but the rest of the 4, they're really good. And that's kind of what we saw out of Murray State. I mean, they looked really good overall. Marion was able to sit there and make sure they could constantly keep the pressure onto them. And when they knew they had the dominant effect, that was the biggest thing to me. They know how to capitalize on that, because a lot of teams we see have a really, really rough time closing out games. They say, well, we've got ourselves this much of a lead, and then we see an absolute comeback come through. They never gave Murray State the time of day. And it's teams like that know how to not only capitalize off their wins, because I want to see them in a losing situation. This isn't me wishing, you know, their downfall or anything like that. I want to see, though, how when the game gets tough, how can they bounce back from that? How can they make sure that they're not just playing off the domination effect? They're not making the most of the intimidation that they've given to the other side. Instead, it's them coming back with a gambit, with the force, and able to bounce back and really have that bow and arrow effect. We didn't see too much of that. That's because that just shows a testament to the amount of just shots they were hitting today. It was super good. They won it in a 3-0 fashion. You really can't look at the scoreboard and tell me it wasn't a good showing by them.
Yeah, I think Marion University comes into this game not only as the expected victor, but an unexpected victor in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they're the favorite team. They go undefeated up to this point. They're facing the number 3 seed, who only took 2 losses, now 3 total throughout this entire season. That's a really good showing for them. We had a lot of comebacks. We had a lot of David and Goliath stories throughout the entire playoff section.
Yep.
You probably saw Caleb Glooby, the owner of the NECC, the director, or whatever you want to call it, had a bunch of Twitter posts saying the bracket system works, the bracket system works. They've been praising it so much because you've seen games that you were like, oh, it's the 8th seed versus the 1st. Like, we know how this take the victory. That's showing that everyone can be contending at that rank and at this stage. That was the case here. Despite the 3rd seed losing inevitably, they did a great job. First map went to OT, for goodness sake. Second map was a little bit more of a showing, and same was the 3rd, but there were some really good glimpses from them. They deserved the spot they got to. They beat good teams to get to this point. They did not have a free ride up to this point of the playoffs to these finals, but they definitely deserved their victory. Please ignore the cat that just climbed up behind me. They are your victors at this point. I think we'll have an interview coming up after this with one of the players, hopefully Zesty, for the side as well. That's who we want to do. But we'll go to a quick break before that. Stay tuned for more from the NECC. We're going to talk to one of the players soon.
Do you love the NEC?
Here we go!
Spike planted.
One less. You want to play? Let's play.
One enemy remaining.
There you are, you bitch. Here.
Here.
Last player standing.
Shadows traveling.
Go, go, go!
No charges.
Healing you.
Here. Barrier created.
30 seconds left.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining. standing.
Suppress it!
Take this! Take this!
Last player standing.
Teleport's ready. There they are. Spike planted.
Shock it! Here. Blocking sight. Blinded. Eliminated.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Get out of my way! Here we go! Heads up! I'm out of here!
Thirty seconds left.
I have.
Last player standing.
I have the spike. I got this gun!
You will not kill my allies!
Hostile kick. Teleport's ready. There they are.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Cover going out.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis. Joined on the far left of your screen is Mick, and right in the middle, currently squatting in a car in a parking lot somewhere, maybe the college or the university parking lot, is the boy himself, Zesty. Thank you for joining us so last minute. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for having me. It's also the side of the street, by the way. So.
Oh, side of the street. All right.
Okay.
I was close. Parked still in the car. I'm glad that you could join us. You guys dipped out really fast. I mean,
Yeah.
you guys
Said,
celebrating the victory.
Easy Saturday, just clocking in, whatever.
Any day of the
The,
week.
the boys
easy
were
pickings.
really hungry. They wanted to get something to eat after the dub. So.
I mean, the dub's a dub. You guys burned a lot of calories flicking on your wrist so much and catching so many kills. I mean, it's a good set of 3 maps for you guys. I'll ask first question first and foremost. How's it feel to almost collectively drop a 90 bomb throughout those 3 maps?
I mean, I was trying to go for the 100 bomb, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, but it was a good time, and I really always enjoy playing with my boys, and it's always a good time. So I'm not really super concerned about the kills, but catching the dub is the most important thing for me.
I mean, looking at the scoreboard, it's hard to think this guy doesn't want the kills. They were just coming straight to you. They were feeding you at some points. It was a disgusting showcase, to be sure. But the map of Ascent, you didn't pop off as much, but you did have claws come out of nowhere, felt like, and absolutely pop off an ace, went around a 4K, and another great clutch up with the Bucky to another 2 kills quickly with the Phantom collected. How does it feel to have players with both Big Spicy and Claws able to sub in and out like that and be able to pop off in such a way?
Honestly, it's amazing. Like, I've been working with most of these guys for about a year and a half now, and so I mean we're starting to get that chemistry down, and I've seen some of these guys improve from. I mean, most of them were bronze or silver come last spring, and then now we're about plat, diamond, and some of these guys are way underranked, man. Like, some of these guys their skill is low immortal, high diamond, and they're plat or gold right now.
Mick, this is not you. I know you heard the word
Dude,
silver
no,
and immediately
dude,
thought, that's
literally,
me, you know,
look,
that's me.
It's just the teammates. Literally, Zesty, the man who frags, is now confirmed that ranks do not matter. But nonetheless, I want to know, at least in the meantime, that, I mean, looking at y'all's composition for the likes of Ascent, it was very, very aggressive. I want to know whether or not, because a lot of teams either have to go 1 or 2 routes, or at least find a healthy blend between the two. Either play completely for retakes and make sure to just completely give up the side, or play very aggressive to spawn. We see how y'all like did not really do too much of that retake strategy. Y'all mostly just played very aggressive towards spawn. What was the decision-making process for going into that? Because I kind of suggested the whole retake scenario, especially with the breach, because you would have been able to make so much use of the space given to you and with how small the sites are. But y'all said, you know what, we're going to throw it out the gate. We're going to push right up main every single time we get the chance.
So are you talking about for attack or defense for us?
For defense.
So the way I like to run breach is, yeah, you can use that retake kind of setup, and his ults are very good for the sites there if you do need to use retake. But you can also use breach to create space and to take control of the map. So if we want to take control of A, I'll stack some of the more defensive heavy characters towards B, and we'll just take that space at A. Either we die and we lose, or we end up getting a bunch of frags. We end up with all the map control, and then we end up with the win most of the time if everything works out.
I love it. I told you, man. I said they were gambling, and they literally just said either we die and it is what it is, or we win. And honestly, with the intimidation factor y'all had, I mean, I feel like by the course of the game, once you were already up 2-0, you're probably thinking more of the side of getting those frags because they're a little bit too scared of you compared to actually dying out, just to leaving left dry.
I play the game so that I can blind people as breach. It's my favorite thing to do. So as long as I'm doing that, I'm happy.
I actually wanted to tag on to that with the breach, like you're mentioning. What was the switch? You play chamber so effectively, doing absolutely all over the place. It was insane what you were doing. Why the breach? Like, you could have played something else, but is breach just your secondary go-to? You letting everybody else pick up the pace instead of playing the Sin duelist that chamber turns out to be? Or are you just like, nah, we're going full Sin yeet? Like, what's the game plan behind it?
Breach is actually my most played character. I only recently picked up chamber within like the last couple of weeks. Actually like playing him. But for the most part, I've played breach and Cypher and Sova for the most part as my character pool. But I'm pretty new to the chamber, but I don't know. He seems kind of simple, so.
Yeah, we kind of got a note of that though on the bind. Me and Infernosis were questioning a lot there because a lot of chambers they like to put a rendezvous in Cubby towards B site, and then on A they like to put it right there in U-Haul, or in every single time they just transfer back and forth to make sure to have themselves relevancy on each side of the field. And you were always putting one on there towards U-Haul and then putting one back towards Heaven, and we're like, is this guy ever gonna use the entire map at some point? You eventually started doing it. We're like, all right, he's getting the hang of this, and it kind of makes a little more sense that you said that you're picking him up in the past couple weeks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for you guys to VOD review the game. I'm sure you probably will at some point. Your guys are an amazing team, amazing teams. That's kind of the difference between a lot of teams: communication and VOD reviewing, and lots of prep and looking back on mistakes. We did dog on you for a little bit there on Bind, like Dallas just mentioned, of not using the rendezvous effectively. Don't worry, we also dogged in Wardell, so we dog in even the best of players for that same problem. But I want to point out one last thing. This is more of a congratulatory thing. You guys take the W. We don't have the commissioner here to shell out the trophy and talk to you as well, but big congratulations. You guys winning the trophy. What's going through your guys' head? What are you guys going to celebrate? And is there anyone you want to shout out and thank for this journey along the way?
I mean, it means a lot to us, especially considering that in the fall we had fell short. We were the 2 seed going into the playoffs, and we lost, I believe it was to one of Purdue's teams in the semis. And we were really bummed about that. So we were really just trying to come out here and do better than we did last season. And so we started in the regular season, already got more wins than last season. And then we really wanted to top it off with the win tonight. And, well, we got it. And so that's really all we wanted. A couple of the fellas, we're all going to meet up and probably watch some baseball and hang out. Shout out to all my teammates, Rainier, Kobe, Jeff, Peter, and Ethan. They're all a bunch of absolute gamers, and I'm blessed to be in a team with them.
You guys look phenomenal out there as always. Congratulations on your big victory here to take this division. You guys are guaranteed for nationals. You'll get your trophies. I think y'all get shirts as well. But you guys go celebrate your victory. Have a wonderful time. And once again, from me, Infernosis, and from Dallas as well, we had a really good time watching you guys play and watching you absolutely eat everything on the field like a buffet, because that was a disgusting performance from you just through and through. But very much so, thank you very much for joining us. We'll show us on out of here real quick. don't get to show you the trophy, but thank you, Zesty, and congratulations for your victory. This has been it for the NECC for our game 1. We have a game 2 coming up right after this one. It'll be a different set of casters, and then another game coming up after that one. 2 more BO5s till the end of this one. We'll see you guys for that next showcase. And out.
wow, you're giving me that live feed.
Shotgun. Gotta go.
You are powerless.
Heal up, squad. Hawk out.
One enemy remaining.
Take this.
Shadows traveling. Flash.
Spike down. C.
Stay down.
Last player standing.
Here. Look at that.
30 seconds left.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Match point.
I follow your trail.
Flashback. Spike planted.
Last player standing.
We tend to dust.
You want to play? Let's play.
Stealing sight.
Last player standing.
Shocking!
One enemy remaining.
Here we go! Try that again. I dare you. This!
Last player standing.
Spike planted.
Spike down, C.
Shutting them down. Spike here.
Last player standing.
Coming through! I got spiked!
30 seconds left. Defenders win.
I'm feeling good. I'm excited. It's a best of 5 now, and I personally will say, from a competitive aspect, as well as a caster, BO5s give me so much enjoyment watching these players come out. It feels better for the players. It's a long day, but it feels better, and I can't wait to see what they can bring throughout this entire series.
Would be a good one. I mean, both of these players, or both of these teams rather, are the top 2 squads within. It's 7-1, 7-1 for both of the teams, and it's going to be an absolute heater. But we do have a bit of history. That's because Northern Kentucky University actually bested U Ottawa previously before we got into the postseason, before we got to semis and even the grands. It was back on week 4, and they 2-0'd U Ottawa, and I'm sure U Ottawa is looking for some revenge here in the grand finals. And that wasn't a very close matchup. Sure, one map went the way 13-8, but the following one was 13-2 Orbital. That is a stinger.
It's kind of crazy to think about it, right? Normally, you think in a type of shooter, or a type of FPS like Valorant, and maybe also like CS:GO in the round differential, a 13-8 sounds close. What's crazy is it's actually not. To a lot of the players, 13-8 is actually seen as a very standard score to come out with. You're usually looking at a 13-7 to a 13-9 is what's considered average. Close is, at least in my opinion, where people start seeing, the 13s, 11s, or, you go into OT, 14, 12 or something. So it's crazy to think about, but we are taking a look here, and as you said, it is still going to be U Ottawa trying to go for that revenge. And of course, we have the map set up here. It is different ones. Fracture and Icebox, of course, no one wants to play on those. And then the standard 3 plus 4, I guess, and into Breeze for the decider.
Yeah, this is actually a bit of a classic map pick. I'm pretty excited they're getting that standard rotation in, which is not bad to say the least. These are the OG 4 to begin with, and Breeze will walk its way. And let's also remember that this is going to be a best of 5, so you got to win 3 of these here. They are in for the long haul. This is going to be a sick matchup, but it's also going to be based on the stamina for either of these squads. So let's check out some of the players that we're looking at today. It's going to be Dr. Isolation, Plasmeric, Jace, Money Moves Mikey, which is that's a dope name. Pyro coming out from Northern Kentucky.
Yeah, and for this team specifically, they're well hardened. They have a much smaller roster pool to work with. So NKU, whereas some teams might be bringing in, a 10-man roster, which is great, right? There is a lot of potential for these guys to have very nice chemistry and synergy with each other, right? A lot of these players are able to work together very, very well. For you, Ottawa Gold, we have Cake, Overrider, Orgo, Noctember, and adjacent FGC. And this one's a little bit more scattered, right? They have a majority share of about 9 players that they bring together, and now they're picking the top 5. So it's a lot more, I feel, a little bit about the individual skill and about hitting those headshots, who has the best aim being brought in to kind of work here in the grand finals.
Yeah, I do like the U Ottawa roster, or just the program that they have. There are so many players who want to be part of the U Ottawa system. They've got multiple teams rosters within the NECC. And this one specifically has a full-on roster fielding 9 different players right now. So that is a huge amount of players who want to get in. They're hungry for a victory, and this is what they're bringing out to try and get this W here in the NECC Grand Final. So if this is going to be your winning roster, if this is the best, the cream of the crop rising to the top, Orbital, I'm excited to see if U Ottawa has sharpened their knives, sharpened their senses, and this is their star squad.
And on Haven, it's the tried and true, right? I love the fact that you pointed out that these 4 first maps are all the original OG maps that were released, right? These are the originals of how to play. This is what you're going to do over and over again. And for these teams, you better be well-versed on this, right? Like, you better be well-versed on these maps. You should know a lot of those corridors, a lot of those angles that can be held, and we can kind of see it in those agent selections as well. It's a little bit more standard, right, on the side of NKU. I believe that is, excuse me, The Brimstone coming in, of course, that one's really fun. But the Chamber, every team has to run Chamber currently. That is the top standard meta pick. And then the Sova, the Viper, and Sky, so much utility being brought down. Surprisingly, though, not a terrible amount of smokes. So NKU not working so much with the vision denial, but more so just zone control with the abilities.
Choose your agent.
Yeah, but on the other side, it'll just be Overrider if they decide to lock into that Omen. So not much in terms of vision denial because you got Plasma Rick and Money Moves Mikey will have those combined. You're not seeing anything making this attack if you're a player from U Ottawa. So it's good that they have some information gathering serious with Nova as well as Cake on the KO. That's a lot of information that you need to gain because there's so many tools to deny you that coming out from NKU.
Yeah, so what we're looking at, especially on the defensive side, is we're most likely going to see NKU be able to break away pretty early on. This composition is going to excel on the defensive side. This is practically set up where you could have a single defender on each site on A, B, and C, and still have two floating off of the wings with how much util they each bring to the table, right? You can put Viper straight in that B, you can have the Sova all the way on C, and then the Brimstone as you're showing on A, and each one can hang on to the corridors, be able to call for rotates and everything of the sort. It gives a very wide safety net, and then it relies on, NKU hitting the shots. For you, Ottawa, we are looking a little bit more at the kind of straightforward action. You black out an entire zone, you make sure no one can see anything, and you work your way from there after maybe going for some defaults. With the pistol here, I expect them to go pretty standard, right? It's a rush. Skill check them at the beginning, see if they're awake, see if they're at their keyboards, and from there we move forward into the following rounds.
You know what's interesting to me is Orgo's pick of Raze here on Haven. Not really an agent that sees much play on this map. Normally back on Bind or Split where there's some tight angles, but I mean, there are plenty of options to send these paint shells. It'll go to the back. Easy forcing Jace away. They have to walk through the smoke, but Jason walking on through long, but they can't translocate away. The rendezvous not quick enough before they fall, but even so, 3 players gone for NKU, and the spike will be activated, or maybe
Spike
not.
down A.
Dr. Isolation isolates that kill and plays their life.
It was such a great pick, and now looking at these final fights, it's going to be so dangerous. Plaz sitting on the edge, and that's the pick. Noctember finds it, and it's all down to Plasma Rick. You got one chance, one opportunity to be able to steal this pistol away. You might be able to make it work. Oh, that's a good find.
Not bad at all, Overrider. I mean, they had that dart to give the information, anybody making different moves. So, that crossfire, ready for whatever push would come out of the dark cover. It was too good of a setup. Even if you were able to secure one kill, in the end, the crossfire would have let them be a trade. So, a good take here from you, Ottawa, and I'm not sure what the defensive setup could have differed for Northern Kentucky, but it was just a very fast play, and that forced zoning play from Orgo sending the paint shells into CT, that was exactly what they needed to secure the set.
There isn't much that you can do. We were talking about, what you're expecting to do with these compositions. You, Ottawa, they have such a good rush in, screw you over in the site. NKU have a great setup potential, and now with the guns starting to come out here, we'll see NKU probably flourish about rounds, I want to say 3, 4, and 5. That's where we should see them really be able to lay down their defensive positionings. But right now, you, Ottawa, have perfect control. They can rush, they can fight. They have also the higher gun power right now, so they shouldn't have too much to worry about. It should go 2-0 in favor to kick things off, as is per standard Valorant.
Not to mention, also lost Pyro along the way as they peaked too short. Good kill in the beginning, so it's a nice starter. Oh, a bit of an issue with that flash drive. No worries, though, as no one's there to fight them. The Poison Orb making Garage seem like a very unsavory option. We're going on a much longer default play, potentially running up to C, especially following that 0 point and the paint shells in tow.
I'm surprised that they're taking this long to get into sight, but it's a perfect timing. Orgo able to find Dr. Isolation. Overrider takes out Money Moves Mikey. It's a flurry of kills to you, Ottawa, who are looking for that flawless run. Pistol can only do so much. Jace able to get the snap with that sheriff, but it's only one kill that they'll find, so you, Ottawa, will still carry over with a team ace on top of things. Lots of extra econ riding straight into their pockets.
And only one loss of life, that being Cake. She has gone down, but regardless, they do have a decent amount of dough. Will certainly go for the bonus. But even at this moment, right now, Pyro can't afford to bring out a Vandal. I guess the use of utility, the purchase, is going to cost him too much, so opting for the Spectre instead. It's going to be a bit of a hit, but even so, the range is certainly in the favor of NKU at this point. I'm wondering if this challenge on Garage is punished. Oh, I mean, it starts off with the Trailblazer. A little bit of stun there in the beginning, but not much to follow it up. Gotta play safe. You're on the side of Northern Kentucky.
For NKU, I foresee them being able to prep appropriately. And again, this is, like I said, this is where I hope they start shining through. And you can see U Ottawa understand, of course, this is the round that they are saving, so they expect to lose this one, but you want to take at least 2 or 3 members with you. With the deep spread, though, this rotate onto A by U Ottawa might be the better call. If they can identify that there's only one person actually holding, you're going to see them try and rotate fast, but it's going to take a little bit too long. So U Ottawa currently have the man advantage. Can they find a money lose Mike? You might have a chance at an angle.
Okay, and one shot is found, however, not much to follow up. Overrider gets the trade. Pyro here supporting from CT. Can't even get the plant. They're forced out with the utility, the shock dart. Even so, Jace running on through the hallway and looking to the left. You'll find maybe 1, even 2 in hell. And will you be able to drop both of them? Not the case. Orgo stays alive for at least 1 more frag, but it won't be enough. Finally, we do have NKU winning the rightfully so that gun round.
So well fought, and you were able to take 2. So you Ottawa, they also, I don't believe, got the plant with which hurts quite a bit. So you're hoping for a bit of extra econ to flow in. You don't get it. It's still good though. You still have a full gun round, and this is where it gets dicey. Now we get to see the full buys coming through, and NKU are also sitting on some, I want to say, very well-timed ultimate charges here. You can see one away from the Seekers. That one will be really nice to play with. Plasma Rick still setting up in Garage. This is going to be tried and true over the course of the defensive period. But U Ottawa have their own. The KO sitting with 1 more charge on the null command before it can really come up. So U Ottawa are deciding, right? These defaults, they've been able to win most of the gunfights early on. So NKU playing very far back. They're not taking any of those opportunities or any of those gambles, to say the least.
No, certainly not. Not at this point. But I mean, so early in the match, you can take gambles. You are in a position where you can send out plays, see what works, see what doesn't, get a little bit risky. Because it is just the first few rounds in the first map of a best of 5. But even so, you'd want to set the pace right, play how you can create the best opportunities for yourself. Outside of that, don't need to give your opponent some free shots. Pyro might be getting one of their own. They saw the barrel, yet Jason wins out the duel, expecting another one. Looking to the left, but they don't fully check it. It was a fake out for themselves. Money moves Mikey. Makes that money move out of there and plays
30
their life
seconds left.
position in heaven.
I like this call, but at this point, we need to see a faster rotate. NKU are slow to rotate their chamber over, so it's still going to be a 3v4. U Ottawa might be able to punish off the back end of this. They're going to try and look. Money Moves Mikey is going to try and drop down a little bit of a smoke. It's going to take a little time to deploy. Once it does, that should give the cover fire open. And yes, it is. October, sitting with only 33 HP, is going to lose their life. Money Moves Mikey falls as well. It's 1-for-1 trade, but that's a clear out by Plasma Rick underneath Heaven. And that'll be another finisher. NKU feeling real good about that one. The rotate was a bit slow. They still carry 3 over. It was a dominant retake on their part.
Yeah, it was so swift. Such a clean execution of that. Really off the back of Plasma Rick to be able to close out those players sitting in hell. And there's not much diversity in their post-plant setup. At least not what we've been able to see so far, as they want to take a position or cover in hell, but it doesn't give them the best opportunity to play off each other, play for and escape, because you're both looking at the same angle. You're expecting someone to swing out from CT. And once that comes through, while you have to be reliant on your aim skills, you want to have a bit more of an advantage.
You want to play?
Use the
Let's
geometry,
play.
use the landscape of the map to your advantage.
Not to try their best for that one. Now they're actually going to take... This is the first time, I believe, U Ottawa have even chanced a glance down C. I'm not sure if that should actually work, but... they are going to look for it, and they actually lose one on the back end. So, of course, in this save round, it looks like NKU have a better handle on it. Of course, we see the 2 to 4s. Jason just going to go ahead and use that one, try and find a few value shots out of it. Still looking real good. NKU starting to get into their own rhythm here to lock down U Ottawa's opportunities.
course, hearing that tour de force proc in the beginning of the round. A single soul on the side of Northern Kentucky that wants to move down mid. On the other side, there is Jace. Okay, hold on. There's Plasma Rick. Link, but the shot misses, whiffs, and they get forced away from the snake bite. Have the information. The tour de force is there. Nobody would even dare peek. Oh, the only player model blocked the vision for Dr. Isolation. They could remove that
30
player from the
seconds left.
frame. Just continue to control this completely. I mean, there has been a little bit of movement up mid. Maybe this is the moment to take a shot. It goes wide, and Jace stays alive. Still not taking a single piece of damage. Still under control. There's only 15 seconds left. The spike is
down,
fallen,
B.
and no one
One
there to
enemy
clean up the
remaining.
pieces. It's looking to be a
10
flawless
seconds
round
left.
here for NKU.
It is going to be that flawless round. Really, really well fought. And NKU looking on point, even though you, Ottawa, were the ones that were trying to, really get that advantage and try and break out that revenge. So far, it's feeling good, right? And yes, it's only 5 rounds. It shouldn't be called early, but NKU just looked really clean there. They looked like they were surgeons in the surgical room, really seeking those out. And this next gun round should be the main indicator of how it works out, because not only are you going to get through the gun round, you're going to get through a null command, a raised showstopper, as well as from the shadows. These are a culmination, a trifecta, a trifecta of very, very all-around ultimates that you can use. You have a long getaway, you have the entry, and you have the suppression. So it's the best of every piece of the world.
Revealing area.
When they combine their ultimates, it seems like a great rush composition for them. Oh, here's a denial of plant, but even so, all it takes is knock them to step aside a little bit, and it doesn't have too much value for that orbital strike. Now there's a potential for some value in this positioning. Pyro up top, hanging around looking for the shot. Orgo creates more madness. Comes with that Roomba. And look again, you have 2 players sitting in hell. This is what they love to do. This is how they always make their setups. Cake, she's the one variant here. They can set up beside the box, creating a little bit of denial of options here. Nobody knows what to do. They keep peeking out from window. Money Moves Mikey does the same, not learning the lessons from their friends who have fallen before them. I mean, Dr. Isolation, the last one to peek, and potentially the same fate as before. Oh,
Dr. Isolation. Oh, that was a rush and a half. So Dr. Isolation does fall. Plasma is able to pick up 1 on the backhand, so that feels good. But you, Ottawa, really, really well timed again, utilizing that null command, and then the extra. I believe that was the showstopper to break open an opportunity. These ultimates from you, Ottawa, again, it's the clearest idea of defense and offense. You have a purely defensive squad, it feels like, one that can set up properly, and then the full offensive, just break into a site, don't give a care in the world. It worked this time in Universe at U Ottawa's division in their initial entry. Now they have to do it without the ultimates in hand.
Oh, there goes Dr. Isolation. But I think that almost is not a bad thing. It's almost to your advantage to get spotted by the recon dart, because it might give some confidence for you, Ottawa, to take a swing, see if they can get it. I don't know if we've already seen Dr. Isolation on the op. I don't know if that information has been given, but they could imagine with scouting tools used. Even so, it's not a C hit. They are nary taking a chance going onto that site. But potentially B will be the move. We've never seen this many players postured down mid. Of course, with smokes falling on either side of the links, it's time to start this one off.
They're going to break it out. Noctember is able to find Plasma Rick very, very quickly on, but Overrider is actually going to get the paint shell, or actually going to clear out the back end with paint shell as well. Getting a little bit of help with the teammate. And now it's all on the B site. Very, very nicely set up. NKU, though, trying to find the pinch opportunities. 1 in garage, 1 coming in from the other spawn, but Noctember says you don't get to do that one. Hunter Siri comes out. Jace is able to watch, but Dr. Isolation and Pyro snap 2 back. Cake and Orgo gonna finish it off, turn it to a 1v2, and Jace is spotted on the edge as Orgo finishes off for a 2K.
That was a nice prediction, or at least maybe Orgo saw that spot of Jace before they got the shot for the wall bang from the back of B. But even so, we're reading that fight, reading that player position, and just taking the safest route, which is shooting through the wall. I enjoyed it. Great moves by Orgo. They certainly put the team on their back for that specific instance, and they're well on their way to getting another showstopper 4 away after using it, what, 2 rounds ago?
Yeah, that's it's a good standard measurement for Orgo. Now, main thing, of course, that was the save round, so we lean into that kind of heavily, but this time around, NKU, with the weapons hot, should have a little bit of value to work with. Again, for them, they have some of these major weapons. They have the Viper's Pit, which, if they hear enough members walk into the C site, they could bring it down, but it's going to be held on to for the time being. In University of Ottawa, they don't want to take too many chances. Like we said, you want to start fast breaking away and pull away in terms of the round score. But with the default setup, it's leaning into NKU's win con. Again, for NKU, they're more than willing to run down the clock every single time and force you, Ottawa, into those fight or flight situations at the end.
Running it down the clock. That's what we also see for NKU in terms of the retake. Take a bit too much time, lose out on the opportunity. This is a moment for an opportunity to be created by you, Ottawa. Paranoia, Plasma Rick blinded, but it doesn't matter how many flashes, how much CC you throw onto him. Good for the shot, especially with Jason providing that extra cover. Jason, the last one here, straggling, flailing for a shot. There's too many targets for them to take, but it's Plasma Rick in the end. Finish it off, and that's a flawless response here for NKU.
Flawless, looks so good, and you can see it here. It gives them a little bit of a boost of confidence, right? This is going to help them out. It's a 4-4, and it looks like we're going to see some hero rifles come out here. So it is going to be 2 Spectres and a Vandal. Orgo running that Vandal. But majority share, University of Ottawa willing to save out here, and I think that's the appropriate response, right? No reason to kick things too far, and it's actually a swap with the 3 Vandals. So University of Ottawa could still do a decent amount of damage here if they find a good collapse in. If they find Pyro kind of sneaking out on the wrong side, they could actually get some more frags and really put a dent into NKU's pockets. But NKU, their consistent default pressure and their default setup has worked for them so far and kept them in this first half.
It's an interesting lineup we're seeing coming from Plasma Rick to have that wall block off half of short here on A, and it's almost created a lack of necessity to clear it out for you, Ottawa. The last time that they actually made a commitment running up short, they did not, or I wouldn't say denied, neglected to check that corner, and it certainly gave Pyro net advantage. Jason, spotted out by that recon, does give him some info, but realizing only 1 player's there, they might shift their attention toward Garage, where the real action is about to take place. With Overrider overrides this defense from Money Moves Mikey.
That is the one that you want to watch. Again, we said this is a little bit of a save round. It's a bargain bin purchases for you, Ottawa. So any kills that they get, they're going to be real happy about. Nice swing there to clip out and not allow Overrider to get any more kills. But in this 4v3, with the plant going down and a long-range C hallway to play with, you, Ottawa, feel very much in control right now. A little bit of a lay down. Jason watching off on the angle and is now going to be spotted out. Now this is a dangerous time. It's the rush up, and this is the appropriate response. Just a cleanup on aisle C as NKU clean house and push to 5-4.
Yeah, not a bad setup coming up for the post plan for you, Ottawa. Unfortunately, they just didn't have too many tools to work with. Was their save? It had Spectres, but when you have Spectres or any sort of pistol in turn, you want to play it a lot closer, because that's how you take advantage of the situation. You have to make the best with the tools that you're given. And, you know, Overrider certainly did that, holding the angle by Garage Window, able to remove Money Moves Mikey. But when the pressure was put on and they had the double swing along with the guiding light, that's where they fell apart. When you have players sitting down long with short-range Spectres and SMGs, that's where you're going to have a bit of an issue, especially if NKU's shoving it down long, shoving those barrels of the Vandals down your throat.
And now they get the chance to do a bit better, right? Having the weapons hot, having only the Hunter's Fury, it's decent enough if they can get the plant. But, of course, we're still waiting to see if they can make something happen. So it's going to be a B chance. Jace actually getting punched very, very low. 8 HP left, and that should be the opener. Yeah, Jason is going to flood right in, take out Jace's life, and that should be the window of opportunity. You get a glance into B, and now do you rotate into C through Garage? You could definitely do that, but I'm not sure if you'll enjoy that one too much. I'm going to try and and hold steady, and Plasma Rick gets the win, but still loses their life.
Isolation. Spotted out, but not tagged by the drone, and they don't want to swing initially. In case of what else may be laying for them. Dr. Isolation goes for the swing. Doesn't lose out, or they do. Tumber and Cake locking things down with a great execution on the site. Gunning out is NKU. Just leaving the lonely Pyro on Garage, and certainly Orgo with the swing from CT. C-Link there for cleanup.
And honestly, you Ottawa are playing such an aggressive game here. The timer at this point doesn't matter as long as they have, 30 seconds on the clock. They don't feel super rushed. They're on their entries. They're setting up their util appropriately, right? Utilizing Overrider, utilizing those blinds, and it's allowed them to get away with some of these fights that we don't think should happen, right? That B entry, finding that pick onto Jace was something that Jason was kind of able to do on their own as well. So NKU, with their abilities and with the utility that they have on hand, they haven't been able to hit their shots as cleanly. And in an FPS game, no matter what abilities you have, you still have to be able to hit your shots. You still have to be able to lock down those kills.
The pressure being brought to head, especially now. No command. Drop Cake, unfortunately, the second she turns the corner. Money moves Mikey from the top of short. There for the shot, and with Jason's support, there's not much left in terms of options for you, Ottawa. Jason left all alone.
Last player standing.
Looking for a kill. Be found by Grass. None to be taken. At this point, they're left all alone and might as well just save it out.
You know what? NKU heard me talk smack and said, we took that personally, and just showed us how it's done. I love it, and it was so good. Very, very well fought, even in the early stages, and it shows that sometimes it's just the back and forth. It's almost that 50-50 toss-up, so really, really watching out on that one. And now Jason in between a rock and a hard place and a very, very hard place. You gotta take that swing. You're gonna get shot from behind, and it is NKU. First ones to reach 6 as we head into the last round of the half.
Last round before the switch.
Now the economy, it's good enough on both sides, and there's plenty of ultimates. In fact, if they even give Money Moves Mikey that ult orb, they'll be walking into this with 5 ultimates. There's no reason not to just pop them all. The question is, will Plasma Rick drop the Viper's pit? Imagine maybe off mid, but that might give him too much cover. I really don't know what the options are, because Viper isn't that much of a solid pick here on Haven.
You want to play? Let's play.
Might be proven wrong. Might see that this is the new meta here, Orbital.
Definitely the enjoyable meta, and I like it, right? Innovation breeds competition and brings about sometimes a new era, but constant lockdown here, it's starting to become predictable, and Jace, though, is unpredictable with that Hunter Siri. The thing is though, NKU setups are very, very easy to spot, and a huge thing is the rotation value that you can bring sometimes. However, because you have the exact same lineup every time, the players that you currently hold on those angles have so much power behind them. Currently in a 3-5 position, NKU are now rotating out their Viper. They're leaving Garage a little bit more open and now rotating the Sky forward so they can start closing in on the last 2 of you, Ottawa.
Pyro wanted to take a fight over by the double doors. Denies that possibility, especially the support coming from Plasma Rick's Poison Orb. At this point, he wants to work with a showstopper to open
30
things up.
seconds left.
Hunter's Fury to get a bit of information and a bit of staying power. The time is now to act. Cake, the first one to walk in, gets domed. The showstopper does find Pyro, and Orgo is good for even more. Turning this into a 1v2. Both players are behind down mid, but there's 14 seconds left on the clock. Money moves Mike right around the corner. You can't walk out with your weapons not drawn. And that is the case. Money moves Mikey, ready for the quick response. And an orbital strike for celebration. NKU end the half, 7-5.
Might not be the most explosive, but it definitely feels good, right? NKU, their first game against you, Ottawa, was a little bit more balanced, right? The 13-8, and it looks like we're gonna run it back there as well. However, now with NKU on the attack and you Ottawa on the defense, it's a little bit of a role reversal, right? This is going to be the thing. You Ottawa, They have the darkness, they have some of those defensive tools, but they don't have immaculate defensive tools. It's going to come down a lot to the aim reception. On the flip, NKU on the attack, a lot of their value is probably going to come from the Sky in Chamber. Yes, the Brimstone can enter into a site, but you really want those Seekers in those flashbangs and then the Chamber to follow up with the damage. It's a huge challenge all the way around, and I'm so curious to see how they play it out. Ooh, very nice swarm.
Good fragment coming out. It actually denies Dr. Isolation from moving forward. They are good for one, though. Takes placement is solid, and it does trap the majority of NKU, if not all of them, down seat long. And look at the health that we're seeing on Money Moves Mikey. They're certainly hurting.
Yeah, that single fragment really screwed over what they wanted to do, and that is the KO coming into play here. One of the unique picks here in this game, number one. And I love it, right? Now they have to rotate out. Now they're going to have to try and take a chance possibly through Garage or follow up through B. It's one or two options here unless they want to try and sprint for A. So options are abound, and it looks like they're going to try and challenge Garage with not too much util left. It's looking worse and worse for them.
Information gain. No one on the site proper, but here's the paranoia from Overrider with the frenzy. Can only get Money Moves Mikey. Turns it into a 3. Jason get dinked from the classic. They don't want to re-peek that one. No bullets in the Headhunter. Just the standard pistol for them. And a pinch from mid. They need the support. They need this extra pressure to go for the swing. No one is giving it yet. Finally, Cake makes a move. They realize Plasma Rick is in the back line along with Jace. Potentially a spray out from the back. Plasma Rick attempting to burst from behind. Finish off the round, but will be finished off instead. A good start here for you, Ottawa Gold. A little bit of a celebratory paint shell. I mean, hey, you could just get yourself in the end, give yourself that extra orb. Why not, right?
Oh yeah, and it's something to be said that so far Ottawa has won both pistols that these teams have played out so far. So I really like that fact. It shows that in the pistols, trying to give themselves the early advantage to kick things off feels pretty good, and that should even it out if the first 3 rounds play out as per standard. It'll end up in an 8-7 position to NKU and keep it much closer instead of what could have potentially been a 9-6 setup. Suppression going down, though, directly on NKU's side was able to suppress, I believe, 2. So that's good information being thrown down. Ottawa realize there are 2 potentially pushing on A that they don't want to deal with. The other 3 kind of left to the wind.
Information from the Trailblazer jumps into the window. May have spotted Noctember, I would imagine so, but it jumped in the opposite direction. So, information destroyed almost instantaneously. Noctember, along with Orgo from the hall. C, spraying it down. It's a bloodbath, it's a firing squad, and there's no escape here. Potentially the shorty as they jump on up to get a saving grace kill. At least something to give them an extra consolation prize. That won't be the case. Dr. Isolation, only good to grab the orb and maybe a fleeting shot before they fall themselves. It's a 1v4. Don't even have the spike. It's under complete control for you, Ottawa.
No, I mean, it's Dr. Isolation in isolation, probably in their own element, but what are you going to do? You have no weapons. You're just going to try and look for that kill. So Ottawa really putting on a show so far at the early stages. 3 more shots left, and Cake just hard swings in. Really nicely played. It will be Ottawa pushing up to 7. 7-7 is that tie score. NKU now with weapons hot, though, are potentially looking to go all out. I did see an Odin there for a second on Pyro, but decides against it.
Sad.
Would have been
There's
fun.
still some time. There's still time. They can do it. They can sell.
Maybe, potentially. Either way, though, it is NKU now in the driver's seat, now on their attack, and I say full attack here. If they lose more than 2 members, it's going to be very rough. Ottawa, of course, want to shut this down before it can rear its head. They want to kick things off in the specified series with a victory. With how close these teams have played, I don't think it's going to end any time soon. Little spray downs on C. Only saw a little bit of information. Knew maybe the raise was there, so little bit of a swing. It's a 2-2 onto a 1 long, or 2 long and 2 short. My gosh, I can't talk. Now they go ahead and entry in. Who's gonna win?
Sometimes the gameplay can leave you speechless, especially with this execute. It's done perfectly. Not a single tick of damage goes the way of Northern Kentucky. They walk and ride on through, and even Dr. Isolation isolates that pick and allows them to ensure this retake is going to be impossible for the side of U Ottawa. They may want to throw their bodies on the line, potentially just take the guns out of the hands of NKU. This is their hold, their bonus. They've got Spectres. You might as well throw your bodies out. Remove a Vandal or two. Money moves Mikey. First to fall. The guiding light isn't enough to blind them, but even so, Jace with the Phantom, with the shots downrange.
Ooh. NKU fighting back here. Being real happy about that one. So, again, that was the expected outcome. So, NKU play right into the proper hands, and now we get the full buy rounds. Now it's going to be fun. Noctember, though, surprisingly enough, doesn't have any money to play with, so it's currently only sitting on that frenzy, and that one hurts. Noctember, being one of the members that has been able to play out, is able to pick up the sector. There we go. I think probably sold one of the util pieces and was able to get a little bit of value back, but they are going to try and take their chance. So doors are broken. Money moves Mikey is going to try and walk forward, but this should be in favor of NKU. They have the weapon advantage. They feel a little bit more secure on their side as well. So you Ottawa Gold, what can you do to bring things back? Who is going to pick up the 2K?
Doesn't seem that any kills will be secured over on B, as it's been left completely open. Flash drive out. Cake pushes into the box in garage. Cake standing out the fragment, potentially denying the push. But even so, you're still in a dangerous position, and she will fall. Noctember expecting backing off because that snake bite is too deadly. They stand in it and take a single shot. That'll be it. It'll be all over for them. Regress back into the garage with the information. No one's here. You still need to make a move. As we have Northern Kentucky already made their way onto the site. Spike's been activated. The snakebite again further denies the option to walk out from garage into C, and the Seekers even more so. Information gained. The last players hanging out by garage, or at least we'd imagine, but Overrider sends out the paranoia from the C blink.
Enemy remaining.
Looks for the shot. Yet Plasma Rick is way too strong with a 4K.
There it is. That's what we were waiting for. 9-7 is the score. Plasma Rick, high anticipation right there. Now top on the leaderboards. 19 frags here in 16 rounds. What a way to give your team the advantage here and to be the first to potentially look at double digits. You're going up against a save round. This is going to be you, Ottawa, working with Peanuts. You got the showstopper, you got the no command. I mean, how much is that really going to benefit you, right? So we are working with a little bit of a Marshall on the back end for Jason. But NKU take this one slow. They don't want to give anything away. They hard swing one. Immediate teleport back. Jason doesn't take any damage, but realizes there's a lot of members there. Overrider is taken out once again by Plasma Brick.
Overrider really wanted to be a stopping force to deny them that easy rush. That won't be the case. It gives them a free frenzy. And finally, I think this is going to be the first Viper's Pit from Plasma Rick. We've been waiting forever for this. But, I mean, you know, that's probably why we don't see Viper too often, because this is such an odd ultimate to use here on Haven. And there's two more options for sights.
Oh my gosh.
But even so, I don't even know where the shots are coming from, but it's going to be Orgo to follow it up. The showstopper, just a zoning tool to keep them by graffiti, yet Pyro provides enough pressure. They've been spotted. Regardless, another Orgo kill. Dr. Isolation, the last man standing. Good for one. Cake has fallen. She's out. Paint shells force them to run on up, and Orgo isn't expecting it. Dr. Isolation with the clutch for 10-7. They won't make it out alive, but at least they got the win.
I mean, they get the win, but honestly, that was you, Ottawa, coming away with some fancy tech there. Remember, that was a save round. They bought no hard weapons. There wasn't much in the tank. They had, I think, a Marshall and a Spectre tops. They didn't buy out there. That was NKU buying out and still losing all 5 members. So, in the small war right there, Ottawa, I'd say, feels very confident about what just happened. They deny the fact that NKU were going to get even more in the econ belt, so they start already chipping away with the econ advantage that NKU have. Ottawa, though, are going to look for a round. They don't want to allow this lead to get out of control just yet.
No, definitely not. In terms of ultimates that we have on the table, it's just going to be that null command. Good for a retake scenario, but as a standard defense, yeah, sure, you can deny a plant, you could deny an initial execute. There's no denial here. When he moves Mikey ensures that. And the potential. Oh! Plasmo Rick, not expecting to get domed through the smoke, leaving it up to a 3-on-4. The options now to walk it down to A. Nobody covering it, by the way, but you do have the potential for a quick rotation, that being from Overrider as they run on through. We'll be standing by CT expecting someone to push on through. If this is a fast enough execute,
Smoke's down.
Stim beacon down. Ottawa gold. Off by surprise, followed up by the Stimmy. Here comes the shot onto Jason. They were the first ones to realize, yeah, the attacks here. We don't have much to do. The orbital strike to deny anyone from the rotation into CT, but Overrider was expecting a good shot from heaven. Not the case. Dr. Isolation spots it out, and there's only one place for them to move. It's out from C-Link, and Money moves Mikey, makes that move, 2 headshots, and it's another round to widen the gap for Northern Kentucky.
You know, Los, I said I was very curious to see how Ottawa and NKU would do when the compositions are so starkly different on opposite sides. Ottawa with a very aggressive team composition, and now on the defensive side, and NKU with a more defensive composition on the attacking side. And so far, NKU are showing a bit better prowess. Their shots are connecting, their rotates are very, very clean. And Ottawa don't have the utility to really lock it down. Now into another save that kind of forced itself, but I mean, it's necessary, right? You go ahead and hang tight and try your best. This is a hard push coming out, though, and it's actually working in Ottawa's favor. I was just saying that I wanted to see something a little bit different and maybe lean into that aggression. They do. They chase up C and gain a 1-for-2 advantage.
With this tour to force, they've already lost their movement up C. Now you have to walk to the other option, which would normally be Jason. Here with the sniper, not to be done, as they have the option for mid. Thankfully, that won't be a pinch. Soon regret. Here's Overrider, though. They spot the barrel. A dig through the wall isn't enough to kill. They attempt the shrouded step, but are too late. Pyro good for the shot. Yet Noctemper with the Hunter's Fury is able to remove Jace from the fray, but it isn't over yet. Pyro or 2v3. Have the information.
Last player standing.
They're so low. Noctemper. Flash drive, but they actually were blinded a bit themselves. Regardless, Noctemper good for a 3K here, simply with the Sheriff.
And that's going to help kind of close that gap. And as you were saying, it's now only a 3-round difference in a thrifty buy. Ottawa were able to maintain, and that was one that they desperately needed to win. You do not want to be on match point. You do not want to be in that scenario. Problem is, you're still working against the full buy. NKU have a decent amount of money instead of maybe 3 rounds that they can fully buy out after losing. It's only the previous and this one, so you gotta watch them fully buy out. It is gonna be the Odin. Orgo is the first one to pick that up of this series. And that'll be up against 3 ultis, the Hunter Series, Seekers, and that 2 to Force.
Makes a lot more sense to bring out the Odin on the defenses. You can spam through the double doors. As much as we would have enjoyed Pyro bringing it out, Odin doesn't make too much sense here on the attack. Oh, so many players, so many possibilities to get that easy first frag. To bait it out, the shot is recognized. Even so, they don't stick around to attempt a second. Which is interesting. Also, the fact that Northern Kentucky continued to push this after realizing there's a great threat ahead of them. And that's just a full-on back-off. They let the site be taken, get Jason FGC. Okay. Well, maybe that's what they were waiting for. They get this shot, but it does come at the cost of the site. They have the opportunity to go for this retake. That's what Cake's been waiting for. They can finally use this no command to make their way back in.
They are so dead.
They can, and they also want to go with the flashbang. You can see it there. It's going to be the flash drive being brought out and almost shot off, but that's a shot. Dr. Isolation misses, and Orgo is allowed to spray half the clip. It's going to be you, Ottawa, cleaning house. Money Moves Mikey is able to back away, but that's too little too late. Can you get the spray? You're hoping to get the spray down. You get one kill, and now you're clipped out. Orgo finishes it off. NKU lose the battle on the defensive. You, Ottawa, put 2 rounds together. And that is going to hammer home the fact that you, Ottawa, are not here to mess around. They want revenge for their Week 4 loss.
Without a doubt. And I guess it does speak to the fact that you know there's an op here. You can't be too careful when approaching this site. I think it also is because they didn't drop the smokes before they fully took the site, and it gave a great opportunity for Jason to pop out with the op, take a shot, and rendezvous on out of there. A free and safe fight for them, but also has to come at great thanks to Cake, bringing that no command to deny any response in terms of utility out of Northern Kentucky. And they spotted the op. They're taking the wise choice. They'll back on up. They'll send out the owl drone, and this is going to be a job left to the professionals. The Hunter's Fury might be able to isolate the kill. That won't be the case courtesy of the rendezvous. Here's the rotation to A, but they won't come in at the end.
And these hard rotates coming out of NKU, I like that they're calling it early before they actually take damage. It's the idea of, okay, preemptively get away with this. And Money Moves Mikey's able to find one. Timber is going to find one as well, but you realize you're in a little bit of a rough spot. Orgo with that showstopper is looking to fire away, try and catch someone else out. Is able to fire it off, doesn't get anyone on the back end. So NKU 2 more kills away, setting up for this 12th round. They're able to get 12. That puts them on a game point. That'll feel really, really nice. Pyro able to slide 1 on the stairs to heaven, stairway to heaven, and now is going to fire away. Nice teleport back out. You, Ottawa, took so much damage right there. Not sure if they can really hard contest.
With Cake falling, leaves Jason with an op to be the one to survive. They're good
And
at
1
that
HP.
single kill. They gotta get out of there. Just live and let live. Keep the op. Save for yourself. And while it does hurt, it stings that you have to allow them to get to match point. There's no sense in throwing away your gun just for a bit of petty exit frags, petty revenge kills in the moment.
Listen, you'll get revenge another day, right? That's what they're kind of saying here. And unfortunately, you get one more chance at revenge, right? Now you need to win 4 rounds in a row. For you, Ottawa, it's going to be a challenge. NKU prepped and very, very happy here. I believe if we could get the weapons up on our screen, we can take a look and see what they're working with here into this final round, potentially final round. It is going to be a full buy. So with that save over, Jason was able to maintain the operator. Orgo going right back with that Odin, and then the Vandals to break out. It's do or die time for you, Ottawa, if they want a chance at getting the first game.
Oh, Jason making that strong case. That's such a long tech for them to teleport away. The rendezvous placed just outside or on the other side of the bottom of short, so they could get back in position up to heaven. But even so, that isn't where the attack is. The spike's all the way at C. Your reposition doesn't help anyone, but here's some good news for you, Ottawa. The spike's down, but it isn't planted, and nobody really on the side of NKU is close enough to recover it. Yet there's some pressure building and mounting by Garage.
It's going to be the great kills, and now Noctember realizes that util fire might not have been it. Down to a 2v2. So close, but they're both locked in Garage, and that's a problem, so they're immediately going to hop out. Gonna have to try and make their way over to C, as that's where the spike is, and it's a dangerous scenario. Oh no. They are gonna try and split though. Remember, it's only 1 member on site itself. Might be the opportunity that they're looking for. Jason gonna throw down that teleporter, gonna try and wait it out. 30 seconds left. They break it. Oh, they got the kill! Dr. Isolation found it!
I love that wraparound coming from Dr. Isolation. That was the perfect move. Jason's all alone. Oh, they got the information. It's an op. Back away or just get close enough to stuff the barrel. Jason wraps around, potentially going to Garage, or they pick up a rifle. They don't want to take this 1v2 with an op. This might be punished. Money Moves Mikey's still expecting the sniper in hand. That won't be the case. They wind up. They get collided, maybe. Isolate.
Oh!
Jason clutches it out. with a 3K, a perfect swap, denying a perfect rotation for a plant. What a chess match, outdoing each other, and U Ottawa stays alive, and Jason recovers the op.
You know, remember what I was saying, Los? I said 13-8 is not considered a close match. U Ottawa once again said, and we took that personally, and are now pushing for a close match. We are 2-round difference right now, and with the save coming out, it should go to 12-11. U Ottawa are looking to get that tiebreaker in and force NKU to play to their tune. Not only are the weapons to their advantage, but the ulti economy is in their advantage. 3 ultimates to 0 as NKU look to try and make something, anything out of this save.
Be a wild start for Oracle. Yeah, not able to escape because they've got that speed. They've got the speed.
Oh my gosh.
She can't get the shot because they're too quick with it. The Ferrari slide, the Tokyo drift gives them the shot. It gives them the easy setup here for C. Followed up in 4-to-4, watching the back line. Nobody will make their way from that angle. But even so, it's threat enough here for U Ottawa.
I can't believe that played it out like that. I can't believe it worked that well. This is the first time NKU have done a fast rush. We haven't seen them do a fast rush, especially off of a save round. So what an amazing call here. And they give themselves the main advantage. Now they open up so many opportunities. October, though, is able to find one. Pyro is going to find Overrider. And Pyro finds another. This is feeling like it's all down to Jason. Can you make a miracle happen again? No, you cannot. NKU finish off game number 1, 13-10. A little bit closer than the previous series.
Yeah, a much better performance here by U Ottawa, and considering this is Northern Kentucky's map pick here on Haven, that's a great response. It's a great beginning for this series, and I'm certainly excited to see how this plays out because we've got minimum Orbital 2 more maps, and this is going to be an absolute heater, a back and forth endeavor for sure, and our next one is going to be Bind.
I'm excited. Again, these are all the original maps coming out here. We're seeing that the teams are very experienced in that factor as well. So on Bind, I'm expecting even more ferocious play. We saw both squads have very clear intentions, and I'm very curious if NKU and U Ottawa will continue that trend onto the next maps. If that is a team stylization, or if that was just the map stylization that they have chosen for.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to find out what adjustments can be made, if even necessary, for either squad as we jump into Bind right after this break. And we're back here for the NECC Grand Finals, the championships here. It's Northern Kentucky University versus U Ottawa Gold. Northern Kentucky right now looking pretty solid to take their first map of Haven, but it's not over yet. We still got plenty more Valorant action to go. This time around, we're headed to Bind. I'm Low still with Orbital. We're ready to rock. Let's take a look at this map series right now.
Yeah, so far we've already gone through Haven. It was a very close map, 13-10. Now moving into Bind, a little bit easier. In terms of the defensive side, you don't have to spread out as far, which may or may not benefit the side of NKU, right? This squad that really likes to play defensive, that really likes to, excuse me, prep accordingly. So will allow them to narrow down the points of attack that U Ottawa might be laying in. And to give you a little bit of peace of mind as well, on all of these setups, right, you can take a look at the bottom there. The U Ottawa squad will always be on attack to break things out until the decider. NKU will always be defending first to kick things off on each map until the decider. So until then, we get to consistently see these teams play out to their strengths.
Yeah, something I'm enjoying to see, or I'm hoping to see, is a bit of an evolution of the post-plant setup brought to us by Northern Kentucky. In the beginning, back on Haven, it was certainly a bit lackluster. They were holding similar angles. They didn't have diversity. They didn't have those crossfires. But as time progressed, they were taking better angles. They were having multiple people holding the site. And that's also due to the fact that they were able to plant the spike. They were able to execute that site with more players alive. So they were not only improving their post-plant setup, they were improving their execute to get onto the site in general. So it's just an overall improvement here for the attack of Northern Kentucky. I'm incredibly excited to see how they continue to improve and evolve throughout the series.
Yeah, it's the idea of what do they end up at the very end, right? Like, what is going to be at the final end of this series? You know, game 3 is all of a sudden we see the flip around, right? We see overall just craziness, but what we are seeing here is NKU once again on their comfort. It looks like I believe almost the exact same composition here. Still see the Brimstone, still see the Viper, still see the Chamber, and still see the Sky. So it definitely feels like they aren't going to be changing things up too quickly. Money Moves Mikey is the only one that I think changed it up, went to the raids instead of that Sova, which I can definitely see, right? Those paint shells and that rocket boost is going to be so much of I want to say the satchel is going to help out a lot here. It looks like it's going to be mirrored
Select
overall.
your
Outside of
agent.
the Sky, we're going to see all mirrored agents.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. I mean, I'm also curious. Actually, not curious. I'm more satisfied now with the pick of Plasma Rick going Viper here on Bind. It makes more sense, Orbital. It certainly didn't make sense back on Haven. It was just a bit too open. If you decide to isolate off one of the sites, you have 2 more to choose from. There's too many options, and Viper is just too static of a controller to be able to work around 3 different spike sites. So that's not the greatest pick. Here on Bind, though, it makes much more sense, and I'm sure we're going to see actual aggressive plays with those Vipers. The defensive ultimate usage does come into play here. I don't believe we saw a single one while they were on the defense back on Haven.
They didn't, and so in those scenarios, there are some calls, and I'm personally in this field of you always want to drop that Viper's Pit on the defensive end. So not being proactive, but being reactive with it, right? Oh, they're coming in to C. Okay, I will drop my pit now. Whereas some people really like to drop it early, and it's a really good deterrent, right? You drop it down in the middle of, say, on Icebox, you drop it outside of one of the B entrances, and all of a sudden they can't come in, right? There's just no way for them to enter, and it completely stalls them out. But I am always in the court of drop it when you know the opponent is actually coming in. That way you get a lot more value out of it, and you waste even more of their time.
True, but you know what they say. You might as well use it instead of holding on to it. A badly used ult is better than one that doesn't get used at all.
Mm-hmm. It's either use it or lose it. That's what that's called. So we'll see if it continues through. But ooh, this is gonna be opening eyes. So again, NKU getting a little bit of agency here, losing a bit of agency as it's a full flood of U Ottawa. Again, this team that has done so well on the aggressive foot immediately floods in to that B site and are gonna take a 1 kill advantage.
Clean, easy take for U Ottawa so far. He loses Mikey backline here on the Rays.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you can't be playing with that. And what? Jason by themselves able to secure it out with the right click classic. An easy winner here in the close quarters matchup by Elbow. But eventually Plasma Rick does find success. Pyro joining them. The last 2 players here for NKU want to run out, find those picks, but Jason continues to be a constant threat, and there's no chance they can make it out alive. Not with all that crossfire and different positions held by U Ottawa. Good start for the Gold Squad.
And so far, that puts them at 3 out of 3 pistol rounds. Like, that is very good stats for U Ottawa, right? Like, this is getting really, really good for them. And I like that fact. So far, they know that they can control early game. Expect this to continue onwards, even through the rest of the series, even if it gets to the decider and we're looking at a little bit more of a loaded gun here. Really nice opener, though. Again, Jason now sitting at 3 stacks on that ulti charge. Needs about 4 more before he can go crazy. But they have the weapons, right? Spectres are hot. They entered into B last time with the 3-2 split, and they're going to do it one more time. No reason to fix what ain't broke. They're going to try and chase in, though, and Jason again on that headway opens up with first blood.
Hoping for something with that shorty play. Not going to be the case. Dr. Isolation, the only one to find success. Noctober loses their head. But in return, U Ottawa gains the site. Follow it up. The pressure from Cake. That's brought up.
One
with
enemy
all that
remaining.
utility. It's going to be impossible to defend or retake, especially with Orgo taking the fight to the enemy. NKU certainly didn't stand a chance on that anti-eco.
Nope. Did not enjoy that fact, and will unfortunately have to kind of play out from there. So we'll see what they do decide to buy, and NKU still kind of dancing around that fact. Jace a little bit slow to buy the weapons. It is going to be the Phantom. Pyro, unfortunately, still suck with that Spectre only. Still has an extra 1k to play with, so you could easily, I think, buy a little bit higher end as well. But opting for that weapon and feeling very comfortable on it. We'll see if NKU can now swing back and, again, break out this early game Valorant to what we expect. U Ottawa, though, taking a huge challenge. 3rd time, once again, is going to be this B-side aggression. And Money Moves Mikey says, it might be the 3rd time you're aggressing, but it's not going to be the 3rd same outcome.
Not a great double spray down. Orgo now jumping back into Hookah after the nades explode. Just to put a bit of pressure, make them think they're still considering a push onto B. Not the case at all. But even though they've changed direction, it doesn't change the setup from Dr. Isolation. They've held firm. They won't give up any angles. Well, they do give up U-Haul, but even so, there's plenty of utility to deny them that real spike
Enemy remaining.
Oh!
Good. Too good. Cake being able to spray down 2, which is really good for her. Really, really nice pickup and being able to carry 2 over. So NKU lose an important set of members. That will hammer a little bit on the econ, but it's still a round in their favor. NKU sitting at 1 and 2 as we get underway for a major share of the gun round. And I say that we should see a gun round.
Anyone have fun?
However, NKU having a bit of a budget problem here.
Anyone have fun?
Definitely a strong question. I believe they're putting Dr. Isolation in a position where potentially grab a single kill with the headhunt to convert that into the tour de force. I mean, everyone's on the cusp of an ultimate here for NKU. No one is quite there. Here comes the nade. They have to run away. Pyro doesn't even get the information with the guiding light. It's a dud. Back off by Sand.
Looked a little bit scary, but so far okay. Everyone playing relatively safe, and again, NKU, a very defensive squad, hoping to lay this in, and U Ottawa going to try their best as well to break open these sort of angles. Now keep eyes again on that chamber for NKU's side. Does not have an actual weapon. Was hoping to get that orb and hoping to utilize that to their advantage. Jason, though, not looking the right way. Do they just pass right by each other? Yes, they do. And they're not going to notice. And Pyro says hello to the free kill.
Unlucky. That's all you can say about that one. Just a case of Valorant. Got Valented. Pyro comes out on top with that one. Denies any ground gain to Garden. Not even information. They didn't see anyone else. Sure, we've got Orgo here and Hookah to take some shots, put a little bit of pressure on, pepper some shots into CT, but regardless, not much can follow that. And there is a rotation here, so they don't see anybody. They think it might be a little easier to take, and here's their time to make that execution. I mean, Dr. Isolation down to 10 HP. They must have peppered some shots in, follow it up. 14 seconds left in the clock. You have to make a move, and even so, they lose 2 on the way out. But they will be able to earn that plant overrider. 16 HP, a dream in tow. Have to be able to close this one out.
Where does he go from here? Cake with the util out is going to get sprayed down. Overrider, though, is able to find Money Moves Mikey. 16 HP in a dream. The dream is alive, and the dream is potentially dead. There it goes. That will be the finisher. NKU bring it to a tie game and take control here in the second round as well. Or into the 5th round. I mean, second round of theirs, because now they get to fight against the save of U Ottawa. Should push them up to about a 3-2 value. And NKU in that defense looked good. Again, it was slow, it was methodical. It took a bit of time, but it was necessary. Very well fought on their end.
I mean, that was an unfortunate end to Plasma Rick, as they got caught off with the utility out. An easy spray for Orgo in the end, but, you know, in the end, it does come down to that setup that allowed them to drop 2 of U Ottawa as they were funneling outside of Hookah, and still managed to keep some players alive on the other side for a retake. You have to give some kudos out, of course, to Overrider being able to keep the dream alive, get the plant in tow, so just help out the economic plays in the long term.
Smoke's down.
Because we could just imagine this is going to be a slaughter here for U Ottawa, only rocking the distance.
Oh, and Money Moves Mikey goes for a random spray, gets a headshot, or not a headshot, but it gets a couple body shots and says, "Thank you very much. I'll take that one." Pyro now completely in the smoke is holding and waiting, but no one comes around that corner. So U Ottawa, after losing a total of 2, are now going to push all 3 in the long side of B. Possibly going to be challenged. Dr. Isolation getting some information, take some stats back. 69 HP on the to Overrider. Now Timber is there to try and help out.
Headshot.
Jason's got to be mad. 2 rounds in a row. Can't be happy about that one. Leaving the last 2 survivors for U Ottawa down long. If Dr. Isolation keeps taking these peaks, they'll certainly lose their life. There's no reason to do that. No need at all.
Left.
Potentially even a shock dart as a capability. Send to the back, it'll be all you need. Probably don't have that information that they're so low. Chase hits the shot, but in the end, trade from Overrider is here. 38 HP to him. Don't have a chance to earn the shot. An easy, clean round, except for the 1 death. Came up to a bit of greed there from Chase.
Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit, but you're not too worried about it. Right now it becomes the big value target. It is going to be that all-important gun round once again. And it's going to be 3 ultimates. Very, very important. So keep this in mind. Cake is currently sitting with that Viper's Pit. It should give easy access to a retake defense by the side of U Ottawa. So I'll really, really keep eyes on that one. Of course, they have their Brimstone with the Orbital Strike. So these are great coverage layers. More or less, if U Ottawa get inside of a site, there'll be next to no opportunity for NKU to be able to get to that spike in a reasonable amount of time. They will have to aggress very quickly, and they should have identified this. So NKU have to stop U Ottawa at the doorstep if they don't want to deal with the aftermath.
Trademark destroyed. Information at least. There's some pressure on a short. Followed up by the Aljo. Nobody's hanging inside of U-Haul. They don't have to make a move. In this moment, Money Moves Mikey. Moves his way into you. That's shock dart? No. Just barely denied it. Barely flips. Player in. Oh, that's throwing it down. Money Moves Mikey. somehow survives longer than they should have, but in the end, they will be dropped. Gives an opportunity here for you, Ottawa, to push on out, but there's so much utility denying this possibility. Dr. Isolation rides out, removes Overrider. The spike isn't planted. They have an opportunity here in the poison orb to get it done finally.
Spike planted.
They're so happy about that. They're able to get the plan down. Now Pyro gonna go on the aggressor though.
Remaining.
And they turn it around. Are you kidding me? NKU sweep back in a clutch out moment by 2. We thought it was gonna be you, Ottawa, coming away with a victory, but NKU come out guns blazing here to push for a 4-2.
Yeah, what a great double by Pyro there. It's surprising. By the way that they swinged, it didn't seem that they even knew Cake was there. But even so, they were good for the headshot. A beautiful play by Pyro, getting the flank in. And even so, I want to talk about how that was such a chaotic take by you, Ottawa. I didn't even know whose utility was whose in the end. And it felt the same that some of the players on either side were getting a bit confused. But in the end, it will be an NKU victory. You, Ottawa, are going to have to come up with a new strategy, but they have 4 ultimates to work with.
Welcome to the ult show. I think you said it earlier. Use it or lose it is what we're hoping to see here. They have some of these golden opportunities, but there is another fight. Jason says, I don't need an ultimate to deal with this right now. Just goes in, guns blazing, takes the shot. Phenomenal start here. However, Pyro on the back end has been an absolute menace in some of these scenarios. It's a hard spray in, even through the blind and knock. Temper is able to find it. So look at this aggression. Money moves Mikey. He's able to turn it around, but they are fighting for their lives. Inside they go. NKU in a 3v4. You, Ottawa, ready to go on the back end. Orgo is going to go ahead, throw down a little bit of a shot. Money moves Mikey. Is able to take one more before falling. 2v3. Can they do it again? Dr. Isolation takes a swing, loses out on that gunfight a little bit. Takes some HP damage, possibly only able to get 1. And you swings while still bringing out your weapon. That will be you, Ottawa, keeping it within 1.
Yeah, unfortunate, taking the weapons out a little too late for Dr. Isolation. Even so, there was the possibility for a quick trade and swing outside of garden. All 3 members were holding it down there. And that also could have been a bit of their weakness. Having every player in the same spot, going one after another to try and get the trade, could lead to your detriment. In the end, it was just handled simply by Overrider. So they can claw back, they can close the gap.
You want to play? Let's
Parity,
play.
2 ultimates committed here by NKU. They're thinking, nope, you're not tying us. You are not coming to A either.
Denial on every step, and you're just like, well, this sucks. I just want to go into a site. And you, Ottawa, as you were saying, were denied, and Jace laying it down here, and Hookah really smoking it out. Ooh, this is Viper Spit also used over there on mid, and so Overrider, Pyro is not going to lose their life, and it seems that you, Ottawa, have found their value opportunity on the long side of B. They're going to try and take that chance, or maybe go through the teleporter. Those are 2 different options that they can work with. So far, that's going to be the angle peak. Dr. Isolation finds Jason's life. Jason's able to find out on Argo, and it's a 4v2. You, Ottawa, lose their initial advantage.
Tagged by the Eldor, it doesn't even matter. They were considering using that Hunter's Fury for the moment. And now they jump into the teleporter. But it doesn't even matter. You've got the toxic screen. Money moves Mikey looking for the advantageous play, but only throws their life away. Dr. Isolation in a new position. Get the shot down from heaven.
30 seconds.
And they do get a bit of damage, but it's not enough. It does bring Noctember to half health, and it's a good cleanup potential for Jace. Jace loses it out. Still such little health for the last member of you, Ottawa. Can only take 1 bullet, but maybe they don't even need to fire it. They got caught in the trademark. He realizes he has so much time, and no move is being made by Noctember. He doesn't find the shot. He can't save the day and loses his life in the end of it all.
What a nasty series of events. NKU able to break away there, and thanks to some key utility, you, Ottawa, kicking themselves a little bit there, and they could have been defended, but NKU now looking a little bit more comfortable. Still a 5-3, still a fairly close early start to this half, or to this game, and you're looking at it on the back end. You, Ottawa, now have 3 ultimates of their own. They want to play with these ultis. They want to play with the Viper Spit. They want to play with the Oracle Strike. And the Hunter's Fury, again, these 3 ultimates in tandem can give you complete clearance. You just have to stay alive to be able to utilize it in time.
Comes an aid. Denies them from walking on through. The response comes out here from you, Ottawa, slinging it through all the smoke. Maybe they can find the mark, but in the end, they just want to find something, anything to start the fight off. Cake, she's committed to the Viper's Pit, and it at least gives them that. The spike has been planted. Navigate anything in terms of that player advantage, and just as I say it, September finds the shot within the pit. Does come down chased and looking through the smoke. Overrider, really a master of the U-Haul.
U-Haul is all his, and at this point, NKU have got to be aware of that one. So now in a 2v5, I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything. This is what I said. I want to see them be able to utilize these ultimates to appropriate fashion, and NKU realize that this is going to happen. This is something that they have to worry about, and that's Chase. Money moves Mikey, going to take a spray, can only find Orgo in a bare fight and still loses out. Dr. Isolation, though, is actually going to find the kill on Overrider, getting a bit of revenge for the teammates. The attackers still come out the victor, pushing to 5-4. And Los, we're right back in where we were in game 1. It's close, and it's effective. 1 round difference as we're heading into the last 3 rounds of this half.
I'm glad everyone's just throwing their ultimates into the fray.
That works.
They've waited quite long enough to make that call. And Cake, certainly a decisive move. That gave them the round, essentially. But really, we got to talk Overrider. Found 2 easy spray to... Come on, Plasma, what are you doing? We got it? There we go.
Yeah.
Found 2 easy shots within the U-Haul, and without those kills, there was a chance for NKU. Holding it down in U, and made it a beautiful play for Ottawa.
So many ways for you, Ottawa, to start getting a feel back. And again, the safety net underneath them here in this best of 5 series feels really, really good. You lost a close game 1, and you push into a potential close game 2. Of course, with this stim, they're going to try and rush forward. Orgo finds Dr. Isolation early on. Plasma Rick hiding off of the wings. Pyro finds 1. Going to try and launch in a little bit of a Viper's mark, and you find it this time. Good damage down onto Cake. And the poison isn't yours. It stings a bit differently. Orgo able to hunt out on the back end. Money moves Mikey can't find the hit. He's going to lose out on that possible gun, but Plasma Rick with the collateral. Orgo is able to finish it off, but it's down to a 2v2. Plasma Rick with a fantastic swing to bring back some balance to this retake.
September revealing their position by sending out that dart. They're backed off. They'll play for the Hunter's Fury. The position for Orgo has been revealed. Orgo doesn't want to peek it anymore. Hunter's Fury out.
Last player standing.
They're just playing for the post plant, the Hunter's Fury, and well, I guess it was effective. Wait!
Oh!
Wow! Wow! I did not think that was going to work in time. I thought Noctember, while it was a bit questionable to hang out in that spot and use the Hunter's Fury, I thought it was enough to deny it. It was too big of a threat. I was wrong. I was wrong, Orbital.
That my breath is still taken away at the fact that it showed that low of a number. Oh my gosh, NKU steal away around. You, Ottawa, have got to be furious about that one, right? They were like, listen, we lost all our members, but we still got the round. Oh, so they're going to be looking and hunting for that revenge. They expended another ulti on the back end of that one, so now all they have is that orbital strike. Can you find it, though? This is a long, it's a 4v5 defensive play. NKU still have a holder, and now it's going to be the flank around the corner. But he was making it 2 with the showstopper. It does what its name suggests. A return fire by Orgo gets nothing of the sort. And now a hard swing by Money Moves Mikey says, Orgo, get the heck out of U-Haul. Dr. Isolation on the back end sends it in. And Overrider sends just a blip of an orbital strike, says, I tried my best, everyone. See ya on a different side. Overrider is able to take 1 with the molly from downtown. But that's all it really is. Still round in favor of NKU.
So, I saw this happen. This was 2 rounds ago where we saw Overrider go into the teleport, end up in B short, and get caught out by Pyro. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, why did that happen? Why did he jump into the TP? And I'm pretty sure it's because while Orgo was double satcheling their way onto the objective, it actually booped Overrider into the teleporter. So they were cut out from the fight by use of this blast pack, unable to help the rest of the squad, and just eliminated the second they came into contact with Pyro. So that is just a lot of cards to not go in your favor to win out a round.
Listen, sometimes you don't need the winning cards. You just gotta have them that's a bit better than the opponent. It's just all you need. That's all you need. So, a little bit of a difficult swing, as you were saying. So much did not go in the favor, but they were able to still win it out. Now it's Plasma Rick's turn. It's a hard chase in, and Jace is able to find one. Was that an actual volley kill? Are you kidding me? Well fought, Plasma Rick. Now getting a little bit more value, but it's a 2 for 2. It's going to be fought more. Noctember and Orgo following over. Now in this 3v3, the B or A site attempt, but the spike is still not down. Look on your minimap though. It's a challenge back as the teleporter is used for a rotate at the last second.
Oh, Pyro almost blasted away with those paint shells. We do still have this flank being brought into play by Money Moves. Mikey, Noctember reads it, and another to follow. Jace does bring in the trade. Spotted out by the dart, but they'll go back in for a reaggression. Orgo only with a Spectre inside the tube, but they will rejoin their teammate. Potentially head over to Elbow. A lot of areas to clear here. Beautiful chase. It's not a good scenario to be in. They can win this fight right now. That would have been nice to get the shot over onto Cake. Unfortunately, it's Orgo who had the angle. That was a nice Viper wall, to say the least. I didn't know that it was going to isolate that angle. Just made it impossible for any victory since that.
Yep, very, very well fought. The crossfire set up perfect, and you Ottawa are able to finish off this the first half with a victory under their belt. So going into it feels better than an 8-4, so 7-5, same exact score as last time as well. Game number 1, first half, ended at 7-5. Almost the exact same score lines as well. So this time around, we're watching Dr. Isolation. 13 frags so far, hoping to get a little bit more. And now this is where NKU are going to turn on the afterburners. They say, okay, we know we could probably get away with a little bit of cheeky stuff here. You Ottawa are going to look to try and shore up their own defensive sides as mid is going to be played. A little bit of a look inside Hookah. Are they going to find it? Jason with the double tap. Can't find the frag.
September, I believe that's the follow-up. That's good enough. Doesn't matter how you come by that kill, as long as you get it. It's easy to do. Dr. Isolation now bringing in the single shot over in showers, and they have a second to follow. Cake's gone. There's no more opportunity for them to bring smoke into this play. Both controllers have lost their lives. This should be easy pickings for the rest of NKU, unless Orgo has something to say about it. A shot out from Vents. CT removes their numbers and makes it a 3-on-3, but the spike is still in play.
If they're able to do this, it'll be the first time NKU are actually able to win a pistol round here in this series. They really, really want to, but Dr. Isolation says, not today. We're going to go away with that win. Noctember in a little bit of a win situation. And not so much. Money Moves Mikey clears it out with 2 at the end. NKU feel much more comfortable now. A 3-round difference as they head into the second half. A little bit of a surefire wave, but double shorties now. Orgo and Jason. We're going to try and have a bit of fun here.
I mean, it didn't exactly work out well last time. You had to have that alley-oop shock dart from Noctember secure the first. Okay, are we really bringing 3 in? You dropped it. Is the plan here to bait players going into U-Haul and then bring out the shorties the second they come?
I could see it. This essentially gives them 4 shots, right? 4 shots each. You buy 1 apiece, or no, are those classics there? I think those are classics, right? Okay. So yeah, there's a little funny thing that I'd seen, which is very, very expensive for 0 reason whatsoever, which is you have a couple more shorties on the ground and you say, all right, we had a chance, but that's the Trailblazer. That should already be 1 shot. Yeah, now you just fragged out of your mind. This is gonna hurt.
Wow, such a thought-out plan brought to you courtesy of you, Ottawa, and it all goes away with one piece of utility. The Trailblazer reads it entirely. Orgo, I'm not even sure why a peek followed that up.
I give him credit. It's the A for creativity, right?
Yeah, you know what? I have to agree with you. I loved the heart that was going behind that initial play because they had the classics just in case that initial fight didn't work out, or maybe they wanted to take it a little closer. Maybe they realized, okay, well, if they don't actually come to A short and we need to fight, we need to attack, we have these classics as a fallback, so we aren't running into a retake with probably one of the least favorable weapons for that in the game. Unless you're gonna blast pack yourself into that fight. Maybe a little bit of the stim beacon as that's almost like a bayonet charge, essentially.
It's the all right, everyone, get in there. I don't care if you die or not. Just move your butts, please. And it's so much fun to watch. It's even better that both of them have it, right? It's very, very entertaining. If we ever get the chance, I want to see both of them throw it down at the same time, and both teams come out of the gates flying, and everyone's just missing shots because they didn't expect to be boosted like that, right? It's just like, oh gosh, this is a little bit fast. So I don't think it's gonna happen. Of course, that is such a far-fetched dream, and it only happens in my solo queue games because both of the teams tend to be a little bit rougher around the edges down in the lower solo queue ladders.
What rank specifically? What are we
Listen. We don't talk about this, Los. I brought it up once. We're not going to touch on this fact ever again. Okay.
Okay. Well,
only my mouth moves fast. Nothing else does. I have some issues.
Money moves Mikey jumping right into that shock dart, but might not be the end of them. Pyro secures the first kill of the round in an easy conversion into the upgrade of the Phantom. But they still have a lack of vision. The toxic screen is up, and their vision is out. Even in the same moment, it's going to be NKU. They're gone too. Because they have Dr. Isolation already by the triple, they realize it's been such a big rotation that no one's here. They've earned sight for free.
And it's the perfect advantage, not only because they earned sight, but they also force a kind of funnel on you, Ottawa. There were no other angles for them to take, and that is going to leave it open, though. Orgo, go ahead and mow down two, and Dr. Isolation tries to follow up. Overrider with a great swing on the back end. Now going to get a little bit of snap. Plasma break down to 6 HP. You're locked into a corner. This is a dangerous spot to be in. 1v2. Pyro gets a swing. 3K. Can you make it 4? Overrider with 24 HP. It's a battle of the one-shots. Who comes out alive?
Launching smoke.
Overrider putting the smoke on themselves, going for the fake. Might realize it's a fake.
So good.
Nice.
Overrider walked on out, expecting the peak. I like that manipulation of your own smoke. Most would expect to just stick that thing, pray to the Valorant gods, and you could walk out alive. But no, you have to create your own destiny, and Overrider certainly did. Huge denial of that bonus run, but even so, one player left alive, losing out all of those rifles. They're broke once again.
And it hurts, right? They fought so hard for that round, but NKU made it so expensive, and looking at these items, you would not assume that you, Ottawa, won that last round. You just wouldn't, right? Take a look at this. It's such a bargain bin buy that NKU are like, we're probably still okay for this, and they're even playing like it. Look how aggressive they're being here. A chance into hookah might be able to spot out that there's only two on the long end of B. And now that they flush back, this is NKU spending so much. One lurker all the way on A, which will catch some of the rotates out, but NKU should have the man advantage here.
I've got your trail screen down.
And the Seekers make this a much easier engagement, but the spray through the toxic screen might be an issue. Caught with the trademark, but we don't have enough temper to take the peak just yet. Pyro, though, isolates the angle. No pressure coming out of the elbow, and Orgo, along with the showstopper, here's some more utility. All the explosives in their arsenal are here to save the day with Dr. Isolation with 3. Dodging the shots. Cake can finish it off. She falls as well. It's a 4K for the Doctor.
Doctor's in the house, and it hit hard. What a ridiculous play there. Dr. Isolation says, gimme that 24 Ks. That is a ridiculous score to have. 10 rounds to 6 puts NKU into double digits and is looking for 3 more. That round was one of you Ottawa's buy rounds. And now you're stuck again with the bargain bin. You have a Bucky, you have a Shorty, you have a Stinger, and you have a Spectre. You got the bottom of the barrel to work with here, and you gotta bring the maximum value out of it.
That was
Right between the eyes.
okay. Overrider good for 1 for smoke. Unfortunate end for Plasma Rick, but in the end, you'll take those. Now, I'm not sure why they bought that previous round. They lost their initial rifle limp, but I guess if you win in that situation, you just have to try and press the advantage. That's what Jason does. Though Argo falls, they're able to secure the kill with the Shorty. Still find success. They've got the man advantage at this point. Cake, she is ready to deny anybody to walk through short in this moment, but while they do have that possibility, it's 3-on-2 if we're looking at the site. Oh, okay.
Spike down, B.
It might be a bit of breed.
Oh.
No, Jason! The quick conversion, the hot hands followed up for the 3rd kill in their name this round alone. Teleport from Cake won't concern them. They've certainly locked down that spike. This is going to be an incredibly difficult
30
round
seconds
for
left.
Pyro, but it does start off with a shot onto Jason. Noctember, not there for the trade, but they've only got a Frenzy sitting on the opposite side of that box on site. Oh, Pyro has the right idea,
no.
but not quite. Not quite the right spot.
Thrifty.
It was a 30-round victory right there. It was a little bit of a do-see-do, and in the end, the do-see-did-do. It is going to be a win for you Ottawa, as now they push to only 3-round difference. And with that thrifty round as well, it gives a lot of value back because now NKU are in that eco division. They are the ones that were expected to win that round and still lost out so heavily. So for you Ottawa, a team on the defensive side, they are able to buy up. They're able to prep themselves appropriately, and you can see it, right? Argo sitting with 600 left in the bank, currently has that Phantom, was floating on that Odin, but didn't want to take that in. This is going to be the 2 to force, though. Call out by NKU saying, listen, we're going to try and bring this back. We're going to try and push to 11. Fast moves all the way forward. Gets on up and above, but Overrider is able to mow them down. Plasma Rick is going to watch as their life drains out from under them. 2v3 here into the site. Cake makes it a 1v3. Dr. Isolation hasn't gotten a single shot off of this 2 to force. That's how quickly the teammates fall down.
Not sure what the following play is up. They've been realized. They've been spotted. They're outed.
I have the
Shottar
spike.
didn't quite make that connection. Now there's a full rifle along with that tour de force. There's plenty of time. 55 seconds. They could up for a rotation. And in any case, there's a plan for that. You Ottawa send Noctember over. Jason, however, has the tour de force of their own, and they're not expecting it from heaven. You Ottawa Gold will close the gap further. 10-8. Northern Kentucky was earning themselves quite a few rounds. I think they've started to scramble. They're taking risky plays, and it's not working out for them.
I would say it's a little bit dangerous, but at the same time, that was still the save. If they start doing the same, if they start taking risky plays here, even with the weapons hot, then I will be very worried. As it stands, still they're sitting with a decent position, right? 2-round difference, and a race to 13, I think, is still a fairly nice spot to be in. Huge smoke coming in, though, so it is going to be a challenge. NKU taking a chance. Oh, and now that is a swing as you were talking about. Jason getting a lot of value with the operator already. Skill going in. Dr. Isolation able to fire back, but Overrider takes out Dr. Isolation. So it will be a 4v3 as it's a hard rotate from NKU, taking the long way to A.
Jace getting ready for those sky smokes, and they have to wait. They have to rush through that toxic, that poison orb. They'll do it. They have the time. No one's waiting for them on the other side. Cake will meet whoever walks through the other side of you. Yet money moves Mikey. It's the better of it. An orbital strike to deny the plant. Money moves Mikey in turn, brings out the showstopper. No one is here immediately to face them, and it goes wide. Nobody is hit. They teleported over the opposite site. Jason was the lone defender with the op, hoping to stop it from being planted, but they lose out. And money moves Mikey again. brings this down to a 1-on-3. Noctember all alone through elbow, hoping to make this a loop around and flank into victory. This is going to be a hard-fought battle. If it's the case, it starts with 1, and Mikey's gone.
There goes Mikey. Can you make it happen? Noctember wants to play it out again. Low HP right there, but you swing and look the other way. I mean, you had to make a choice, right? It was a 50-50 of where the opponent is going to show. And now it pushes to 11. 11-8 is the score right now. Plenty of money to buy. Plenty of money for you, Ottawa, to purchase up here, so they should be able to have another full buy round. Of course, they decide to buy here, though, and if NKU win, they'll place them at game point. It'll place you, Ottawa, with probably only hero rifles. A scary situation to be in. NKU can feel the game victory on their fingertips. That would place them at 2-0 in this best of 5 and 1 away from taking the finals of the Emergence Whites division.
Starts off with a bit of information with that Roomba. Doesn't gain anything just yet. They have the Seekers. They have that Viper's Pit available. The second that they take immediate site control, that'll be the move. The Seekers are out, but Jace is gone. They still have an opportunity to isolate these fights. Cake, good for the shot into you, but got Noctember with the shots. The spike has still been planted, and Plasma Rick is all alone in the 1v4.
What a ridiculous play right there. It was a hard rush from NKU, but you pointed it out, Los. NKU's retake defenses have not been amazing. It's been decent. And this time, it was all 5 members of you, Ottawa, to bear down, and they cleaned it up so quickly. 11-9 is the score line as NKU are forced into that save. They're going to buy maybe a Sheriff tops. But what a play. You, Ottawa, keep themselves in the game off of that gamble purchase.
Yeah, and that was such a big play, such a great commitment. And in the end, they lost so much before the spike was even planted. And the investment only, if we're being real, was that Hunter's Fury from Noctember. And it was good. It found the value it was looking for. And it came at the perfect time that even though the spike was planted, Plasma Rick had ended up dropping that Viper's Pit at the perfect moment, or maybe the worst moment. And speaking about bad moments, they walk right into a wildfire of sprays. Although Dr. Isolation does come out for the better, it won't be able to live to tell the tale or go with the shot out from the pocket. Yet Plasma Rick isolates him. It's a 1-on-2. They don't have a spike control. The toxic screen is still up.
Toxin screen down.
If you want to throw it out, you could. You have a full minute. You can dance this as long as you need to and take your time. But it's so scary. You have to check every single angle. Oh, you saw it go out. You know exactly where they are now. That's going to be the call. You play there. And you get one. Where's the other? Where is that angle going to be held? Jason trying to take a peek as well. Did you see the gun barrel? Still 1v1, full HP on both sides. 35 seconds, that's plenty to work with. Still toggling that on and off and using it as perfect cover. I love it.
Jason's moved to the triple box. They've TP'd back into showers. I hope they've been spotted. Here's the snake bite to keep them away and a poison orb to boot. The second they walk through that, they will be in a world of hurt. So you have to grab that spike, but you can't make the plan. You know that Jason has to push it. You know that they will have to make that play. And Jason does it. And while it was such a great effort, potential clutch, an amazing play from Plasma Rick, it is outdone just by the patience of Jason to win it all. Now they're only 1 round away from the equalizer.
I can't believe it, Los. There is a chance once again for you, Ottawa, to come back in this series to push it to a 1-1. And it comes off of this. If they win this round, there is no money for NKU to play with. You, Ottawa, will have full advantage here. And that means Cake is taking no chances here. Jason, again! So ridiculously powerful with that operator. Snipes out the opposing Viper.
Number in the tube. Waiting for a play to come across from Garden. They have the toxic screen there to deny the vision. First off is the paint shells. bit of pressure for the players behind sight, but everyone walks away. No harm, no foul. The second that you show your face here against Jason, you're in a world of hurt. Not the case.
Here.
He misses the shot and takes a little bit to the chest. Even so, there's pressure. Orgo putting it on. Jay's good for the trade and so, but Pyro here to clear out the site. Jason's all alone in the back and they've been smoked off and the spike is in play.
This is such a dangerous spot to be in. Are you kidding me? NKU do not want to go to OT. They want to push this into their own series points. They want to get to that 2-0 position. Jason, getting real close again. Single shots only and gonna swing the corner. Pyro finds it. That's the one that you wanted. Pyro's not going to swing back out. Get ready for the other two.
Line it out from CT. The clock is ticking ever faster. Smoke to go down. But where will be placed? Pyro just on the other side by the spike. They go into the tube. Cake can't decide. The commitment isn't enough to remove Jace. They only had 1 HP. And it was still enough. Cake thought they could get the swing, but the transfer wasn't good. And we have Northern Kentucky here on map point.
Map point feeling real good. I'm feeling happy about the current circumstances. They did not want to go tied to 11-11. They now have 2-round buffer zone to work with here. The full buy purchase. See op coming out for Jason once again. It's ridiculous to think about that Overrider currently has more frags as Jason has had some of those clutch moments. And I feel like that's the difference here. NKU. They catch Jason now, this clutch player at the very end who is trying to rise up on the kill feed. They have a better opportunity. You, Ottawa, want to shut this down right in front, though. They have the orbital strike. They have the showstopper. Both of these can stun NKU in their tracks.
Oh, Jason saw that elbow. Oh! Jace thought with a big enough swing, they could beat out this peak. Not the case. Jason will be safe after that. Beautiful shot. Now they don't have the one ultimate in the arsenal of Northern Kentucky. It was the orbital strike. The smokes are gone as well. Only to rely here on Plasma Rick's toxic screen. And in this moment, it is an isolated fight on B. We have the return of Overrider to give more support back from CT. Just to show a face is enough for information. Overrider can send out the nade. They'll back off. No! A blast back even to get more ground. And no one is here to contest them on the site proper. The spike will be planted. Only Noctember hanging out by elbow. They haven't shown face. Not yet.
And they're getting assaulted. They're getting besieged on all ends here. 2 members stuck in the middle, and now they spotted out Noctember. Not going to enjoy that one. Orbital strike coming in. Leaves him out the side, but money moves. Mikey is able to find it. Dr. Isolation finds Noctember. Overrider trying to do so much, but it's down to a 1v2. And it's all down to Orgo. Can Orgo do it? Showstopper coming in. Firing off from the back line. You almost get the side, but Dr. Isolation was right behind. Fake defuse goes out, and you draw him out. And Dr. Isolation gets taken quite low. Now it's for the full defuse. Are you going to snipe? It's going to go in. No, you missed shot 1. Yeah, hit the foot. It's a foot's difference as Dr. Isolation pulls the OP move and shoots the Achilles heel to move over into game 2. What a win by NKU. It's 2-0 so far.
Oh my god, I want to keep screaming after that. I had to cut it off because you were speaking, but I wanted to keep going. I'll finish it now. Oh my god, Dr. Isolation! What a finish. Really Bind has been the Dr. Isolation event. They have done so much work. This is their best performance. We got to get the scoreboard. Certainly, they must have dropped a 30 bomb at least on this map. They have gone far away. 29. I guess not. But still, even so, a great performance by this chamber. So many opening kills have been brought by this one. So many clutches as well. The multi-kills are astounding. And just the control of self, being able to stay alive in that moment, realizing showstopper's coming. I have to bring out my ultimate. I have to be able to clutch this out. We cannot go to overtime. A beautiful play by this player. But in general, University of Northern Kentucky are still pushing us to a third map. It's 2-0. And I can't wait to see how the response from U Ottawa is going to arrive.
I think it's going to arrive in a whirlwind, right? Remember, these are squads that have both played in both close matches and extremely one-sided matches. And I have a feeling that might break out here. If there's any time for you, Ottawa, to break out that cheese, to break out that craziness, It's right now, and I want to see them go all out here in the finals.
Yeah, and our next map is going to be a Northern Kentucky pick. After this break, we're heading to Ascent, so don't go anywhere. The NECC Grand Finals will be here right after this. Welcome back to the NECC Grand Finals here for the Emergence White Division. It's been a back and forth battle, but only one team has taken the first 2 maps of the series. It's Northern Kentucky University 2-0, bringing us to potentially the final map of the series, and it's going to be Ascent. I'm Low, still rocking it here with Orbital, and this is a heck of a series. How are you feeling about going into the second pick of NKU?
I'm very worried for the side of you, Ottawa, right? NKU have fought valiantly through all of this. It is consistently them in the lead by a margin and then pulling away on the attacking side. And considering this isn't going to change for the next couple maps until the decider, it leads me to believe that this next one should be no different, right? NKU have been steady throughout the entirety. Yes, towards the end, they get a little bit frustrated. Sometimes they go a little bit crazy, but it's nothing outside of the norm for you, Ottawa. On their own side, we've seen so many moments of brilliance, and this is one of those series that I will fully and confidently say you cannot look at the game score ending. You cannot look at the series score right now. You have to watch every single game to really see what went down.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I'm interested in looking at this potentially final agent selection. And we won't see a Viper this time around. The confident pick and the comfort pick isn't going to be brought into play. Cake returning to the role of KO, and Overrider has been a consistent controller player. Does lock in the Astra. You have not seen one of these in quite some time, ever since that major nerf that she received a few months ago.
Yeah, this is definitely going back to comfort here, and it's something that I want to say normally comes out in games where, you know, the agents or champions have a greater amount of impact, right? It's excessively, you know, the champions that provide those brief windows of opportunity. In Valorant here, I'm surprised that you're falling back to comfort on the Astra of all things, right? This will be... So distinctly what we're talking about is the fact that at the baseline, right, as an FPS, as we do get this little dance here, the usual preparation for Money Moves Mikey, hoping NKU praying to the Money Mover to give them another win. It's going to be... It's challenging, right? It's the fact that you are specifically saying that the util overrides everything else here. And I'm not sure if that's the right answer here. So we'll have to keep eyes. The Astra still provides a great layer of defensive posturing and allows so much coverage for your team, or, you know, the dissuasion thanks to the gravity pulls and the smoke out. So it could be the make or break moment. I'm just not sure about it, as Jason goes ahead and says, all right, we're right back on that ball with the pistol.
And in conjunction with that 0 point, that makes the connection the second they walk onto this site. This has been a very easy clear and execute to Ottawa. And the site's taken, spikes planted, the door's closed as well, and it's a full setup for Noctember.
Very, very nice and easy, and Jace on the top end is going to try their best to open up, and it's underneath. They go ahead and send that little bit of a recon. But Money Moves Mikey is able to try and turn things around. Orgo and Cake, though, ready to go with the pistols. Overrider as well, and Pyro. Yeah, you got one chance, but your fire is about to be snuffed here. Swing to the left, and Cake takes you out. Remember, still left alive as you, Ottawa, go ahead and collapse in for their 4th out of 5 pistol round wins.
Now, based on that initial setup, it was just Dr. Isolation in the front line, and the second they fell, there wasn't much else protecting the site proper, so it was an easy move on in. And I'm thinking that there'll be a bit more of a response this time around. You can see that Pyro staying a bit closer to the doorway, but actually no, completely lackadaisical setup. They have not moved at all. More players onto A. Hands off. This is a retake play.
Yeah, this is, I think, the appropriate call. You're not going to win in the initial firefight, so take your time. Maybe let them use their util early, get some value from there, and they can try and chance it out. However, Cake, I believe, ran directly into Pyro's face and said, yeah, you don't get that. Plasma Brick on the back end is able to find Jason. That's a huge frag to start with, and now you're going to try and take a look at the next. It's a 4v4, so somewhat doable, But this back end shot might find it. It's a spray, and you still lose one. So still better than expected. Orgo now takes Plasma Rick's life.
Standing.
Last swing, Jace
Oh.
does make the connection to the face of Overrider, but it's not enough. They ate it for breakfast. They want more. Overrider does clear out that one, and they're walking into round 3 with 3 Spectres. A bit of symbolism there. Yet, we have the buy, bringing it out from Northern Kentucky. Unfortunately, it's a similar case. Plasma Rick can't afford enough, spending too much money investing into that utility on a site that hasn't been visited. But this time, the investment will pay off. This time, we do have Plasma Rick.
That's how you
With
survive.
all of their defense, the Nano Swarm as well. But nobody else. The manpower has moved elsewhere.
This is a great call once again, but this is also the enjoyment of running a Killjoy. You can lock down the entirety of this B site on your own. Are they going to be able to activate it in time? When it moves, Mikey says, yeah, we probably will. Plasma Rick is able to pick up 2 on the back end. This is just surgical and clean now as you Ottawa kind of facing this rough round. If they can get 1 or 2 kills just like that, they're going to be very happy about this outcome. But it's only 1 so far. Can you find 1 more? Here comes the pinch on the back end. Pyro ready to close out this round. It's going to be the swing. Orgo goes down. Overrider in the back corner. Now taking a swing and a peek will lose their life to Dr. Isolation.
And even though they lost 1, it's still an upgrade. 1 rifle gets put in the hands of Plasmas. They just have the Spectre, so it's an upgrade. Everybody wins, except for Money Moves Mikey.
Placing sentry.
Money Moves Mikey is like, let's test the waters here. A Brimstone with the Marshall of all things is very, very entertaining to see. So I'm excited to see if it does pan out, if it does work, and does bring that value to this matchup. And it's a full swing again. You, Ottawa. This is quite interesting. So for 4 rounds in a row, they have not really opted to do any defaults and not any prep work. It's the constant just push one side and see what you can do. And so they're looking to try and prep once again, but it doesn't work. They were spotted out this time around and are now forced to rotate out due to the overwhelming presence of NKU on A.
Even so, there's a very deadly presence. Even though it may not be a large presence, it's just as dangerous at being the setup coming from Plasma Rick, the KJ. They've held it down. And the last time that U Ottawa made an attempt to walk on through, they faced massive resistance, and Money Moves Mike, making their own resistance felt here on Cat. Send out that stim beacon. Consider going in for a secondary peek, but the star will deny them. The Nebula's here, and they'll potentially jump on out. Mikey, you madman!
Mikey is a pure madman. The money talks, man. Money talks. It's going to be a challenge right back into Pizza they go. Orgo is going to get Plasma Rick. That's a huge frag to have open up the B site. They forgot about 1. Isolation in isolation. Gets a spray of 1. Almost gets 2. And is immediately taken down. 3v3. Start things off. Orbital Strike. Closing out most of it. And Money Moves Mikey gets an Orbital Strike kill. It is a powerful one to have. And NKU tie things up. Los. It's deja vu for the 2nd time today as we're right back to the 2-2 tie.
Just seems to go that way. Once rifles end up in the hands of NKU, then they're able to pick things up. Now they have a bit more strength. But at least they got a pistol round in the previous map. At least they were able to secure 1 for themselves. This has just been pistol domination for U Ottawa. Fortunately, that is where it will end. They're on a bit of a broke buy. Frenzies, sheriffs galore. They can get in close. Close the gap, leaving Pyro isolated. They're watching the angle from Catwalk, from Tree. Don't have each other covered. With this adjustment, now they have 3 players potentially watching A main. The second that someone walks out, will be a final squad and a deadly one at that. Information gained with the Trailblazer. Wow, might as well just take some shots through.
They can try, but look at this. The catwalk, as you were talking about, is already covered, and so NKU willing to look at the lurk. Oh, Money Moves Mikey. Take a swing, and you find it, but the swing of my Cake is better. She nails it home. The connections from Money Moves Mikey were in the body. Cake shot at the head, and that's the appropriate response. Dr. Isolation can't find the operator's shot, but knows 2's on there.
Guiding light blinds him, just gives the information that it's still being watched. And all the while, they've lost out on their denying back because they don't have the smokes to block off the initial push. But the shot from Dr. Isolation might be good enough. A leg to follow up with a classic
30 seconds left.
finish off the kill as well. Dr. Isolation, again, with the tailwind, it's been procced, it's been activated. They can go for another shot, and it is good indeed, leaving Cake all alone to recover the Vandal and save it out.
I mean, Cake, I give credit. Cake had a phenomenal swing there.
10
Was able to
seconds
catch that lurk out. Just kind of feels bad, right? You lost out over on the A site, and it's a little bit disheartening there. So Cake is just going to kind of sit quietly and wonder about what the next round is going to bring as NKU. That was a save round, I do believe. It wasn't a full buyout, so this time around, you, Ottawa, should be able to carry over a large share of weapons. And for the first time, NKU, this is where I'm very, very curious. Is this where we see that repeat of the first series that they played? Is this where we start seeing that kind of scale away that NKU did before in Game 2 of the previous series? Is this going to be a mental break? I want to see if you, Ottawa, can continue to maintain this consistent tie scenario over and over again.
Fate of these teams, Ogle. That's just how it has to go.
You
Okay,
should
flash
run.
drive. Sits over the A main wall. There it goes. I don't think anyone actually blinded by it, but it might be followed up by another. It still does pose a damning threat along with the lockdown, but no one will be detained. And it starts off with a dash on in. Pyro hanging it in hell. Good for one. Noctember there for the follow-up, but Dr. Isolation up from heaven, still raining terror. And this hasn't been a successful one. All they've earned is a plant and a kill. Jace, though, taking a ton of damage. They will be continued to face threats of that utility. Even so, there is no real gun threat. Now with Plasma Rick jumping out from the tree, follows up with Jace as well. Orgo completely cut off, but it doesn't stop the spray through the smoke. They might be good for a second one.
What is going on here? NKU cleaned it up, and what is happening here, Los? What is going on? NKU coming out with so much more fire on the retakes than we saw in games 1 and 2. Normally, they would play it a little bit slower. They'd look for those flank options. They would look to try and get those picks with Dr. Isolation and Money Moves Mikey. Instead, they hard drop in. They say, hey, well, let's take it to town. Let's swing hard and swing fast. And they win it out. It surprised you, Ottawa side, even though they had a decent number. And now they have to deal with a bargain bin. NKU giving themselves a little bit of a wider berth with 4 ultimates to play with as well.
Get out of my way!
You know, it almost didn't seem like a retake that they made because you, Ottawa, never fully had control of the site. You still had Dr. Isolation going back and forth on Heaven, taking pot shots with the op, and it always found success. I believe it was 2 at least for them to pick up while they were still maintaining that control. Now, in this moment, while they did get a great shot out of the Blade Store from Jason, they haven't made their way on. They still have to deal with the onslaught, the nano swarms, and the alarm bot the second they turn this corner. And also Dr. Isolation.
Yeah, I was about to say. Dr. Isolation is just doing their best impression of Jason right now. Just the random pop kills over. No! No! That is not how you do that! Doctor! You're supposed to be saving lives, not taking them without even looking!
You know, they could do this surgery with their eyes closed.
Oh my gosh.
And there's not much you can do about that.
I know, but still, it was ridiculous.
Taking such big hits through the smoke as well. I mean, to be fair, they didn't have too much to work with. It was a few pistols to go around. This is a real buy. They've got another Cosmic Divide. Overrider finally receiving this ultimate. Maybe this could be a good moment. Could isolate some angles and give them the opportunity to fully execute on a site. Deny Dr. Isolation, which I think is the best possible move. Even if they can't see you, the bullets can still make it. With the Cosmic Divide, those bullets aren't going through, and that's the only way you can stop them.
Oh my!
Because you're not getting any kills right now, and even Money Moves Mikey jumps out from the smoke on mid to put extra pressure. They will be punished, and it is a 3-on-3, but the operator is still in play this very moment. Overrider makes their way up through Cat, And the shot to Jace is good.
That was a very nice bait with the teammate as well. KO flipped through with a knife, tried to swing out and show off a little bit, or not show off, but bait out that swing, and it did. You lift the gun a little bit too high and get shot in the face for it. So now onto the B site. This might be the chance. You Ottawa have an opportunity to keep in line. That gap is not too far away that it can't be recovered. Orgo straight into sight, clearing out the back angles. Boathouse is completely empty, so a little bit of a shock is going to bring to their system. 30 seconds left. Plenty to get the plant down, and it's now all about the retake. You have that lockdown, though, and that's the one you get to play with.
Force up the Hunter's Fury from Orgo, which could be expected. At least you have a bit of information. They're sitting in the back line. The nade from Cake, the fragment, denies them a bit more, but the shots are still making their connection. That dart destroyed.
One
Have
enemy
to worry
remaining.
about the stairs players.
Oh.
Plasma Rick
enemy
over from the other angle. Maybe the spray will be
my
good, but
God.
Plasma won't be denied this win. And they clutch it out, making this a 6-2 against you, Ottawa. This is certainly not going the way of you, Ottawa. This is not a back and forth matchup. This is NKU all day.
And that was also off the fact that NKU almost lost at the very end. I want to point out that that was a very dangerous scenario to be in. NKU literally dropped both players in front of the opponent. They lined up nigh perfectly and just barely eked out on the win. I want to say that was extremely close to being a third round for you, Ottawa. But calling an early timeout here in 8 rounds, it took 8 rounds for you, Ottawa, to decide we need a timeout called by Noctember, saying something's got to change up, right? This is one of the first times that we're seeing this large of an expansive lead. 4-round difference. I think the highest we've had is, I want to say a potential, no, 4 I think is the highest. We've always been sitting at about 4. So NKU looking to expand that even further, trying to push past that 6-round difference and maybe look for something different than a 7-5, maybe even an 8-4, maybe a 9-3.
I mean, you don't want the 9-3. Certainly not.
Yeah.
The curse, I don't believe in it. I don't believe in the boogeyman, the 9-3 curse either. That's not what you Ottawa wants to have. That's the last-ditch effort. That's the worst-case scenario you end up in that situation. We still have a potential for a 6-6 half. And you take a look, take stock of what you have. Cake's got that no command. Overrider has the Cosmic Divide. This is how you can split it up. Split up the play, deny the long-range engagement from Dr. Isolation, keep them back at heaven, wall them off, and play to your strengths, your angles. Deny the ability for the Tailwind escape. Even if they do get the shot, make them pay. In this moment, no one is considering them. You get some information onto Pyro, they're up in garden, but the second that they walk on through, this gives Dr. Isolation a reason to stick around and whine, because it hasn't been cleared yet. It hasn't been checked.
We're going to try and challenge in. That's going to be a huge under series, but again, Dr. Isolation isolates the heck out of people. Noctember finally gets an answer back for Plasma Rick. He's able to find Jason. That's another high kill threat that you're ready to take out. In 4v3, Spike goes down, attacker lockdown going into play. Seeker is going to swarm out, and it works. Does not work as magic. NKU lose multiple members. Looks like you Ottawa have found their opportunity.
Certainly so. Money moves Mikey, the last one alive. It's a 1v3. You might as well throw your body on the line, but you've only got 70 HP at this moment. There isn't much to work with, but also, same vein, Orgo under a great amount of pressure, but the pressure's been applied by Noctember. They will be able to get minimum the 9-3 half, but they're certainly working for more.
They want to bring it right back, and I mean, this... Again, Los, we have not had... I think every game's actually followed the exact same pattern and the exact same scoreline, right? Like, down to a T, almost, these teams. This is the first breakaway that we've had the entire series, and I'm loving it so far. So, NKU, they lose that round, still have plenty of money to buy in, and are going to try their best to continue onwards, right? It's 1 round loss, you're not too worried about it. But what will you Ottawa do, right? What will be the big challenge coming out here? Will there be a major difference? 1:30 in the round. You Ottawa taking a chance straight through mid and looking for the golden opportunities. It's a lurk towards B and trying to bait out some of those chances, but in the back corner, a catwalk. Can they find that kill? Can they find a defender? NKU watching as their Sky is getting pinched very, very heavily.
Arrow jumping back and forth from Cat. Money moves Mikey. If they swing at the same time, this could be a disastrous scenario. Start with the tailwind. Finish it off. Overrider giving the support. Even so, wait a minute. Oh, Dr. Isolation gets a kill. I don't think they were even looking for that one they wanted. And now it is all alone. Cake just by themselves. She's nowhere near the spike on B main. Just to walk through so many different enemies to get into this situation. A dodge of the owl drone. Yes. Oh, walk on through. There's the freebie. Here's the pop flash. No one there to
30
take
seconds
a
left.
hit from it. Follow up. What do you got? In the end, Dr. Isolation will come out on top.
Nah. See, I agree with Kate getting the kill, but that should 100% been a knife. That is where you disrespect the heck out of those Sovas. You get the knife in the back, you get a little highlight clip for yourself. It's still a kill. Very, very nicely done, but it was a little bit in vain. NKU still come out with a round win. And, I mean, honestly, it's off the back of Dr. Isolation. The last two games have seen Dr. Isolation just kick up a ridiculous scoreline. And in this one as well, currently eclipsing that 1.0, 14 in 10. I mean, can anyone stop this single player? It's been consistent solo kills, consistent random frags that you pick up that have just granted NKU so many amazing opportunities.
It's true, but also it's a neglected utility that is abound. I was about to say they haven't used the lockdown, but the second they do, it's Pyro. Before it can even be activated, it's still popped, it's still committed, and Pyro in the garden, the master of nature, defends it with an ace.
Before the switch.
All right, that's it. GG, wrap it up, go home. Clips have been made. I'll see y'all next time, because, Pyro. Half of those kills I want to point out. About 2 of them came completely blank. It was you, Ottawa, rushing in to the garden and rushing to their depth. They lined up perfectly for that Vandal spray. Every single one fell. And it hurt. Granted, again, that was a save. Everyone had pistols. You're not really expected to win that one. But the mental damage that it can do is astronomical here. So Dr. Isolation now getting sucked into that well. Now going to possibly get picked off. That's going to be one. That's a trade. Jason now coming back to life with a 2K and bringing out their own set of knives. Defender lockdown is going to be played. No real rebuttal as Jace is going to find Jason. It's going to be a 3v3. Defender lockdown should be plenty enough, and it looks like this might be the route. A very nice kill at the very end. He's going to break that lockdown, but the damage is still done. 2v2. Blind is out. Minute left, and no plant in sight.
Spike still down on site. They don't have control of it. Maybe some cheeky plays along with the shot darts can move Plasma Rick out of position, but nobody's hanging out by the Jenny. It's Dice where you're meant to look. Plasma Rick with the first shot. They know exactly where Orgo is, and the turret will confirm the information. Recon dart at the ready. Sure, might get some information, but none to be found. Here's the swing, followed up. It's Plasma Rick to shut it down, and unfortunately, Ottawa Gold has finished the round off, the first half off, 9-3.
It's the dangerous curse of the 9-3. But NKU could not be worried at all. They have looked so amazing throughout this opening. And it's a breath of fresh air for their squad and any NKU fans out there, right? The entire series, both sides have been left in complete suspense. But this time around, it's felt much better, right? NKU feeling a bit smoother, feeling a bit better. Rotating in, rotating out, and Dr. Isolation getting these multiple frags now. And even then, the rest of the team stepping up, right? The ace from Pyro, Plasma Rake with these holds on these sites, it's looked amazing. So now for NKU, they have to deal with you Ottawa's defensive play. How would this work out? It's a little bit of a recon going over top, and it's a complete rush in. NKU gonna try and take this beat.
Okay, well, Surprisingly, the jumping frenzy doesn't make the connection, yet Orgo has a bit of better luck with 2. They do fall in the end, yet the plant is still secured. The 3-on-3 for the retake. Cake doesn't have any utility in 10 seconds. That 0 point will make its connection back into play, but they have to wait. Finally, we might have a chance at some good plays with the stars. We haven't seen those previously. Overrider realizes, well, maybe the stars aren't my ally. I gotta use the bullet instead. And it becomes a 1v1. Money moves Mikey, not in the best situation. They put themselves in a bit of a one-way with the crates, but now it's a ring around the rosy. A frenzy versus a ghost. The plant defusal is faked, but the shot is real. Overrider does clutch it out with a 3K, and another pistol round goes the way of U Ottawa Gold.
Do it every time. They've only lost one so far, right? And that's the crazy thing. And it's so weird to hear that, right? A team that excels in these pistols has unfortunately not had a game win, but I think that speaks to both sides, right? The aggression from U Ottawa, they're willing to take those chances. They're willing to force early, and this time around they feel good about it, right? Another pistol win, another 2 rounds in the bucket at the start of the half. It's the rest of the game that feels like it spirals out of control of theirs. So NKU at this point it's expected, right? You lose the pistol, that's fine. You lose this round potentially, that's fine. Look towards those next ones because you got a huge safety net under you.
So, another thing that I've seen from U Ottawa is that we have not seen, I guess, something I haven't seen from U Ottawa, is that their utility usage, especially with Overrider on the Astra, it's been so lackluster. We've barely seen any of those noble pulses with gravity wells, but right now, Cake is making a name for themselves with the sprays, but even so, 2 have fallen, and the plant will be stuck. NKU, you have an opportunity to win this one out. It's just up to Jace with the Spectre. I don't know if they realize there's been an adjustment into hell. It might not matter. With this wide open position, Cake, they're easy for the finish.
It's a very, very nice setup itself, and Orgo was like a tick away, and the bouncing around, I think they thought they were done. So very, very nicely done, though. U Ottawa carrying over 3 and feeling really, really good about that one. NKU, though, this is where it breaks down. U Ottawa are going to try and do what's... I believe NKU did at the end of game number 2. It was the take 3 in a row, and if they can, that'll bring it to a 9-6 scoreline. That'll be really, really nice. But of course, with the weaponry in hand, I'm not sure if that's what they're really rotating for. Cake going ahead, sitting with that sheriff. Marshall in the hand of Jason. We know what Jason can do in those clutch scenarios, but it's really on the top fraggers for the side of U Ottawa to try and bring it back. Peek up top. Jason saw one, didn't want to take the shot.
Smoke's down. On up. They have the star. It's just a nebula, and they can walk on through. Finally, a gravity well will be put into place, but it does take time. And in that moment, you don't have Overrider looking for the smoke, potentially sending out a shot. They can walk on and remove this setup for free. Execute went perfectly because, well, it was a pacifist one. Now they're stuck in heaven. Barely hit. The body block doesn't allow them in the safety corner. And Money moves Mikey, now in control of heaven around this corner. Oh, they lose it, but they can back off. They don't have to worry about it too much. The dart destroyed, but even through it all, they're taking plenty of hits. It's not Temper from the top row, dealing the loads of damage. Jace, good for one. They can back off. The Marshall shots are still whittling them down. They can't take these fights alone.
The shot full takes it home and pushes NKU to 10. Oh man, that is crazy, crazy stuff. Well fought again. It was a round that was expected for NKU. But U Ottawa right now gonna try and fight back. You have enough money this time. For the first time, I think we're gonna see a full buy round on both ends. Cake and Jason should have plenty in the bank to buy up some Vandals and or the Phantoms, whichever one you decide. With the side of NKU, though, Pyro right back with that Spectre saying, I still really like this one.
Coming back. Out of charges. Target out.
It's like how it feels. It's a game about comfort. You feel more comfortable with that Spectre? Hey, more power to you, right? Not much power going the way of Money moves Mikey, though.
Yeah. Moving too much money at once.
Can't be caught lacking when you're moving all that weight.
Oh yeah, that's a dangerous scenario to be in, and right now, it's a dangerous scenario for NKU to be in as they've lost 2 at the start, and in a 3v4, don't really have too many opportunities. 2 are still left in the middle of defender spawn, so maybe you get that chance, but it's a slow peek on either side. You close the door. Dr. Isolation is going to flank off on the back side. But Jason is ready to go with that Phantom. Phenomenal shots. That's a 3K. Dr. Isolation able to find one on the back end, but I don't think you can do too much with it. Well fought again. NKU down to a 1v3.
Might be a glass break, yeah.
30
the
seconds
sound
left.
cue will be Signifier.
Placing
We
sentry.
got Dr. Isolation. Heaven have so much to work with. The Nano Swarm hidden. Don't even see it. Yeah, Dr. Isolation doesn't even know where it ends. Now they have nothing to work with. Consistently being shot through. The wall bangs are unreal, but a shot over onto
10
Jason
seconds left.
gives them a spark of hope. Only with 10 seconds left, though. You don't have too much time to work with. It's got to be a hero play, and it starts with Cake. Yet she's got Dr. Isolation's number, the wall bang headshot to finish it off. They won't allow 11th round to go the way of Northern Kentucky.
This one feels real good for the side of U Ottawa. For the first time, they are the ones that win that signature 4th round. They're the ones that grant themselves an opportunity to fight back, and it's going to help out a lot here. Now, still, full wide coming out here from NKU. Pyro and Chase still sitting with that rougher purchases, but Dr. Isolation should still be able to manage. In the last few rounds, has only really been able to pick up another 2 kills, so that's a rougher scenario to look at, but still very much a threat against the U Ottawa squad. It's a quiet default with the 3-1-1. And U Ottawa should be able to identify this. Blades are out for that Jet, and looking for a target to hit.
Slow play. Where the smoke's going to land, I wonder. They're taking their time. Dr. Isolation.
You should run.
Looking for someone who wants to get aggressive, potentially Overrider to walk on out to Catwalk. Won't be the case, though. Set up some stars, set up the Nebula, and it is a great nade out of Cake. They remove the lockdown. Oh! Forcing out that Hunter's Fury, losing it because of that 0 point. But all the while, we've got Dr. Isolation on B. It's open. It's free. They've cleared it. The only one in their way right now would be Overrider, but they're mollied off. Everybody moves. Mikey, for good measure, put one to the head.
Here.
Powerful shots. NKU feeling a bit more confident. With 20 seconds left, you got to get that plant down. Pyro going to sprint in, drop that plant. Cake is able to take out Money Moves Mikey, but look at the flank on the back end. This is going to be so dangerous. Got to rush in. Plasma takes out Orgo. Plasma gets 2 on the back end. That is the flank you like. And with 1 all the way in B main, it's a chase down of a 1v4. Jace doesn't even let that happen as Jason eats the shot of the sniper. 11-6 is the score, as NKU look for 2 more rounds.
This has been the biggest gap. We were talking about how 4 was the largest. Now, looking at something much more serious. 5.
It's so weird to say that, by the way. Like, to have it roll off the tongue, we're just like, really? Is that really it?
That's why I started laughing the second I said it. I was like, oh my god. I made that sound so much more dramatic.
Standing ahead.
But it's true, right? These teams have never been further like away from each other. It's always been so close. So for NKU, again, it's just that powerhouse move. They feel victory on their fingertips, and U Ottawa feel it slipping away their opportunity for a reverse sweep. Jason, though, saying we're not done yet, is able to drop down Dr. Isolation with 1 Overrider. He's going to try and take a couple swings with that pistol before the door closes. Now out comes the Hunter Fury. Orgo says, I don't need a gun. I just need an impenetrable ultimate. Orgo snipes out 2.
So, control has been... Never mind, they didn't take control of it. They just found themselves on the site. but couldn't do anything about it. A beautiful, that's a thrifty, flawless round orbital. You Ottawa, they're mad, and now they've got some guns.
It's crazy to think that that was like the extent of all of that. Like, what is it? Usually you see them all individually. You know, you have a thrifty round, a flawless round, an ace, a team ace or something. Imagine if you saw a thrifty, flawless ace, right? Imagine if that's what happened and you're just like, well, dang, someone just got a trifecta.
Tough.
Close enough, though.
That is tough to deal with, especially if you're NKU right now. But they've got some more cash in the bank, and I'm interested to see if the Seekers will come out right now. As you do want to make your way into this site. You want to take your time, though. Given the orb, feeding it up the brim. Potentially working their way up to that orbital strike for money moves Mikey. At this time, again, all slow. You don't need to make that commit. Oh no, Pyro. they meant to do that. It was just information gathering. They weren't going to see the enemies anyway. Money moves, certainly playing it close up, and they're broke right now. They spent a lot of money into this round and don't have a single rifle to show for it. And Jason goes for the peek, gets hit with it, can't even use that dash. They didn't want to commit it, but there's still some time if they want to do it. No.
That sucks right there. Again, the new change to the Jets. You don't got a choice. You got to use it, right? And now there's going to be shooting Jason, though, finding Pyro very, very early on. This should follow up with a few more. They might be able to get... Oh, Jace, what? Jace in the back end found a Vandal and said, watch me. 11 HP as the spike goes down. It's now a 3v3. Jace might have made the play of this round.
I think that was a clap through one of the teammates. Gorgo now incredibly hurt. And it all comes down to Plasma Rick. One-on-one against Jason, but the wall bang is good. This is a round of wall bangs. They weren't able to secure this one out. They still make it a bit costly because they didn't have too much to go into it. They need some more money. They need a plethora of ultimates. And after this round, they've got it.
They've got 3. They have so much to work with in the weapons in tow, so those 2 rounds feel good for you, Ottawa. But remember, that would have felt so much better if we were closer in the current standings. Right now, NKU 1 away from a match point, 1 away from series point, and then 2 away from taking it all home. But surprisingly here, NKU are saying we don't actually have enough. We have the knives.
Get out of my way.
And we have the orbital strike. So we're going to go with a little bit of a lesser purchase and try and just work the ultimates in. A very, very gutsy call.
Isolation up in Cat. Have to walk through 2 stars to deal with it. Those aren't meant for them. Those are meant for the players walking through a main, yet Orgo is the one. Wait, what? Dr. Isolation, all the way in the back line.
Give me those back.
Jake isn't expecting it. Orgo isn't expecting it. They take a hit through that orbital strike, but you still have the threat. Overrider is still in garden, and this has got to be a kill. Or at least Dr. Isolation realizes, I'm in trouble. Nothing to do about that. But all the while, you've earned the site. You got the lockdown in play. No one will be able to deny it because you've run out of the fragment. You don't have the Hunter's Fury, and it forces you, Ottawa Gold, to run away.
Forces them to run away. Thankfully, no one gets caught on the back end, so they should be able to re-entry with all 3. Problem is, the setup is perfect. Down goes a little bit of a tower. You get shot a little bit on the back end. It's a dash over. It's a trade of 1-for-1. And you get a little bit more. Noctember is able to find a Pyro. It's down to a 1v1. And you get it. Noctember able to finish it off.
Right now.
And you, Ottawa, get to breathe another sigh of relief, but I'm not sure if it's enough time. It's going to be close. And they don't. It's a thrifty round victory. NKU move to 1 more on the table.
That is such a tough loss to take because that all hinges on Dr. Isolation finding the shot on Cake, and it only comes because they missed each other. Overrider and Isolation passed each other, must have brushed shoulders in that smoke and allowed them to get the kill onto Cake. She goes down with her weapons down, Orgo, attempting to escape, realizes you can't run out completely because isolation is there to meet you, so they get caught in the orbital strike. And all the while, you're just whittled down. Time keeps draining with all the ultimates used, and it allows NKU to get to map and series point.
The problem is this now means Jason is free to run around and do whatever the heck they want. And that's exactly going to be it. Hit number 1 out in mid. On the defensive posture, immediately gets snapped up. Thankfully, the dash is still available. Now you're looking for a bit more. 4v5 still. Lockdown now for you, Ottawa's side. As well as the null command. So many ultimates to be able to be used. You, Ottawa, honestly, with just the ultimates in play, have a really good chance at bringing this back.
Jason's still in there. Now dash. Doctor Isolation doesn't need to use theirs yet. 1 for 1. Jet for a Brimstone. Regardless, they have an opportunity. Up to Noctember. Stay alive and just use that utility. Lock off some players and send off the Nano. Stay alive so your lockdown can be brought in this retake.
Gotta love it. Clean entry by NKU, and they're all gonna flood to the back end because they know for sure that this lockdown should be coming in. Not just that, if they tag on the null command on top, it's a complete suppression technique. There will be no chance for anyone to have the opportunity to fight, but Pyro is able to find it, and they trigger it in. They win it out, and just like that, it's over. NKU take the series.
Oh my god, that's how it finishes off. That's how it ends. A trigger discipline play from Pyro to end up with the double. A sandwich out from Speedway, but it really all compiles up to Northern Kentucky University being the better squad through all 3 maps. It's a 3-0 in this best of 5.
What a round to be had, and honestly, it's surprising to say, that was one of the cleaner rounds from NKU to finish it out, as you called it, and rightfully so. The trigger discipline by Pyro at the end caused so much confusion on U Ottawa's side, and U Ottawa, I mean, that was a fight and a half through all 3 games. They immediately tried to challenge NKU at every turn, but Northern Kentucky just were better on the day. Well fought, well played. Both teams really did deserve to be here in the finals, just NKU deserved that championship a bit more.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it comes down to what I believe is bold use of utility. We've seen some ultimates be held down by U Ottawa for much longer than they should have been. Just sitting in the bank, not being used, because you have to bring those out. You have to use them and put them forth in order to win those rounds. And it comes down to quick thinking and decision making. And the use of utility was not an issue when it comes to Northern Kentucky's stratagem. And that's why they're the champions here in the Emergent White Division. And we'll be able to get a chance to interview one of the players here from University of Northern Kentucky right after this quick break. So don't go anywhere. Some more NECC championship action returns after this. We're back here at the NECC Valorant Finals. The grand finals here. And it was up to Northern Kentucky University, who took it all. And joining us here from NKU, it's Dr. Isolation. You won out the grand finals. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. A little relieved. We came into this a little nervous, but as expected, we've been thinking about it all day, so we were just super eager to get into the game.
I mean, I agree. You guys were really looking forward to that, and I think Ottawa was even more so, right?
Yeah.
Last time you guys played, it was 13-8, 13-2. It was a fairly one-sided affair, right? Mm-hmm. This time around, 2 games in a row, almost deja vu from moment one, 13-10, 13-10. I mean, I gotta ask you, from ties to ties to ties to ties, were you feeling more nervous as those games went on, or did you still feel pretty in control?
For the most part, I think we felt pretty in control. We understood why we were losing rounds. It wasn't like it was beyond us why we were getting the game so close, but we stayed calm, cleared comms every round's a new round, and closed it out.
And looking into that third game, I mean, you talk about closing out. You're literally the one that in games 2 and 3 topped the kill board almost every single time. Game 2, I think you were just one off of a 30 bomb, or I believe so at least.
Yep, 29.
Game 3, it was also off of your very, very hyperactive plays, I want to say, going through mid sometimes. I mean, what was that like? How did you just kind of fall into that state of I am a god right now, or what was going on there?
Yes, so yes, definitely I'm the god right now, but also like Jet just got kind of a nerf, right? Like they reworked her dash, but it actually is kind of a confidence boost. You press that E and then you're ready to dash, and you also get your dash back a lot faster. So just in general, the mid plays and with my teammates, it's really easy to just fall into these easy kills, you would say, not tradable. And my team really helps me set up everything. It's all planned out.
Well, speaking of all planning out, since this is your second time going up against you, Ottawa, what did you do to prepare for this matchup?
Well, we actually prepared our maps that we weren't as comfortable on, like Breeze, and we actually started playing Icebox just this playoffs. And I was intrigued to see that Icebox was actually banned and Breeze was picked really like last, I think. It was the 5th map. So that's how we prepared. So when we knew that we were going to play our most comfortable maps, we were ready.
Certainly seemed so, and you've done it. You won the NECC Grand Finals, and now you get to win. Enjoy your victory, but is there anyone else that you want to give a special shout out to?
Oh, I'm shouting out my entire team. I know last semester was a lot harder of a division that we were in. So, it's kind of rough getting through that. But once we started working as a team and, we don't really care about ranks. I mean, in fact, our Viper is a bronze 3, has never been above bronze 3. And he was the top fragger in that first game. So, I mean, it really proves that working together as a team is just kind of how Valorant is. You don't necessarily see the hyper carries every game. And that's how you close games. But no, everyone on my team, Money Moves Mikey, Plasma Rick, Jace, Pyro, Gavin, all good games. Yes.
All good games indeed. And not only are you walking away with a great feeling of victory, all of you are getting a trophy, a t-shirt, and a bid to national. So this is a major win here for Northern Kentucky University. Congratulations on the W, and looking forward to seeing more of NKU in the NECC.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Of course. Now, this is going to be our final series of the night. Unfortunately, our last matchup is going to be canceled as it ended in a forfeit. So this will be it. I'm Los, joined by Orbital, and thank you so much for joining us here tonight, both to the teams, the fans, and of course, our production staff, our amazing team behind it, being Carolyn, as well as Michael Martinez. Both these amazing members of the production squad helped bring you this event. And you know what? Thank you too, Orbital.
I appreciate it. And you know what? I will say this. It is the end for B-Stream. I do believe they still have more games going on. So if you still want more NECC Valorant action, I believe A-Stream is going for a few more hours. So also check it out there. But this has been an absolute blast with you here, Los.
Of course. And everyone take care. Check out some more NECC action. And thank you and good night.